seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Hello and welcome to yet another day of the fantastic LCK. We got Fred Brion up against Kwangdong Freaks here for our first matchup as, there we are. It is me, Valdez, and Chronicler. And this one is going to be pretty interesting because Fred Brion looking a little bit better. Kwangdong having some troubles recently.
Okay.
This could be a chance for Fred Brion.
So the LCK is fantastic, but I don't get a cool introduction. Not even a
You're just
one.
Chronicler.
Unbelievable, Valdez. As jokes aside, today a matchup that previously could have a couple of weeks ago looked very one-sided, but Fred Brion really have a new leash on life. Teams looks a lot better, and for Kwangdong, they can technically still make playoffs.
They do
have
have
to
a
start
chance.
Today.
Yeah, I think that neither of these teams are technically, statistically out of it yet, because even Fred Brion, if a lot of other teams lose a lot, they could still make it, but kind of running out of time on that one and also not looking so good. They would have to really turn things around, but we do have the points of the match here. Let's take a look at this one. Desperate for victory. 3-loss streak Bro versus 4-loss streak Kwangdong Freaks. And yeah, they suffer a setback for playoffs upon loss. I mean, definitely, I don't think that means they're 100% out, but certainly would make their chances pretty much 0.
Yeah. Also, as mentioned, Damwon going to be watching this match as well, because there's a chance for them to secure themselves a playoffs spot. And both these teams have been struggling, but even though they have been, for Kwangdong, it feels like it's not really going in a positive direction, the struggle, whereas for Fred Brion, they've been struggling all split. That's all they've known, and recently the struggle actually has been getting a little bit better as Morgan 5 versus Keen, his 6th top matchup with a fierce head-to-head record, and Keen, part of it is his team not really being able to play around that Fiora, but he had a large part in that as well. If you get that fat and you're the sole win condition of your team, you need to take the reins and say, I'm going to park myself in the side lane, and you guys, you need to play around me.
Yeah.
And it's just not been a very good split for Keen.
Definitely a little bit of both in that series, and yeah, let's take a look at this as well. Thoughts on Zeri? Well, my thoughts, thank you for asking points of the match. Yeah, she's pretty busted, but more than her, I think that Yuumi is very, very strong, and even alone against Zeri with the different AD carry can be strong. You'll note here that Kwangdong have not had a lot of success with dealing with Zeri.
No, maybe don't. Maybe don't try unless you're have something that can reliably deal with the Yuumi specifically, as pointed out by you, Valdez. That does feel like the crux of the issue, as the Lulu has been the other often paired pick together with the Zeri, but that one hasn't really worked out. Lulu is not in the best of spots right now. And overall, looking at the stats here for round 2, this tells a lot, because the stats for Fred Brion, yeah, in terms of turrets, in terms of heralds, they're not doing great, but they're also not that far off of Kwangdong in general.
Yeah, that's true. Funnily enough, Fred Brion have the highest first streak percentage of any team in round 2. Suppose maybe that has been a little bit of a change for them. Perhaps they're focusing on getting bottom lanes that have more priority and using that to secure more bottom side of the map objectives. We'll have to wait and see how it does go, as here's the lineup. No Raptor, no changes here for the side of Fred Brion, just the standard lineup tonight.
Yeah, Gamin and Raptor both have been again sent back down to Challenger.
Yeah.
So there is the opportunity for maybe Sword, but outside of that, this is the Fred Brion roster that we're expecting to see. Jerseys still wonderful. To me, still, I think the real reason behind this team's resurgence is the cute little bottles that they got in the back of their jersey, running away with victories if they can. And in addition to that, I think the individual forms of a lot of players has slowly gotten to the point. Yeah, he's a very cute turtle.
That flies and has a wand.
Well, I mean, that part I don't know about. I don't know Auntie that well. Although he does follow me on Twitter. It's one of the very few flexes I allow
Wow.
myself. I know. It's
Cool.
actually the coolest thing I got going for me.
Yeah.
But it's very nice. And on the other end, Kwangdong Freaks, no changes. They've also stopped going for Moam, gone back to Hoyt, which felt a little bit like pick your poison on that one.
Yeah.
And team just has been floundering. Even the individually performing good parts in the past, Teddy and Fade, are looking kind of okay.
Yeah, and Keen kind of joining that, I feel like, especially after the last series. So really looking for a big turnaround from him individually. I think that his mechanics are insane, but definitely got bogged down a little bit in exactly how to play with his team in the last one. And if I'm a coach, I see that and I'm like, guys, we need to have a long discussion about, you know, what we're doing in this situation. As the Kwangdong fans still out in force tonight, hoping for their victory here. Would not be good for them. As you mentioned, they have a chance still to make it into playoffs. If they do lose, then Damwon, by the way, secure their spot in playoffs. So Damwon playing later tonight will be hoping for the Kwangdong loss and the Fred Brion win. This is a key player matchup, though, as these guys have been pretty close so far.
And stats overall for Keen in terms of raw laning, pretty good, which is kind of what we expect from Keen, what is the bare minimum. But then everything else, once we get out of lane, the Fiora game was, I think, the best example of this. Just not really working out, not knowing how to utilize pressure, susceptible to getting taken down in team fights. Whereas for Morgan, it's a little bit of the opposite story. Whereas laning, not the greatest, never has been, but he has been exceptional. And Renekton got buffed. 10% AD buff on Dominus. We've already seen Rascal hover it. Maybe Morgan will do the same here.
That's the face of a man that is not scared to pick Renekton tonight. That is Moverick Morgan, top gun as a top player. Keen fighting. Nice Keen drawing there. Fan signs have really been quite good. I feel like the meta is just getting better and better with the fan signs every season.
It is, and I would, if there's a, you know, a budding researcher out there, maybe look into this. You know, chronicle for us the development of fan signs over the years, how we've gone from just Team X fighting to multi-layered artworks, insane amounts of paintings and crayons and markers being used. It's wonderful. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. Also, multiple fan signs being used for one message.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan of that.
Yeah.
When the whole
the
row's
collab.
getting in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So blue side, by the way, talking about the game here a little bit, is incredibly strong right now, especially in the LCK. And everybody who gets first pick, Fred Brion, of course, they are the home team tonight, so they will choose blue side. By the way, 100% win rate when this guy comes to watch, so we'll see if that benefits Fred Brion. But yeah, definitely a benefit here for Fred to get blue side to start off.
As a lot of picks that have recently come up, as Decisive is one of them, going to get taken away. Talia is another. Poppy has rapidly risen in priority as well. And there's always the ever-looming threats of Zeris, of Yumis. Really love the Yumi ban here, because for Fred Brion, leaving the Yumi up on blue side is fine, but you're basically you're forced to first pick it. And
yeah.
You can, of course, go for the trap, but we know that Zeri is counterable. But if I see Henna in the light and I hear Twitch Yumi, I don't get excited. I want to see the light on an engage support. I want to see Henna on something that can provide some reliable assistance to his team without him being put in a hard carry position, because that is where I think the pressure has really gotten to him the most. Has not been a great split for him. Has really gone for a great number of desperate plays, although it has gotten better after Gamin came in for a little bit. Henna had a little bit of time off. Talia, to me, the big pick that is still open here, and expected to see that be the final ban here from Kwangdong.
We have been seeing a lot of pros pick Ahri into the Talia. I actually saw it in other regions as well, which is kind of counterintuitive here. Might see a first pick Gnar, by the way, Or an Aphelios if they really want to go for the bottom lane. Oh, just going to pick the Zeri here without the Yuumi available. Just going to say, yeah, we're fine with the Zeri. Still strong by herself.
And this is where you see your Draven ban and you go, oh, well, we knew this was coming. Now you can pick up the Gnar here in addition to Taliyah, which gives you a very, very strong two-man unit. And I would much rather see that than going for the Sivir here, because you can lock in the Sivir on third rotation. Unless you want to guarantee that you get a good support matchup and you want to go for like a Lulu or another Enchanter here to ensure that Zeri doesn't have access to one of those. With the AD carry or the locked in for Fred Brion, or giving up so many draft resources to get a pick that was never going to be contested and you can pick up. Secondly, does mean that you lose some of the power picks that you might otherwise get. So Taliyah or Gnar, the expectation here to be the next pickup for Kwangdong. But Teddy on Sivir, do I even need to mention it?
It's the origin of the Fountain Laser meme. I mean, this guy, he picks up the Sivir, gets the late game, and alongside of Azir, at least in that game, you just do not allow your opponent to end the game. So glad that he's back onto this. As, you know, I was thinking maybe the Ahri for Lava, but considering a LeBlanc or a Vex, or just an Azir, definitely you can use that range against the Taliyah to just farm it out. TF has not really been a big pick here nowadays, so they're just going to go for the Gnar instead.
And Fred Brion with already the skeleton of a great Fred Brion draft. A lot of team fighting power, self-sufficient pick for Morgan that he can be let alone on and then have an impact in team fights. Umti on his Wukong, which clearly has been one of his most comfortable picks. And with the Poppy being banned away, one of the big counters is also gone. We have seen what Gwen can do, even though she was nerfed/reworked, hotfixed. Still not enough. Yeah, the game that we saw from Dudu, all still fresh in our memories, where Damwon Kia threw 4 people into a Gwen, and they all got snipped.
Without ult, but it did not matter.
Oh, no, you don't need ult. You got your snips, Valdes. That's enough.
Yes.
And with the bans that we have right now, we can see an interesting situation where a lot of the supports that go well with these picks get banned out. Instead, Fred Brion going to at least throw out a Trundle ban, and there is a lot of AP junglers that do really well into the Wukong, but with the damage profile that you already have, those are not really a possibility. So expecting Kwangdong to maybe just pick up a Viego, which isn't very exciting unless that gets banned away by Fred Brion as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, Viego could be a nice ban here for Fred Brion. They are going to ban the Renata Glask, so they want to take that Sivir Renata lane away. And the Ahri ban, you know, this has been even a discussion point for you and I. It's very interesting to see, you know, Ahri as a champ that can dash into Taliyah, find a lot of success. But I guess when you have multiple dashes, you can make it work. Vi is going to be the choice here for LM, so not that standard Viego we're used to.
Yeah, what we saw yesterday, and of course Chovy is always going to be a bit of a unfair example, but the spacing that he used with his multiple dashes to work around the usage of the Taliyah actually looked really, really cool. Was very effective. It's a full dive comp from Fred Brion here. You have the Zeri that is just kind of there and is like somewhat of a late game insurance, but it's really all about the mid game. Get backline access and completely blow up your opponents. And for Kwangdong Freaks, that is not a horrible scenario. There are some elements of this comp that want to play forward. Obviously, you can play proactively with your Vi, your Rakan, and set up for a big Taliyah combo or run in with a Sivir ultimate. But overall, I think this team also does very well if they get the space to disengage, and if you play a very heavy dive comp into a Taliyah and a Gwen, if you don't execute it well, or into a Sivir, and you don't actually get on top of Teddy and 100 to 0 him, you can get into some real trouble. So in theory, I think the Kwangdong comp is quite nice, but the ease of execution for Fred Brion's comp is so far ahead.
Yeah.
Because it plays itself, and I think as a team that's struggling, that is a perfect choice.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this matchup, it's certainly, you know, an east side of the bracket matchup, whatever you want to call it, and the easier to play composition generally will work out. The Vi is pretty interesting because it doesn't offer too much disengage, but it does offer kind of what Nautilus does against Zeri, which is you press your ultimate on the Zeri and say no. Now, you need to be in a decent spot because if you do that as Vi alone and you're behind, you're just going to die. It's not really going to find a lot of success. There is a ton of peel on the side of Frederick as well. So you can't really, you know, start the fights on your terms if you are the Vi. So it's going to be, I think, pretty difficult for Elm to find his angles, especially if they are not in total control of this game.
Yeah, the one upside of the Vi is that I think in the Wukong you can still apply some pressure. That's why the pick came up in the first place. As I think I spotted a Team Liquid jersey there in the back.
What?
I know.
In our LCK?
I know. I mean, I might have been mistaken, but looked like a horse to me.
Maybe it was just a Hecarim drawing for Umti if he decides to play it later. But guys, we do have game number 1 starting. Let's hop onto the Rift. Everyone hyped for this one, as both teams could desperately use a win at this point in time. As we are collapsing onto Keen, not going to amount to too much. A lot of pings going down. He might have only seen Morgan?
Yeah, don't think he saw anyone else. And there was also an Alistar coming down. Not gonna actually do that much, only take control and not even, there we go, yeah. Drop the vision last second. Can even swap if you would want to do so, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Just going to make sure that they have a little bit more intel on where the Vi is going to start. And seeing Teddy on Sivir again just makes me feel like Teddy saw the rework and was like, please be good. Please let me play this champion again. And then it turned out, pick's pretty strong.
Yeah, I think overall, especially when you go for Ghost and you have a Yuumi, the more movement speed you can stack onto this pick, the better. He did go for heal here, which is going to be better for the lane and for some of those all-ins, which you might see a little bit of from the Alistar. Alistar very, very good into Sivir because, of course, the first part of his combo can get blocked, but not the second part by that shield from the Sivir. But yeah, doesn't have a Yuumi, does not have Ghost in this game.
Yeah, Teddy's positioning really is going to have to be extremely crisp. He does have some tools around him, but he also might just be bait, where it's actually Keen that does the cleanup in a team fight. Because when running into a bunch of beefy characters is basically her dream, or them running into her rather, as she gets the snip and throw out the ultimate with reckless abandon is very nicely done by the Light. Not allowed to actually get that combo down. So Teddy's positioning into the fiesta of knockups and CC that is Fred Brion is going to have to rely very, very highly on how well they can control the flanks in team fights and how much time they can buy for him. Because if you do get to that free item point on Sivir especially, you can just completely run over us. Ooh, we've seen this one before, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah,
oh,
spot.
Man. Spotted, yep.
Twice. Oh, does get the Ghost.
Just barely. Yeah, the Ghost is going to come out here. Morgan's incredibly low, but Keen did go for Ghost and teleport. No Ignite in this lane, and so he will not really have kill pressure at this point in time.
No, you.
Just look at Croc. I'm like, you want to say something?
I want to be polite, Valdez.
I just had my say.
I have always have things to say, but I felt like, you know, what do you have to say, Valdez? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, just the more I look at this, the more I'm really enjoying Fred Brion's draft comparatively to Kwanglong Freaks. Now, Umti, you got to be careful not to force this because you don't know where the enemy jungler is, as now you have gone way too deep. And here comes Ellen looking to punish as nice try on the predict. Might still get the snip, and no, he's actually going to live as Ellen trying to be cute, but Umti reads the play. And now Lava's here, and he has Ghost, as everybody's got Ghost in this game. Lava trying to get this play on with the Meganar coming on in. Is the damage enough? It should be, as that is going to be a double kill for Morgan in the top lane. As I don't know what we were watching up there, but it ends up being good for Fred Brion.
call, and Lava with such a high impact roam there. Really nicely done. Completely turning a play on its head. And even if you do get the kill on Morgan or on Umti there already, you might still end up getting punished, but instead it's just a big disaster. Lava utilizing the Ghost very, very nicely. Fade had to use his, was locked in lane, couldn't really get out with, I think, the wave shoving into him. Of course, the early clear from Talia not going to be that great, especially if Galio is able to get a couple of passive autos in onto that wave. And Ellen trying to go for a really cheeky predict on Umti with his clone, but instead uses flash, hits nothing. Umti lives, and it's kind of a disaster.
Yeah. Oh, man, we're going to watch this again. And it starts off with Umti going extremely deep into this one. It was a bit of a mistake from him, as the ward doesn't even see Keen, so he can't even get in there and auto with his red buff until very late.
Yeah, and then crucially, no vision available. Umti holds his flash till the last second, and LM doesn't actually get the damage down. And then Lava comes in here with the Ghost and with a Magnar transformation as well. This is kind of a freebie. The Gwen damage not quite enough. Can't get on top of Magnar.
This is it! It's very interesting to see both mid laners taking Ghost with the unsealed spellbook.
It's the new meta.
It's just the new way. Very nice trade taken here by Umti, as I don't know where Ellen's mental is going to be at after that top play, but I would imagine it's doesn't feel pretty good.
No,
that.
No, it doesn't.
Live on television in front of all these fans.
Because what ends up happening in situations like this, where the dive pump gets ahead, it takes away a lot of power. Real keen.
Oh, and we got Hoyt coming up here too. Morgan is pretty doomed. Does have the flash. He is going to hop on top of the Rakan as in comes Hoyt. He is going to have to exhaust. As now we have Umti getting in here for the peel. And Morgan somehow got out of that.
And I need to see the replay, but I'm pretty sure that Hoyt coming in there actually provided Morgan with the hop, like the double hop. He got the hop off his head. He Mario jumped away from that gank. And that's a tilter, because if you get that kill as Keen, you pick up yourself a shutdown. You're able to shove the wave in. Morgan doesn't have teleport. And it's exactly the kind of gold swing that I think you're going to be looking for as Kwangdong Freaks, because, as mentioned, with dive comms like these, if they get ahead too far and you don't have any time left, as Kwangdong Freaks, turrets do nothing. You are just going to get completely run over. And two crucial early game plays going all right for Kwangdong Freaks, and both of them, I don't even think that the idea behind the play is bad, just the mechanical execution not quite coming together here.
Yeah, very strange happenings up in the top side, we'll say. Not very impressed with Kwangdong's start here, to be honest. I think they would have had a pretty good shot in this game, especially from ahead, but this is a couple of times now in a row, especially Morgan living there, just getting the free escape. Did have to flash, but pretty interesting either way. Umti was there for the peel, which is very nice to see. Right there at the right moments. This bottom lane, of course, Henna did start the call. Not sure if we mentioned that, but essentially he's just there farming. They're not really going to be looking for big plays. As now we have this first Rift Herald started up on the top side of the map. Keen is pushing a huge wave in there, as here comes the roam from Kwangdong Freaks. They do want to fight this one.
Little late. I don't know if they're going to get the fight they're looking for here.
Yeah, the eye available. This is going to be the smite coming in. Umti is going to steal it here. Second Cyclone available as well. He is just going to flash away as he will die. But the Rift Herald was secured here by Fredabri. Kill does go crucially into the hands of Keen.
Yeah, but the wave bot side is getting shoved in. Everyone from Kwangdong rotating. And LM getting his ult down on the clone could have been used on someone else. Could have got them a couple of extra crucial seconds. Maybe they get a second kill. Maybe they find a way to make this play a little bit more worth their while, because now, with this Herald still in the pockets of Fredabri, they should be able to get a pretty favorable trade out of this. Morgan getting aggressive. Keen, crucial. Yeah. No Ghost.
He does have red buff, though, so Morgan really trying to seemingly bait him into that fight in a long lane against Meganar. Could have worked out.
And really nice setup here initially. Alum crucially like a little bit too late. Gets baited by the clone, and as a result, doesn't have his ultimate available to maybe pick up on anyone else. And due to the rotation coming through from Kwangdong, they're not really able to capitalize anywhere else on the map. This is what you do see, though, and something that Fred Abrina is going to have to take into account, is that even though the Kwangdong comp, I think, works well when it's on the back foot, it still has some proactive tools, namely Rakan and Vi. And you do still need to be a little bit careful, because mispositions get very heavily punished, and especially if you don't have the Maganar right at that point, you don't have your CC combo, and your Zeri isn't really online, you might be lacking some damage. As I'm saying that, though, Lava already, with the assist he picked up, Hextech Alternator and Sorkpan Boost, and especially at this point in the game, that Galio is still going to really dish out the game.
1v1 up in the top side, but just hops away. That is going to be the follow-up here. Red buff still available, but now Meganar comes in, pushed into the wall, and that is Keen dominated in the top side. Solo kill comes in, and now 3 kills for Morgan on the Gnar.
I don't know. No idea, fellas. As especially without Ignite, the damage just isn't there. You need more itemization. You're already far behind in this lane, and now you're giving over a plate. You're going to have to use your teleports just as an attempt to salvage this.
He didn't even have the Leeching Leer.
No, I know.
And he was up against Merctrix.
Yep.
I mean, he had a Ruby Crystal.
Yep.
Not it from Keen. Definitely some frustration from Kwangdong, as now we're getting in onto Fate here as he is all alone. Flash comes in as Hoyt tries to zone for him, but will not be successful. Henna's like, yeah, you want to fight me in the pit? I dare you. He is just going to throw up that ultimate. And that is another pick, an Infernal Drake for Fred Brion, and this is looking like a stomp already from our 1-11 team, Fred Brion.
It is. And yeah, blue side advantage is definitely a thing, but if you look at this game, this is one where I think Fred Brion gives themselves a great chance with the draft, but it's all down to execution. Kwangdong Freaks just mis-executing, opting into skirmishes they shouldn't take, using skills on clones, missing flash Qs, like all these things. Fred Brion,
strange fights.
Yeah, they might be 1-11, but as has been said in the past, they're still an LCK team. You can't make mistakes like that. This is another example with that Narbar as high as it is. Like once those final needles hit, you just have to peace out. You just have to identify, I'm not getting him in my snips.
He doesn't even say anything besides, I think I got him, like the second he hits Meganar. And then so like Morgan knows, you know?
Like moments like this, Fate flashing and then not actually flashing out of the Galio knockup, right? Like not quite getting there. Hoyt being forced to flash in an attempt to save his teammate. All of these continue in Kwangdong's very, very obvious struggles. And it's not just in team play, which is why I think they've struggled the most, similar to a team like Nongshim, but individually, not looking great.
Yeah, it's been rough for the side of Kwangdong, and it's a couple of games now in a row, especially for a guy like Keen, who's been around forever, has been one of our best in the top side for a long time, but just doesn't feel like his season this time around. I think definitely some of the frustration plaguing Kwangdong a little bit here at the end of this season. And it's pretty unfortunate because, you know, they're still technically within playoffs reach, right? You know, they only have 8 losses. We've had teams with the new format of playoffs where 6 teams get in. We've had teams get in with 10 losses. So there's still a chance, you know, there's still a chance they can make it in, but not with this performance, to be honest. And Fred Brion looking pretty clean, just not really doing too much incorrectly other than Umpty maybe with the overextend up in the top side, but other than that, it's been pretty decent from them.
I choose to believe that was just a premeditated bait play.
Yes, he is very smart.
Is rallying the troops. Lava's like, I'm on my way, just keep him there. I'm just, I'll do it. Full team. That's just the type of player I am. And is there a saving grace for Kwangdong? Of course, there's Teddy. But playing Sivir into a full dive comp with limited amount of heal is going to be a Herculean task, even for, I want to say, our most iconic Sivir player. I don't know if I can make that statement. Looking to my right.
Yeah.
In recent times, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh, going in on Alistair.
Yeah, generally not a good idea, but he is going to have to pop that Unbreakable Will because there is not much of a follow-up just yet. So, going to be actually a pretty nice read here. Hoyt is not going to be able to pick up that ward, fortunately for him. And so we might just have a Cloud Soul again. There is still a chance. I don't know, it's like the resurgence of Cloud Soul here at the LCK.
Ooh, Element Hoyt looking, but with Fate backing, no way you're going to look for a play at this point in time.
Missed that ward barely. Now this top lane is pretty much a disaster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
Trinity Force finished here for Morgan, who is just bopping up there. As now Ellen going to be looking for another play here. He is Flash with the Assault and Battery looking for a potential play, but this is, of course, all summoners available and a very safe bottom lane in terms of the way they're playing. You know, they're not really looking for plays. The call is finished here. Immortal Shield Bow, right, completed first for the Zeri, so...
Full summoners as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, you didn't
it's
have
not really going to happen.
But it's a really rough endeavor, and it's not going to be the case. And instead, it's a free topside turret. The pressure from Morgan more than enough. While that's happening, Umti is taking the Rift Herald, just pick that one up. So Teddy gets a turret, and that's about the only good thing. And Gold League just keeps on rising, and this is both Fred Brian in a very Fred Brian position, where it is a couple of great early fights. As Lava, that is a Night Harvester. So
he really took those Galio buffs to heart.
He identified that this entire game is won in like the first 3 seconds of burst that they do to Kwangdong. So I kind of love it. I'm on board. As long as you can get into the back line, and if you have a Gnar, an Alistair, and a Wukong,
and Ghost?
you'll be fine.
He's ghosted into that back line. You think the Siver's going to get away from that Gargoyle? I'm not so sure.
You get Shadow Flame. It's just, he's double.
Sure.
He's double hex stacking.
If you alternate twice, does that mean you come back to normality, to parity?
Ooh.
Double alternator?
Well,
what does it mean?
Depends on the path you take.
What is the alternate of the alternate? Do you go to like second alternate, or is it just back to the main?
I think it depends on what you want, Valdez. How do you perceive?
I think I think he's going back to the main in this game. That's what I would say. As this has just been. I'm not surprised at all. For me, I'm like, yeah, that's just been the way that Kwangdong have been playing this entire game. It's unfortunate, and it's a nice try, but of course it is the most mobile AD carry that we have, maybe even more than Ezreal in this game now.
I'd say so. And you don't even get a summoner. If you get a flash there from Hannah, it's not the best of trades, but you'll take it. You can probably get a turret off of the back of that.
Oh no, look at that damage, jeez. This Galio is just gonna be nuking some of these guys on the opposite side. As nobody gets caught, Lava does take a ton of damage. And in fact, with no teleport taken as a base summoner, he is just gonna have to run back to this one. No objective at the moment, so he's just fine.
And as we saw there is a saving grace. Everyone from Fred Brian walks into a choke point. Then Fate sets them up, and Teddy knocks them down. Now Fred Brian have the damage, the resources, and the composition to make sure that it never happens. But if they do make some big mistakes in one of their engages, which they surely will be looking for with this composition, then that would be rough. The problem for Kwangdong is that with Fred Brian's comp, their siege is pretty lackluster because of the short range. Obviously, Zeri, when left alone with the turret, can take it down very, very quickly, but the ranged wave clear between the Sivir and the Talia is quite good. So Fred Brian, once Baron spawns, is just going to walk up to Baron, sit there, and like, okay, we're going to start this. Like, what are you going to do, Kwangdong? And then the first time, maybe Kwangdong can like bully them off. And by bully, I mean walk up and look a little scared, and then Fred Brian's like, okay. And then they walk back, and then you have no vision. And then what do? Try to engage on this team comp when you're this far behind? Very rough times for Kwangdong Freaks here, Valdez.
Yeah, has been for a little bit, as Elam set up a nice little vision play in this brush, but I like the way that Fred Brian are not really playing aggressively unless they really have to. Even just the back off in the bottom lane that we saw when their team was taking the second Rift Herald as nice little combo here. If that were old Talia, maybe Umti would have been closer to death. But yeah, just playing around the map, they're like, okay, we don't have a lot of control down on the bottom side. We don't have a lot of vision, so let's just back away. And just not really getting caught so far. There's only the 1 kill, and that was for Keen so far.
Yeah. So all you need to do now is Kwangdong. Hold on, give every single wave to Teddy and hold on for 20 more minutes and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's the plan. I'm not even kidding. That is the plan.
It is the plan. I mean, it's
not a great plan.
It's the Sivir Fountain Laser Teddy win condition. But you're also playing into the 40-minute Elder Flip Fredabreon win condition. So I don't know which one is stronger.
I think 40 is very... This is like, what, going to be 27,
yeah,
28 minutes?
It just used to be 40.
They used to be. They were that type of team.
It has sped up a bit here as we are just engaging onto the back line. Teddy gets out, though, and a follow-up engage here with the Grand Entrance does come in. Damage not quite there, as mentioned before, for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Nice Gnar into the wall here isn't going to do too much. The chase onto Morgan, though, he is Mega Gnar as he gets knocked up. Follow-up engage is pretty good, but the stopwatch gets so much value here for Lava. He finally does go down, though, as Fate is able to kite it out. Follow-up knock-up here from Fate is not going to hit, but still a winning fight, technically, for Kwangdong.
Definitely. Kill went to Teddy as well, and there you see the issue. Fredabreon, very strong. And any subsequent fight that they're going to force within the next 4 minutes, 5 minutes is going to be great because Teddy doesn't have a sums. But if you hard engage and you don't get Teddy or Fade, then it becomes a little dicey. That's when you can see the re-engage and the chase potential from Kwangdong really come into fruition. But with those sums now down, I think Fredabreon have a prime position. And yeah, giving over the kill is unfortunate, but Teddy now doesn't have flash, doesn't have heal. He's playing into Wukong, Galio, Alistair, and Gnar. So good luck with that one, as my only criticism of Fredabreon would be here is that like the moment that these sums from Teddy come down, as you can see, like they try to piece out. Only downside is that they're not able to really make it out any earlier. Morgan gets taken relatively low, and then I think you just sack Morgan here and leave it at that. They do go for the re-engage, even with Teddy not being threatened, and that is the one thing you can't really afford to do. But they only get a kill, so it's not the end of the world. And now, no sums on the Sivir.
Let's see how they fight this one out. All 5 members on both teams hanging around this objective. Not willing to give up the singular Cloud Drake. It was Cloud Soul, by the way, so shout out to Atlas. We'll be happy with that once again. Stacking them up here. But yeah, Kwangdong taking a bit of damage from this Drake. We'll see how long they decide to stick around this one as the wall is going to come down. But Fredabreon say, yeah, sure. We'll stay in with you guys. That's totally fine. Wall not going to amount to too much. As Mega Gnar is here. If I'm Kwangdong, I just want to back away from this one. But instead, the 2 of them going to get knocked up. And here's the Gnar over the wall. But the kiting is very good from the side of Kwangdong. The engage from Fredabreon a bit lackluster as no Gnar is able to come out here. Henna is still shelling damage in here as Hoyt does have the stopwatch. Can he do enough damage, though? 1v4 is the question. Morgan still on the backside, too, as this ult is just raining hell. Hennick picks up a 2nd kill. Morgan is keeping them around, as now the health bars are pretty low. Henna's trying to get to that back line. And with the Immortal Shield Bow, he might be able to, but the knockup is really nice from the Talia. Fate is able to put an end to the Zeri nonsense.
And overall, a very, very close fight that Fredabreon at the beginning looked to be in dire straits because they hard engage on the front line of Kwangdong, not actually where all the damage is. So the start of this fight looks very rough. You see the light get taken down very, very low, and crucially, due to the great positioning of both Fade and Teddy, as the light goes in here, and the rest of the team does as well, they're not actually getting onto Teddy and onto Fade. So here you're like, okay, Kwangdong, this is our moment. This is where we strike back. We pick up all those bounties. But then crucially here, Hoyt goes in deep, but the rest of the team can't follow. Lava has a remarkable amount of damage, and while this is happening, Hannah's having his very own Zeri moment in the backline. Very nice flash there to make sure he gets the kill. And then Teddy tries to spell shield, but Morgan is mini-Gnar, so he just autos him down, so he doesn't get the heal. And then overall, Fate seals the fight finally in favor of Kwangdong Freaks, but Drake still went to Fredabreon, and at the very least, this game looking a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, Fredabreon, you know, they're going to love these Cloud Drakes if they can stack a couple of them. Also, the Cloud Soul, obviously. And the Cloud Rift is going to be very nice. but I feel like it's pretty good for both. It was insane that Morgan was able to access that backline and just kind of auto him down. Take a look at Morgan's items right now. He's 5-0-1. He has 3 items already at 24 minutes into the game. He's stacked, okay? That is a thick Gnar right now. He is not going to take a lot of damage from both Teddy and Fate. Or Keen. You know, Force of Nature is coming in here with the Merc Treads, and he has damage to boot. The Gnar definitely becoming a problem here. It is not just the 80 carries going head-to-head in the damage meters this time.
Oh yeah, and Keen, there's itemization breakpoints where this Gnar is not a problem anymore, and it actually is. Like Teddy's going to go IE, and then after that, once he gets Lord Doms, that's when Morgan's in trouble again. For Keen, I don't know if he's going to go into Void Staff now, or if he's going to go Death Cap into Void Staff. But same thing, with just Void Staff, your damage is still not going to be super high, so there's still a really big window here for Morgan where he can completely dictate the pace of these team fights and be both very tanky, very threatening, as we saw there in the mini Gnar, very obnoxious for Kwangdong Freaks to deal with. But we also saw there that Fred Brion do need to be very mindful who they engage on, because if it's not Teddy and Fate, that we're going to see a repeat of that fight. And it might work out okay now, but as we get to later parts of the game, it's going to be less and less okay for Teddy to just get free autos.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful about that. And I kind of liked the way that Ellen played it out. When I watched the replay, I'm like, oh, he didn't do much. But actually, the peeling that the Vi offers just to get the Wukong off of you know, the backs of Teddy and Fate, and just to provide a front line. You know, he doesn't have to go Rambo into the back line and just ultimate Henna. He can just zone and peel for his damage dealers.
Zooming on Teddy, does he have IE? Oh, he's getting chickens as well. It's a really good thing that you pointed out, because it also showcases that LM understands that in a laning phase, in the skirmishing phase, that's where this Vi and Talia combination with a Rakan as well can get a lot done. But now LM has basically no resource compared to anyone else on the map, has gone for very cost-efficient items, and his only task is making sure that Teddy can auto, or Fate can, you know, throw some Talia. There it is. There it is already. And in 35 seconds, that Drake is going to come up, and as Kwangdong, maybe you can even let this one go. I don't think they will. I think they will definitely fight.
Yeah.
If you wait 5 minutes and you get Lord Dominic's on Teddy, becomes even more threatening. But giving over a soul to Mini Gnar and Wukong and especially Zeri, the movement speed is problematic.
It's an issue.
Yeah.
It's an issue. I could say maybe this would be one of those games where you could make an argument to say, hey, maybe they can just rush the Baron, give up the soul, and just extend the game because of that. But, you know, by sitting around the Drake, you're delaying the Elder as well.
Yeah, you got to do something.
Yeah. You know, I was offering alternatives, but one of the alternatives that I did not offer was doing nothing. So
probably going to get 2 turrets for this.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
All right. So they did do something. They got a couple of turrets. They did get that. Gnar, by the way, Morgan was just in the bottom lane. He just never even really joined. Win from the Drake, went straight down to the bottom lane as Keen is alone. Extremely alone, and now he's just going to get knocked up, and the pile-on will begin. Double Cyclone comes in. That is a dead Gwen. As this time not playing with this team, but unfortunately is going to get caught out for it.
And the disaster continues for Keen, and with that, no, you Kwangdong, I know that you want to defend this Baron, but you got to send someone. As Morgan is going to do so much damage here. Might pick up an inhibitor now.
The turret's gone.
Oh yeah, it's just about trying to save the inhib here.
And Morgan's, I mean, he's 5-0, so if only one person comes over, it's like, yeah, whatever, dude. So yeah, look at this. He's like, yeah, okay, Fate, you want to fight me? Sure, let's go. So Teddy has to edge on over. You know, they have to threaten Morgan off the lane, and this is just becoming a huge issue now.
And the idea, I think, here for Kwangdong was that they fake going to Baron, and then they get it maybe a teleport. Keen then comes in for a flank angle, but you need to make sure that you don't get spotted. Keen stands just way too far forward, gets found out.
He got scanned.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he's in the brush, actually he's in the brush and he sees the Alistar coming, he can ghost a little bit earlier and just walk it off. And if they do engage on him, he buys themselves a couple of extra seconds, and then you're feeling a little bit better. But now it's the soul, it's another kill, and it's a lot of control on the map here for Fred Brion.
Yeah, especially because it's the bottom lane that Morgan was able to access, so now he can just be extremely obnoxious while he has teleport.
Yep.
And just go to the bot lane. Now it is Gwen, so even though Keen hasn't had the best game, eventually he will get some items to try to fight against the Snar.
It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. Stopwatch picked up, by the way, by Morgan. That was his next purchase after the 3 items. Delight has a fantastic angle here behind the entirety of this composition.
Oh, Hoyd knows. Good read.
Yeah, he does know. The engage still could just happen if they decided to, but they will take their time with this one as they have the poking advantage because Zeri exists.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Teddy, who is getting closer as the ult comes down.
Okay, Morgan, no hop available. He is going to get a Galio follow-up, though, as, yeah, I mean, Morgan is incredibly tanky at this point. He has stopwatch as well, so you're not going to kill him. The front line is now gone as Teddy has no one to protect him. The peel is not there. That is 4 kills on the board here for Fred Brion, and that should be the end of the game. Fate is going to try to delay this, but he might just have to pay for it with his life, as yes, he will. That is a very fast lava on the Galio, and that will be the ace, as Fred Brion showing up big here in game number 1.
And it speaks to the desperation of Kwangdong Freaks that they are attempting to hard engage on a Mega Gnar while Galio ult is available. It's just not going to do anything.
I don't get it.
Teddy doesn't get to play the game. No one else does, and Fred Brion with a great draft. Very, very tailor-made for this team, and the Kwangdong Freaks that look all over the place. Going to take a very convincing game number 1 here.
Game number 1, pretty much a stomp from Fred Brion,
Wow.
the 1-11 team. They looked good in their last series, and now they come up big up against Kwangdong Freaks. And yes, you know, some of the narrative of this series will be just Kwangdong kind of falling apart, but I did like that Fred Brion, they drafted an easy-to-play composition. They kind of played to their strengths, you know, all piling in, all together, the power of friendship coming true, and that is going to lead to their first victory in this series.
Just very nicely done. A couple of textbook moments for them, utilizing the early topside pressure that they have. Anti on the Wukong being where he needs to be. Couple of great counter ganks, couple of great covers for his topside. And Morgan and Lava, to me, the big carries of this one. Although Delight had a couple of good angles as well. Hannah on the Zeri just never really died, did exactly what it needed to, which was stay safe, do damage, and the rest of your team will take care of most of it. And between that Galio and that Gnar, game was just very hard to play out for Kwangdong with the early game mistakes that they made. And we saw a future in which a true Teddy game could come to fruition, but it never actually happened.
He never got a chance, unfortunately. I think the entirety of the team was just not there to make it happen. Teddy never really got a chance to shine. He didn't really do anything particularly bad himself. So, yeah, just a straight-up victory here from Fred Brion. They were the better team here in this first game. Goal difference graph definitely tells the story. It was pretty even there for a while until Fred Brion found their angle, which was Kwangdong Freaks engage, I suppose. But that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. We will have a short break and then go to the analyst carpet space. Be right back.
야 걸린다 맞아 공 봐줄게 빠졌다 얘네가 빠졌다
암라인부터 한주가 빼면서 암라인부터
많이 나왔다
아 불게 11에
오케이
11에 뿌리 11에 암라인부터
스펠실도 없어 스펠실도 없어
오케이 얘들아
왼 잡고 끝내자
끝나나 이거?
끝나
오케이
탈리아풀 아는 사람?
있어요
일단 가보자
형 2초 형이 타워탱
가보자
갈수 있어?
우리 자영이
있다
민망이거든요
좋아요
라카 10초 라카 10초
이거 끝내면 무조건 끝나
I think, yeah, GenG has been more consistent, but T1 plays the level of their opponents. They prepare really well, and I think it is going to be a very close series. It's very difficult to predict.
Yeah.
And, like, I want to lean towards T1, actually, in this series, because they won last time. Like, even in the same circumstance, we're like, oh, GenG looks a little bit more consistent, but I'm like,
context
I don't know.
hasn't changed.
Yeah, the context doesn't change, and, like, T1 often has GenG's number in these really important series, as we've seen over the years.
To come on forward, Vikla just kind of, Rascal by himself as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zayas just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating. And KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi.
And I can feel that giant wallet full of cash just bonking him on the head right now as Peanut's gonna flash in. Very nice Q going to land. As down will go the Victor. Dub will be next. Ruler with the double kill.
ways able to steal that one away and now win.
Here we go, they're going to go for the full engage here. The counter barrage comes down. They do get the orange out of them though. And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate, the flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one. And Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG.
That armor penetration can help. Oh, he's caught out though, and he's get out of there immediately. A nice little pickup there, but it's the CC that comes through from Mole. They're focusing on this fight, but JDG have now turned it back around. The Fate's call to 3 members. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They couldn't get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG.
Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold. LeBron will close it out, but in the 2v1 and getting hit by everything, he finds the kill.
There's 2 plates so far. Razork wants to keep the fight going. Carzzy still standing strong. Upset up to the side. Rana, tat. Reset for Razork. Licorice not feeling too great here as a Blaze Olive tries to flash away in the mid lane, but Santorin's already ready for him. Bjergsen still going in, and it's first blood to the Burger King.
This is the perfect game after that interview.
$900 is the number. Phoenix smite auto, that's really well timed by a Blabber. Knew the numbers, that was going to be enough. Biofrost slowed up, and here comes the Turbo Cat tank, a shuffle backwards. Oh, the shockwave was beautifully timed. Jensen makes the kill happen.
Cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space, or what I should rightfully call this, the Lord's stage. Lord Morgan did grace us with his presence this morning, Wolf, and he is looking absolutely glorious. Let's have a look at the draft. This is where the beauty started for Frederick.
I really liked Frederick Brion's draft. I thought it was the far better one. Obviously, Zeri right now, we've seen answered to a certain extent by Sivir, but I'm not fully sold on this pick right now because I think it does leave you very optionless in the later parts of the game if you fall behind, especially if you don't have any side laners, because your Gwen has just been totally obliterated by the Gnar, the power of friendship that Frederick Brion brought through. And the Galio pick here really rounded this draft out nicely with the Alistar response we've seen to Sivir already this week. So I thought Frederick Brion had a really good read on the meta and a team fighting draft that is so strong in late game. This game didn't end up becoming about the Zeri at all. Henna had a pretty weak game on it, unfortunately, despite the win. But I still think Frederick Brion came into this draft with a far superior one, and the gameplay speaks for itself.
It certainly does. I feel like Teddy did try to have his, Sivir moments. We all remember the fountain laser. That's like where it happened, the 92-minute game. Teddy was playing the Sivir in that one, hit like over 1200 CS or something like that. Like, we all remember back to those times, and he did have a few of those moments. But as you say, it just didn't work. And the thing is, this entire draft from Kwangdong Freaks, and we were having a discussion about this, it's all reactionary. Every single pick is like, oh, they got the Zeri? Well, we'll pick the Sivir. What's the next on the tier list? Talia is there. And then you walk into a beautifully crafted team fighting composition with not a lot of range and just answers without actually having a cohesive composition.
Yeah, it's like just trying to build a deck with your favorite cards instead of actually cards that work together.
Yeah.
Competitive game, And I really thought like they had what they thought was the right answer here, and unfortunately it's Hoyt. He doesn't have a large champion pool. The Rakan really didn't work out for him. He tried his best to make some engages work, but really mobile was the comp of Frederick Brion. But we go into highlights. Let's talk about the Lord. It's time to showcase how he got so ahead, because Morgan up here, he's level 3. Umpty comes over. This is a really botched start to this fight, as of course it's not really a 2v1 because Vi is going to show up. The ward placement
I didn't even realize that he messed up the ward. Yeah.
So bad that he doesn't get any extra autos here with his red buff, as Chronicler pointed out on the cast. Ellen flashes forward here and just barely Umpty survives here. The snip is not enough to kill him. And then guess who shows up? It's Lava. He's coming over here. Talia cannot match the rotation. Doesn't have level 6, doesn't have teleport. Even if she did, it wouldn't matter. And then Morgan is able to get 2 kills here. Perfectly times the second part of his Gnar ultimate here as well. And he grabs 2. So that's his second kill. Then we roll it forward to a third attempt on his life by Keen, which was very poorly played here by Keen. But Morgan is just like, wait, are you coming at me actually in Gnar ult range under the turret while I have my bar? Just pushes him back under turret, completely outplays him. That's a triple. And now the side lane that you have, the one win condition you have to kind of get to the Sivir to the late game, even though you're behind, is just completely a non-factor.
It absolutely is. And we were talking about this, right? The Gwen was picked 3rd place on red side. It's such a powerful point in the draft for a red side team. And they basically throw it away with this because Gnar has been doing absolutely fine in that matchup. Of course, since the little mini rework of Gwen, she has fared a little bit better, but I just don't think that it's good enough to warrant it as being in that position of the draft, right? And they also didn't ban Alistar, which I think is an absolute disaster, which we're going to check out right now as we check out our next replay.
Yeah, so this is a attempt to ult Morgan here, coming through from Ellen, who, by the way, had a great game. Like, I know he's a very heavily criticized player. This was not his greatest moment this game, but they are so desperate to pick a fight here because Baron is up. Frederick Brion have cryo, and they see one angle, okay, Narbar is fading away, maybe we can actually burst him down, but no, you cannot. He's extremely tanky. He has both a Randuin's and a Force of Nature, and then Morgan just turns around and is like, all right, cool, thanks. We skipped a few highlights in the middle there where Kwangdong Freaks almost bring this back because there's a botched engage from, there we go.
Yes, we are praising the Lord. This is all for Morgan.
That's what that symbol means ever since old times.
Yes.
It means Lord Morgan.
This is the olden days. He's wearing the correct attire as well. We are all but squires in the court of our Lord, who absolutely dominated that game. We do need to talk about Kwangdong Freaks, and they do need to come up with a better strategy in the draft. I thought that the bans were fine. There's this sort of meta at the moment where you sort of get trapped in a, if they ban this, if they ban this, if they ban this, then we finally get to first pick this, and it may not necessarily be the best version Fred Brion navigated the blue side extraordinarily well as far as those bans were concerned. Obviously had a non-Yumi plan for the Zeri as well, but I don't think that there is ever a world where they should be able to get Alistair into Sivir and Alistair Zeri with a composition like that. The fact that a Zeri can pick Cull in the laning phase and be K, that should not happen.
That's not supposed to be the way.
No.
I think teams need to be less interested in picking Sivir into Zeri and just banning Zeri instead. Might be the way. That's what I'm thinking.
It's time to give Morgan his very well-deserved prize. Here he is.
Look at him, he's holding it. We can't see it, but he's got it. He's got the POG in his hands right there.
Or he's just looking. He can't fathom the power that these hands control, Wolf. The power in these hands is too much for a mere mortal to comprehend.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, this was a great play from him. Obviously, a little bit of an overextension there, overstay from Quantum Freaks, where they were unfortunately not able to get the kill. But, like, he played that so well. This is, again, Keen chasing
This
too
is honestly
far.
more of a Keen mistake rather than a Morgan win, right?
He plays it perfectly because he does the wall up, then grabs him, pulls him into the turret. And, I mean, you know, if you don't make that play perfectly every time, you know, sometimes Keen actually does get a kill there, but look at Morgan in this fight, which is also not even a one fight. But
yeah, and like looking at Henna like miss a million Qs here as well. 11 out of 13.
I told you there were going to be a few lava votes. I told you.
Yeah,
I thought
didn't
Lava had
want
a
to
great
believe
game.
it.
He had a great game. But it was not a Morgan, yeah, it was not a
This
Morgan.
is disappointing. This is a disappointing presentation of what Morgan should have
It's
actually
not a Morgan
got
level
unanimously. It's a bit of a disaster. Let's hear what the casters have to say and bring us into game number 2.
Thank you, Carpet Astronauts, for your wonderful breakdown of, yes, Lord Morgan did deserve, I think, a 13 out of 13, but it's okay. Lava had that gank on the top side, you know. He had some good plays as well.
I think
he took Ghost.
Morgan had a wonderful game, but if you get donated a double kill by Lava like 2 minutes in, then I think Lava deserves a little bit more of the credit.
A little bit of,
I think it's,
you know.
I think the I myself played with a Lava vote, but I didn't know that Morgan was going to get it, and I'm, you know, feeling a little bit better today than I did yesterday. My PG votes.
Everybody has off days. Now, Kwangdong select red side. Please, as the analyst on this desk, I'm not technically the valid analyst today, explain to me why and in what worlds are we selecting red side in 2022 in July?
Because we're going to run it back, because execution was the problem. Do I agree with this? Not necessarily. But we have seen that attitude persist in teams that have struggled at dealing with adaptations. And
blue side is just better, right?
You
know, like if Kwangdong had, like they were saying, not just a reactionary draft and more of a plan, then I would be okay with this. But I'm not.
You know what's going to happen?
I'm not.
They're going to go red side, and they're going to R5 Fiddlesticks, and it's going to win them the game. No one's going to. They're going to draft 4 AD champions, and get Fiddle, and they're going to get it done. That's the plan. That's the line that you take. That's why you get red side. No one's ready for R5 Fiddle, Velvet.
Now, I know it hasn't been that long, but we're here at the LCK.
Velvet?
We're not in the ERLs
Velvet,
anymore.
I want to believe that our players can read patch notes, can check win rates.
No.
No? No. No? No. No.
It was not tried in the scrims, and so they will not go for it. Now, the Zarya is going to be banned instead of the Draven, importantly. So that is going to be one big change already, as maybe we're just selecting Gnar first here for Morgan.
He's having a good time. He's feeling it. Gnar, first pick, makes sense. Oh, it was giggling for other reasons.
Oh. Morgan got disconnected from the client.
That's a problem. Enough that. Well, at least
seems like a little bit of an issue.
At least it's in the beginning of a draft. The lobby's already back up, so I'm sure we'll be back in no time. Then we're going to get through the bans again, and yeah, Gnar first pick seems very likely. Morgan is clearly very confident on the pick. We still haven't found a counter pick, and neither has anyone else, especially when the Silas is not available. So expect that to be the case here when we go for the second iteration as well. And instead, we get some fan signs.
Fan signs are always enjoyable.
I recognize Kwangdong in today. Don't know what the rest of that says.
It just says, please get the win today, basically. Is one way to translate it.
Nice. Thank you, Velvet.
Okay, we're back in the ban phase. Should be the exact same bans.
Yeah.
This is not like a Chrono Break situation.
I mean, in a Chrono Break situation, they also wouldn't be able to ban because they would just go back in time, Valdez.
True.
Need to read up on your time travel rule. What's your favorite time travel story?
About Time.
Oh, that's a good one. That's
That's a good one.
Mine is Steins Gate because I'm a huge fan. As
Never seen that.
you should, it's great. First pick Gnar to kick it off.
Felios. This is what I thought was going to happen in game 1, but then I forgot that Zarya existed. So instead, just going to get the Aphelios. This is something that Henna has played a lot of.
Now, Aphelios' first pick has come back. In the past, we have learned the ancient ways of Ziggs as a champion, which makes Aphelios' life very difficult. But unfortunately, those tomes have been lost to the ravages of time. As Keen picks up the Nard this time around, so at the very least should have a better time in terms of laning phase than he did last time around. And Nard Salia, I think, is a great opening to the draft here. A lot of versatility. Fade was not really a solution, but not a problem either in the previous game. Had a couple of good combos. Not able to get as much done as Lava did in specifically the early game, but his team fights were good. And Kench, oh, I was expecting a Kench and a Galio pick up here again, but going to instead secure this matchup for Morgan.
Morgan flexing, he's like, yeah, let's play the mirror. I can play the other side of this matchup, no biggie. And still going to go for the Galio. So, yeah, I mean, the Galio looks strong, especially with the composition that they had in game number 1. I think in general, you can definitely pick a couple of picks on 4 and 5 to go alongside of this and provide more of a front line for the Aphelios.
So there were a couple of options here that you could go for as Kwangdong, and the Ezreal and the Xayah were the ones that came to mind for me because the Fred Abrian comp thus far already has opted very heavily into very short range, but very, very high level of damage once you get into that range and high levels of CC. And if Fred Abrian don't ban the Kench here, I'd be kind of surprised. I think Kench shores up a lot of the innate weaknesses of the Jinx. But if that pick is taken away, then Teddy's going to have a lot of similar issues that he had in game number 1, where him actually doing damage is going to be made very, very difficult.
Yeah. Wukong is banned here, so not going to have that champion available for Umti. So he did play that in game number 1. There's the Renata. They did ban that in game number 1 as well. But they also went along and banned the Trundle first. So definitely an opportunity for them to go ahead and ban Tom Kench.
Ooh, yeah, with the Renata ban, maybe they want Kwangdong to pick the Kench and then pick the Nautilus into it themselves. Nautilus, of course, a pick that is quite strong, but I personally always have preferred the Kench in that situation. And yeah, this Vibe pick also, or this Vibe ban rather, also signifies that they want to go for a Kench pickup on 4, and then there isn't really an opportunity for Fred Abrian to get one of the stronger junglers, but the Kench does get banned away. So I guess you go Nautilus here, which is one of Hoyt's most comfortable picks, and then you also deny it from Fred Abrian, but might also just look to pick up a jungler here and save that counter pick support for Hoyt.
Yeah, could definitely be an opportunity as we are down to the last second of this pick, and it will be the VA Trundle. VA Trundle coming soon. And yeah, Trundle will be coming up here, and this is just blind.
Yeah. Never going to feel super good about Trundle blind, as Rakan, what a delight. Key picks, something that he has always been very, very strong on. This is a no-brainer, in my opinion, even though the synergy with the Jinx is not amazing, and Kwangdong has very similar issues like they did last time around. It is a pick that Hoyt looked the best on, and that was actually instrumental in getting in Kwangdong rather, 3 out of their 4 wins. The 4th one was, of course, the Seraphine draft, a flash of brilliance that they then never were able to replicate, unfortunately, to my great dismay.
Yeah.
And overall, I think Kwangdong is going to feel a lot better about their draft, but there are still a lot of the same issues where the amount of agency that Fred and Brion has, in addition to a very good mid-game and some great scaling elements, feel like Kwangdong, again, it's okay, but I don't think this comp looks amazing. As overall, the one upside that they do have is that the ease of execution is a lot better than it was in the previous game. As get a look at some great fan signs here again. But this Jinx into a composition with as much engage as is available on the side of Fred Brian is going to run into so many of the same issues, and I'm just a little surprised that Kwangdong continuing to opt in really heavily into comps that rely on the top side of the map when they're just not playing very well at all, instead of enabling Teddy, who has been like the one Fade's been good, like I want to say 60-70% of games, but Teddy has just been trying so hard.
So, just saying a bunch of names there, but there was a sign that said, "I love you, Caster Song."
Understandably.
It is a idea that we all agree on. But anyway, yeah, this is pretty interesting. I think that's, we're going to have to see a better performance, especially out of the top side of the map here. We'll see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2. Maybe a little bit of red buff invade from our red team. It is entirely spotted. And Fred and Brion say, you know what's better than a red buff invade? Is the wraparound play. They are totally on vision, and Kwangdong have no idea.
No.
Yep, it's going to happen. They're all in the bush. A 4-man taunt into a 4-man knockup, and this is just going to be one hell of a stomperino here as, okay, Teddy, I mean, he did pick up a kill on the backside of it, so that's okay. Takes out the Rakan, but that is now a 2-0 Gwen.
Could have been worse. Says Kwangdong, as they use all flashes on their team.
All of them.
They trade 1 for 2, as when no one is... there's no sweeping going on, there's no checking going on, and they face check into a brush with 4 people. I'm a bit baffled, Valdez, as overall, as I pointed out, it could have been worse, which is wild to say. Your topside matchup, as, hey, I've seen this one before. Morgan with 2 kills before the laning phase begins. Yeah.
Bit of an issue. And now Umti can just have a field day. Now, there is a very nice ward that was deep in that jungle that is going to spot him going to the top side of the map, so the top and mid laners can put down relevant vision to try to stop some ganks from happening, but doesn't mean that those flashes will come up within the range and the timing of those wards, and absolutely Fred Brion should try to follow up and get more advantages from those summoners being down.
And there is one shining light for Kwangdong, even despite the rough situation that they're currently in, as that Teddy got the kill. For someone you want the kill on, it's definitely Teddy. I'm not sure whether... wants to make sure that he doesn't show in vision in case the brush over there is warded. He's gonna have to make a decision regardless. Sitting here for 20 seconds, waiting for a scuttle to spawn. Not gonna be it.
Well, Wallop is gonna miss, but this is level 2 as we got a fight on the bottom side. Hoyt is just dead, but so is Morgan as the pillar will come down. And importantly, he is going to pick up that kill for the shutdown.
Very nicely done by Umti, making use of the fact that the wave state was pushing in for Kwangdong Freaks. They weren't actually able to get a lot of pressure down. They weren't able to get a crash, but instead now Teddy just has to watch his minions die. A very sad and lonely death. But on the flip side, for Kwangdong Freaks, are able to get a shutdown on Morgan, and the shutdown goes to Keep. So that is a big win that at the very least makes the laning phase a lot more bearable for the Gnar. Means that he is not going to be completely lost and maybe make the game a little bit more playable. Q also went over to the light, and that's about as good as it's going to get us. Oh, boy!
Umpty's here, and so is Fate. So everybody has to now flash away. Umpty gets caught on the rocks, and down he will go. As Fate right there on time to follow up on his own gank on the bottom side. This one's even better than what Lava was able to do. And now that's 2 kills into the Jinx.
Yes, Kwangdong, identify your biggest win condition and just keep throwing people down there. It's Teddy. Teddy is 2-0 now. About as good as it gets. Is finally going to be able to get the shove in. Also was crucially not able to back after the initial kills that he was able to pick up. And yeah, that dive from Fredabreon, I love the enthusiasm. But when a mid laner is missing, especially a mid laner that, although early roaming has been nerfed with the nerfs to her passive, early movement speed not nearly as strong as it was in the past. Still going to be a toughie as, yeah, Talia on a big losing streak here. Now, the Zeka losses obviously were against GenG, and the other
doesn't
are
count.
Fate and Karis. So I've seen losing streaks that are a bit more convincing.
Yeah, I mean, Talia, there's a reason why everybody has very big priority on this pick. It is still very strong regardless of the win streak. As
it's no victor.
This is what happens bottom lane. I almost wish we didn't see the replay of this. I just wanted to think of it as Lava getting a really nice game off instead of whatever that was. Mistakes happen.
It's even worse because with that hook missing, as the topside gank, very obvious. Keen baits out the skirmish, Morgan goes for his early E, and as a result is going to die. Doesn't have ghost, so just gets taken down. But
자, 와드 하나 박아주고
very
올라갈게. 야, 리신 여기, 리신 여기, 리신 여기, 리신 여기, 리신 여기. 나 간중. 찍어봐. 리신. 갈려 안 뛴다. 커버만 해줘.
He's calling everything from the beginning to the end. He's like, I'm going bot, I'm looking for the gank, Lee Sin's here, look for Lee Sin, get your passive on Lee Sin, literally everything, even down to Galio staying mid, please cover the mid wave. Fate, obviously a guy who's been around for a long time and should be kind of leading this team.
Overall, with that subsequent play on the bot side of the map, it's actually Kwangdong that now will have the lead in terms of gold, also on their most relevant player, and that's something you're going to be very, very happy about. Looking at the early objectives here, it is definitely one that either team can stake a claim at. I think the Lee-Galio combo is very, very strong in the early game, allows you to just execute a target at will. Zanafkin's going to get baited in here with Galio missing. No.
No pings, but yeah, he's just going to back off of that one.
When it comes to the level 6, there's also a lot of options for Kwangdong Freaks, and with Fate being able to get those early roams, I do think that if he is the one first to play, the Galio ultimate is very, very good when combined with Rakan, with Lee, but on the flip side, Fate can force Hannah, especially now that he doesn't have flash, to just get kind of blown up. Doesn't really have a way to get across that wall. As looking at mid here, Fate just holding the wave in a comfortable spot. They do know where Elam is, so he's not going to be able to find anything. And this Trundle, I think in this game is really going to just be, especially with how the early game has gone, a pillar bomb. Place pillar in front of Teddy.
Yes.
And make sure that he doesn't die.
It's my favorite kind of Trundle. It's
Trundle.
pretty much the only Trundle. I mean, we've seen Trundles get ganks off and stuff like that, but
I've seen early game dominant Trundles a little bit, but it's it's what, like Croco and Peanut, and that's basically it.
Pretty much, yeah.
I feel like Owner could, but he doesn't play as much Trundle.
He plays more interactive picks, such as Lee Sin. By the way, this is Umpty's first game of Lee Sin in summer, which is very strange. He used to play a lot of Lee Sin. It did kind of fall out of the meta when we got Wukong versus Viego every game, but then it slowly came back, and it is now pretty good once again. Fredabreon is going to get both the Rift Herald and a push on bot. Strange how they could get both. Generally not the way it works.
Ooh, yeah. They're not in time. They're just going to abandon here. And at the very least, Teddy was just there, so the wave is caught. And Kwangdong should be able to trade for a Drake here. So your cross map is kind of lackluster, but not the end of the world. Hoyt is down a level, needs to soak some XP mid, otherwise he might run into trouble. And yeah, get the Herald, Kwangdong get the Drake, and with a scaling composition like Kwangdong has, where you do have a lot of mid-game elements, but you're also always happy to go into the later stage of the game to do this Jinx. Picking up an early Hextech Drake is very nice, going to give you a lot more time down the line.
Yep, not going to be Ocean Soul either. As we do have the Ocean Drake on the way here, perhaps another Cloud Soul on the way. Could look for that. We do have the Rift Herald looking to be dropped up in the top lane as decides against it. See you later, he says.
Really a double-edged sword, Rift Herald on Lee Sin. You don't have your Trinket Ward, makes you very, very sad. Instead, says, I buy 2 control wards, so I can hop, still be a little bit more mobile. But overall, gold expected to equalize. And when you look at the scaling of these comps, it really does feel like there are a lot of arguments to be made for either side. The Aphelios we have seen in the past can be very, very debilitating, but the range on Fate and Teddy should be enough to kind of deal with that. But then you still have great side lane threat with the Gwen. And on the flip side, Kwangdong's team fighter is always going to be really good with the amount of CC that they have available. But if they overextend into an Aphelios and don't actually kill him or run into Morgan, who has a couple of items, then it can go awry very quickly.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how this game has really turned on its head after the level 1.
Yeah.
If you started watching from 3 minutes into the game, you would have no idea. Elam is here, he has a pillar. He's not even going to use it. Trundle waits for exactly the right moment to use this pillar. Even the top lane is totally fine. After the gank at level 2 onto Morgan. It's just Keen hanging out, farming in parity here with Morgan. No real lead for that 2-0 Gwen after the level 1.
Morgan instead just going to bide his time and know that when it comes to pure 1v1, he's always going to be fine. I've seen a lot more of the early death caps as well, which put a lot of power in the ultimate for Gwen. And overall, very interesting early game here. Do see a lot more trading. Whoa.
Okay, everybody seemingly getting into this fight. A couple of flashes used, but Fate has to use both of his summoners. And I think the flash on Lee Sin, definitely better than the flash on the Trundle. By a little bit. But now the fact that Fate doesn't have his, he'll have to play it a little bit more carefully in the mid lane.
Yeah. Overall, Fate's going to have a little bit of a tough time, but he also has Unsealed Spellbook, whereas is definitely going to lose a lot of offensive pressure due to him not having that available. Also know that Teddy has gone for the Kraken Slayer, which in terms of raw DPS obviously is exceptional, but is also very confident into the amount of hard engage that is available on the enemy team, and he's not running cleanse either. So,
Giga Chad Teddy
it
doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
he does the DPS. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I am always down for a Giga Chad Teddy moment. But of course, there is a lot of CC as knockups, but also things like Gravitum, things like the Taunt from the Light will make your life pretty miserable as well, as all that gold going to Umti. So overall, Kwangdong Freak still in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, totally fine. I think, actually, in this case, I would rather take the Hextech Drake. So
yeah, no. With
after all this,
out,
yeah.
100%.
I was actually not correct when I was looking at the macro play, and this, you know, obviously comes down to how much value you get out of the Rift Herald, and this was not it.
We all make mistakes, fellas. Except people in the comment sections. On the they never make mistakes.
That is just actually the 100% the true.
Yeah.
If you're looking for truth in your life, just check out YouTube comments. Yes.
A lot of entertainment to be found. That was a good day.
Funny. I love it.
It's
like
especially Twitch chat during Fred O'Brien games.
Sure.
Just the best. All really appreciate you spamming Giga Chats with everything that happens.
It's kind of weird, you know, that Teddy was able to steal that for just a little bit. But it is Teddy, after all. if there is one Giga Chad in a player, it's a guy who survived through Jin Air and then eventually, you know,
Yep.
went over to T1, and now he's on this team where, you know, he's trying his best, but
It's a little bit of Jin-airing again.
not necessarily getting a lot of support.
No.
Keen is having a very fun time in the top lane. He says, well, Nara's just pretty strong, eh?
This game has slowed down, Veldas, which was
Yeah.
not what I was expecting. Not only with these drafts, but also when I saw the level 1.
I'm just not sure how to feel about the first pick of Helios. Like, you know, there's not much happening in this game. I feel like a lot of this series will come down to execution, as it did in game number 1. But I would have much rather seen the Gnar first pick. Just because Morgan looked so great on it in game 1. Obviously, he did get fed a little bit. I just think it's really strong. And honestly, picking first pick for Henna, especially when it's Aphelios with Jinx available, it's not quite my tempo.
And
How do you feel?
I agree. The trade-off, in my opinion, would be that your idea is you give Hannah a lot of comfort. He definitely has looked the most consistent on the Aphelios, some Guild Force plays notwithstanding. While this is happening, Teddy just gets a free first turret block, which is kind of a disaster, but I don't want to really get into that. Nara's just not really counterable outside of the Silas. Silas has been banned, so getting this Aphelios, which didn't even really get punished, like there's way worse punishes available as well, as opposed to a pick that you got POG on, that Morgan just kind of styled on his opponent on with. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Veldas.
Especially like you were talking about running it back, you know. I think as Fred Brion, with your success in game 1, you want your opponent to run it back as much as possible. You want to get some of the same picks because it worked in game number 1, but they didn't necessarily go down that route with the Aphelios first pick. But you know, just I feel like trying to bait out some action by talking about the draft is always a strategy we've used in the LCK.
Might have to dive deep for content.
Yeah.
If this keeps going.
Back in the day, some other strategies was to mention vanilla ice cream. Just start talking about ice cream flavors, and then the action would begin. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Sorbet or normal ice cream? Because I feel like that's very different. Yeah, notice like I don't think they're the same.
They're not the same.
Yeah.
But like I'm asking about ice cream.
Well,
if you say, well, I'm more of a
no, but it
sorbet kind of guy.
Depends on the mood you're in. Like if it's a hot summer's day, then you want sorbet, right? You want like, and it would be mango, my favorite. Mango passion.
Okay. Yeah. That's respectable.
Otherwise, it's probably chocolate. Hazelnut, I quite enjoy. Chocolate, yeah, just chocolate ice cream.
You and I have very different tastes. I respect them, though.
Yeah.
It's not like you said strawberry or something like that.
I mean, we have really good chocolate ice cream, especially if I go down to the border.
You are from Northern Europe, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, I live really close to Belgium, and the chocolate is
not really
exceptional.
fair.
No,
I feel like in that case, it makes sense that we have different opinions, because I'm from America, so like.
Yeah.
Generally, food opinions are looked down upon if they're not fried.
I'd never look. I'd never look down on your food opinions.
Have you ever had fried ice cream?
No.
I don't know if that's a thing.
Never will.
I don't know if you can actually fry ice cream. You probably can.
No, it's a thing. Yeah, I know
Is
it's
it?
done.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
How about like a fried ice cream cone? That actually sounds okay.
No, I don't know about that. That doesn't sound all that appealing.
Yeah, maybe just my American speaking. I've been in Korea for 10 years, over 10 years now, but some things you just can't
shake.
Can't shake, you know? I was going to say get rid of, but I feel like shake is also negative, but slightly less negative. Yeah, just really not much happening in this game, guys. There is a Mountain Soul, so it is not Cloud Soul. Sorry about that, Max.
Mountain also very important for some of the itemization choices, with Lava going for Night Harvest there, which is really good in terms of burst, but does really get negated by the extra resistances that the Dragon Soul provides you. And you don't get the traditional backline access that you get with your Rocket Belt. So as a result, it also kind of forces Hannah to go for an earlier Lord Dominic's, which might end up delaying his Infinity Edge spike, or just delays his damage. the point where you can really take over games. As
Lava, there are 4 people there.
Yep.
He had no vision. He slows himself down with the taunt as Teddy, excited, actually getting excited himself in the play, and Morgan had to go back. So now Keen's going to pick up another turret. Guangdong Freaks just playing this game out a lot better compared to game number 1.
And Veldas, I have seen many a Fred Brian victory in my time. I've also seen many a Fred Brian loss, and especially this place, unfortunately. And this is how they generally look. Fred Brian just has a composition that in theory can do a lot early game, doesn't quite come together, and then they just sit and wait, look for an opportunity that never comes, as the gargoyle is just chilling there.
Just vanished into thin air. Okay, we got the second Rift Herald coming down here. Don't think this is even going to get a charge, to be honest. So just Umpty saying, yeah, I might as well drop this. This is not your standard play to drop this down for pressure before the Drake. Now, they could still fight for this one. Guangdong Freaks are actually, okay, that is a very immune Gwen, as everything actually just misses. And the Needles just zone everybody away. So, okay, here comes the light. Gets a massive engage, actually, into that front line. A huge 3-man knockup as the Gnar is used onto the front line of Fred Brion. That is not what you want to see. Super low health bars, and Fred Brion are the ones that are taking a massive fight, as everybody is just going to melt. Even Fate, a clean 5-for-0 ace in the mid lane fight here, as they even get the Drake, and now they can just take a free Baron.
Guangdong Freaks, why were you so afraid? Why do you back into a choke point against Galio and Rakan? They could back into the river. I know there was what, maybe a Lee? I don't.
Oh, so we're going back to this. I
don't know why.
I don't know. We don't need to see this. So basically, just sets up for Galio respawning for this fight.
It's just Umpty. If you just retreat into,
they use everything into Morgan's mist. Even the depth charge comes in. Even the rocket.
No, but also you take your entire health bar, and this is something that Nongshim has suffered from so long as well. And what I think is a confidence, and something that's really hard to kind of turn into very specific numbers, but yeah, that's deserved. Because what is crucially lacking for Guangdong there is the confidence to say, okay, we just turn on Umpty and like make sure that he doesn't get a big kickoff, or in the worst case, Teddy has to proactively flash. But as long as you don't go into a 5-man choke point against a Rakan and a Galio, like, you'll be fine. But instead, they back off from a fight that I think, like, look at the gold lead that they had.
Yeah.
You can take that fight. That's not a fight that's unwinnable. That's not a fight where you have to back out of. And instead, that might have been a game breaker.
It was just about every single thing that could go wrong did go wrong. I don't know which, I think that's like a razor. It's like everything that will go wrong can go wrong, or everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And it essentially did, because every ult was just thrown into the abyss. They had nothing. And then, as you mentioned very succinctly, you know, pretty much the positioning and the decision-making on where to fight and what to do was all wrong. And Fred Brion was great, you know. Galio Rakan, what better combination for Lava and Delight? They press their buttons, and they get a perfect engage. What else can you ask for? And grouping up for Needles and everybody getting half health before the fight even begins is just going to add to the pain. So, yeah, now we have Fred Brion with a Baron. It's really early on, so it's not going to like break any inhibitors or anything like that, but it's just adding to the gold swing in their favor. You can see about a 2,000 Baron power play. Not massive again, but, you know, it's good enough to get them back in the driver's seat.
And I look at the player camps for Guangdong, and it's just got a sting. The last time this team won a series.
Oh, I thought that was.
Yeah.
Like, whoa!
Was against T1. Like, that's the last team they beat.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, which is kind of baffling. In terms of series wins, at least. And now they're on the back foot. They're going to lose this mid lane turret. They're going to lose a lot of control on the map. And it's not going to be unwinnable. But now they're fighting from the back foot again. Teddy now needs to finish his IE before he can think about fighting. And what should be a strong and decisive front line in Elm, Keen, and Hoyt didn't really get anything done in that fight. You have so much engage power, you have so much teamfight power, and none of it was utilized.
So the last win for Kwangdong was actually against KT. Was a 2-1, but that was 3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something, I guess.
Yeah, the 2-1 win was the week before that.
But
yeah, I mean, it doesn't really take away from the point. Still has been
yeah.
quite a lengthy gap.
Thank you for that rectification, Valdez.
Got the schedule right here.
Does that make it worse or better? Is then my question.
I think it's slightly better.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's still not a great feel. And, you know, just the swings and items, too. Like, Morgan was really behind the 8-ball in the top side, but now he's got a couple of items. He has a stopwatch. He's working towards the Boom Boom Damage Gwen, which I really love to see. Also have a similar build for Lava, actually the same exact build that he used in game number 1. Now he's accelerated. He has 7 stacks on his Dark Seal. The build from Aphelios is pretty interesting. There's not that much armor, but
yeah, I think
he'll get there.
He went on the build path when it looked like Kwangdong might get the Mountain Soul. Hear me out.
That's a good point.
You give the Mountain Soul 4 Drakes to Fred Brion, and then Ellen gets more resistance to the steal. Yeah, got you there, didn't I, Valdez?
What a plan, wow.
That's a 5-head plan right there. They won't see that one coming.
Yeah, wow. You really broke the game. You know, honestly, I don't think Kwangdong are going to have a choice. I think they might just have to give over 4 Mountain Drakes.
I think they're strong enough to fight, but based on the last fight...
Not in their minds.
Not in their minds. It's not going to happen.
We all live in different realities and perspectives, Chronicler.
Very deep. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
The true enemy of Kwangdong isn't Fred Brion, it's Kwangdong themselves. And that has actually, we joke, but that has actually been a recurring theme throughout this split for Fred Brion, who looked way worse than Spring. And I think right now, this is basically what Fred Brion was in Spring. Like this exact form. Don't expect him to be have a way higher ceiling than this, but that turn moment, them not being afraid to hard engage, the light and lava going in, that was what made them get to playoffs.
Yeah. It is classic Fred.
It really is. It really is, and it's good to see them back. And then on the flip side, Kwangdong seemingly suffering what plagued Nongshim until we saw BDD finally smile and we saw Dread like release all his pent-up emotions in that wonderful interview where he teared up a little, and you know, so did we.
So did Kama.
Where its confidence is so important, and it's also what makes a team like GenG so menacing. Well, they're also crazy good, so it's not just confidence. But confidence is important, is what I'm trying to tell you.
They're actually disgustingly talented. Yeah, I agree. Umpty's just gonna die. Okay. Well, there you go.
Not too much confidence, fellas. Very important distinction.
Hey, man, stole some of those resistances. Subjugate used.
Foolproof plan.
Very squishy Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, just looking for the very aggressive play into
now.
Everybody being there for Kwangdong, and not a lot for Fred Brion. Get CC'd 100-0. At least Umpty did not use his flash or his stopwatch. And I don't say that sarcastically, because there's actually not much that Kwangdong can do in terms of rushing an objective or anything like that. So it's actually good that he saves those abilities for the next fight.
Yeah, need to keep that 4-2 stopwatch advantage.
The Valdez difference.
The law of Valdez, yeah. Whichever team has more stopwatches wins.
Yeah.
As this is an attempt at setting up a play, and then you also see like Lava is trying to come in. We have the flank angle, but just not very well done. A little bit too on the nose. Hoyt hooks him and he dies. Not much more to say about that one. LM also truly working on a budget, as round 2 of Give All Your Waves to Teddy has commenced here.
Yeah, it's a good plan. I mean, this is a 3.5 item plus stopwatch Jinx, and so far your team has not felt very good outside of Teddy. I think Fada's looked pretty good as well, but
So
other than that, just feed your Jinx. Good plan.
yeah, before we hit, as Shadow Flame is done, which is an item that's going to age very poorly if Kwangdong actually do end up picking up more Drakes, but otherwise it's going to be fine. And we set up for this possible soul point here, coming up in about 1:40. I have a very important question, which is what I forgot to ask, which is, what is your favorite ice cream flavor, Valdez?
I was actually a sorbet guy as well, but besides that, for ice cream, I do like cookies and cream.
It's a
And also coffee. Coffee ice cream, very nice.
coffee.
Yes, coffee ice cream.
Yeah. Just trying to, you know, take a swing at your pronunciation.
Oh,
Coffee.
I didn't even realize.
Well, I mean, I didn't do a very good job, so I think that's completely fair.
Yeah. Well,
That's,
this is going to be spotted,
Yep.
but the damage is pretty large at this point in time. The Aphelios also quite fed. The turn here from Fred Brian also nice, as they might just be too late for this, as they do not even commit. Point not here, so they decide, nope, we're just not going to go in. As the hook is going to go wide, lots of needles, getting tons of value, but Morgan is just going to die, as that is another kill given over to Teddy.
And that's nice, but you trade that for a Baron. Now, the real question is, can Kwangdong Freaks get themselves a soul point? Because that might be a possible pressure point for them. And without the Gwen available, it's going to take away a lot of this Baron power play. And the previous Baron got Fred Brian mostly a gold lead. That gold lead still exists. This one normally is what allows you to completely break open the game. I don't know if they're going to get this opportunity this time around. And I think you just give this one up. It's not the actual soul. As Fred Brian, and you really don't want to take a fight without Morgan there. Still 20 seconds on his death timer. So even with the teleport, he wouldn't be in time.
Yeah. You could have tried to force it with like a Moonlight Vigil angle, but it would have been risky. You don't have vision, so there's really no reason to. You could just throw your Baron away in that case, as Umpty has been waiting, and now he's going to kick a Mega Gnar here, as Keen just going to ult him away, but everybody coming on over. Fate nearby trying to support, but that's just going to be a dead Gnar in the side lane. They get that combo off once again with the Galio Rakan, and now the push will begin.
Are actually pretty late in the game, so Keen's going to be dead for like 50 seconds. Still has a good 45 left on the clock. And as a result, Kwangdong Freak's going to be able to just hang in their base and do nothing else. I say gonna be able to, but they're basically forced. They don't really have a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
This turret definitely going to go down, and that is going to continue the gold lead. And we have not really been talking about it that much, but it is definitely sizable. The only one who actually has items on Kwangdong is Teddy, who last time around lost the game before he got to Lord Dominic's. Probably will get to it this time, but that in of itself, I don't know if it's going to be enough, Valdez.
Yeah, that definitely is the question. Fate also trying to build up the damage here. To try to shore up some of the magic side of this, as Moonlight Vigil gonna hit the back line a pretty nice chunk, and basically just a zoning tool here to pick up yet another turret and extend the gold lead. 6,000 is the difference for Fred Brian at this point, as they still have the Baron, but they're just looking to clear out vision before they back away.
And it is Fred Brian that again is on the very, very proactive end of the gameplay here, which we're always happy to see. Morgan getting taken down here, a bit silly. Does have a stopwatch, but I don't think he wants to use it. Looks for near the wall, but I assume it doesn't actually hit anyone with his E, so you don't get the reduced cooldown. And then initially this looks a little silly because Fate is there to back up, but then we realize that there is a Goon Squad and a Galio, and that is a little bit too much for Kwangdong Freaks. So this is going to give up Key, which is, again, more gold. Also leads to the shove on that bot side turret that ends up going down. And as a result now, as we go into the next fight in about 2.5 minutes, 5.5k gold lead here for Fred Brian.
Yeah, they're pretty stacked at this point in time. Double Mountain Drake on top of it. And yeah, I think it's just going to come down to can Kwangdong Freaks heal for Teddy. I think that's like their one win condition at this point in time. Even Fate, you know, he does some damage, but it's not really about him this late in the game on the Taliyah. And we might have to wait a little bit more. You know, he's still got about 2 minutes until that next Mountain Drake comes up. No doubt Bro will try to set up a wall.
Yeah.
And just try to zone them away from this one.
And overall, for Kwangdong, I think their comp can still win fights. But if you'd ask me right now, who do I think is going to win this game? You always got to go with Fred Brion. Even with this Jinx being a top-tier win condition by itself, you do need Keen, you need Elm, you need Hoy to give you enough time. I don't know if you're going to get that time, because while we talk about Teddy, Henna hasn't really been a factor in this game, but he's still a 4-item Aphelios, and if you're going to let him auto, he's still going to completely decimate people. Same for Morgan. Max level, has the death cap, has the void staff, more than enough damage available. And we've seen, by the virtue of Dudu, what can happen in situations like that. It was not a pleasant experience, and I would rather not have it be repeated.
Umti is 3 levels ahead of Elm right now, which is what was being highlighted in that SP.
Yeah, I mean, Elm has gotten 14 CS in what, like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
He is a support. He's not actually a jungler.
Well, I suppose that's okay. You know, he will have maxed out Pillar, so that's it. He will not have the 3rd rank of Subjugate, though, so it is a little something. But yeah, just waiting for this Mountain Drake to spawn. We also have Baron at pretty much exactly the same time, about 3 seconds difference. And so with the insane amount of damage on both sides, these objectives can just be melted. So this is going to be really on a knife's edge here when these objectives do spawn.
Yeah, Kwangdong, you can't be afraid. You either have to hard commit and get the soul and go for a fight, or you just run towards the Baron pit and force Kwangdong to respond.
Umti is okay. He actually procs the Mega Gnar. That's so smart because there's only 17 seconds. He gets in there, makes Keen go Mega Gnar, and now he's not going to have it here for potentially the perfect timing. Kwangdong Freaks will back away for now.
Yeah, Keen going to have the cooldown now. Not going to be able to go into Mega form.
Yeah, and now he's just going for the kick, Keen! Oh no! And now we have this front line coming in here. Big knockup, though, as they are trying to zone here for Teddy, who is chunking some health bars. But now with no Gnar available and Keen down, Fred and Brion should have their way with the map.
Yeah, that's going to be a Drake. That's going to be a Baron. And Kwangdong Freaks just can't get that much done. Really big needles there from Morgan, because he's the reason why Teddy was on such low health. Even though it looked a little dicey when Fate was able to get a stun. For Drake, more resistance for Trundle, I guess. It's something, but Kwangdong Freaks is looking more and more disillusioned. Not able to get anything here. Subjective is going to go the way of Fred Brion as well, and pretty sure that that is going to be the nail in the coffin. That's going to be the 2-0. Kwangdong might be looking towards, again, a Teddy miracle fight, but at this point, I'm not a believer anymore, Valdez.
Yeah, it's hard to be a believer. I don't think that Kwangdong have done a lot of convincing in this game, to be honest. But Umti procs the Mega Gnar, and then he sets up the follow-up fight onto the Mini Gnar. Perfectly done here. Keen a little bit too far forward, and then, as you mentioned, the needle damage really huge to zone them away.
Yeah, really big. Oh, look at that. That's fun and interactive. Teddy, as the final Neo hit, does 3/4 of his health. But also note, Delight flashing Hoyt's hook, right? Making sure that he actually gets onto the back line. Lava going in aggressively, but not overstepping his boundaries. And right now, Fred Brion's game to lose their full map control. All they need to actually do, and this is important, is break open the actual base. Because as long as that doesn't happen, this gold lead is nice, but also doesn't really matter as we're starting to get closer and closer to most people reaching full items, except Alim, who I suspect will never get another item in this game. Unfortunately.
Hey man, he's close to one more. His second item.
Yeah, he'll get Force of Nature in maybe a few more minutes. Maybe.
Not sure. Here comes the push with the Baron. They're just going to go to the bottom side. Huge amounts of AP right now on Morgan, so just going to go for that one. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, and a missed Dreads line means that no follow-up play can happen. Umti pretty tanky. You know, he has been the one farming, actually. He's up to 217 CS. He has nearly Flame Horizoned his jungle opponents, as we did already talk about. But yeah, means that he can't just get 100-0'd, even against the Talia and the Jinx. This is Mega Gnar available. Delight, not sure about that one. Gotta be very careful. about engaging into this, but that does mean that Keen now will not have the Mega Gnar form here in just a moment. Might look to make a play while it's available, but against the Baron and the difference in the gold and the wallets, perhaps he will just not.
Casters often talk about playing to win versus not playing to not lose.
Yeah.
And for Kwangdong, that point was about 20 minutes ago. And right now, FredaBrion just completely running them over and losing 2 inhibs. Very unfortunate. Gonna lose all semblance of control on the map. Gonna mean in 2 minutes that it is a free soul for FredaBrion. 4 Drakes. That's 4 Drake Mountain Soul. The amount of resistances available to this team going to be absolutely insane. And I don't know at this point as Kwangdong Freaks, unless they all run into a Mega Gnar, which is very clear that they're not going to. How do you get back in this one? You had the opportunity.
It's funny you mentioned not running into the Mega Gnar. I feel like they've been more sensitive about that than running into the Jinx, which can be questionable, but it's okay. I mean, Keen has really gotten 0 value from the Gnar actually outside of the laning phase. So
not been able to do anything. And on the flip side, Morgan, as we have seen in the past, I think has been very impactful on this Gwen, has been a great source of threat that reliably has been utilized by FredaBrion to make sure that that idea of Teddy getting a reset and like taking down the entire enemy team just doesn't really work. There's too much damage.
All right, moving on in. Umpty again, quite tanky, but that is a bunch of poke damage going on to not only Umpty, but also Lava. And that's basically just a bonus lane. Like, if they could get that inhibitor before this dragon comes up, then the game is just basically over.
Yeah, it is.
But, yeah, I mean, they get a turret, a little bit of damage onto that one. As Henna is not going to back. He has an elixir, and also full items. So, no reason for him to go there.
All or nothing. Kwangdong might go for one more Hail Mary team fight. Can get the shove in here pretty quickly. Banshee's Vilna done for Fate as well. But with the amount of control that is given for free to FredaBrion with all these shoving waves, they're going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty telegraphed.
It's the Teddy trap.
It's a bit of a trap, but like you don't even need to go for this as FredaBrion. Who cares about the soul? You just run it mid.
They're very carefully getting vision in this jungle. And as you mentioned, they say, oh, Nautilus is here. Looks like they were setting up some kind of trap so we can push mid, back away, and then take the Mountain Soul.
Yep. Textbook. When FredaBrion is ahead, they're slow, they're methodical, and sometimes we make a little bit of fun of them for it, but textbook play in this situation, when you're 1-11, in a comp like this with a lead that you've earned for yourself, more than okay.
Yeah, totally fine. I mean, Mountain Soul now.
230 armor on Lee Sin.
Yeah, he was already not taking damage, and now he's really actually pretty tanky, and he doesn't really have that many tanky items. Just has enough. As Morgan is zooming through, he's going to try to get this damage on Hoyt, who will be forced to flash away. And now with Baron coming up here in 40, FredaBrion say, who needs to end the game anyway? Let's just get more objectives.
And the unfortunate thing here as well is that Fate going for the build that he has a lot of like raw magic damage, but due to the incredible amount of MR that everyone on FredaBrion basically gets for free, he's not going to be able to do that much. And in addition to that, everyone has been itemizing so heavily for armor on FredaBrion's side, as we saw there. Like Teddy doing damage is really tough. Like normally in a situation like this, not including the Mountain Soul, if you can get a couple of autos off late game as a full item Jinx, like someone's on half health. But that's not even the case right now. First you got to get through the shield, and then you got to get through the incredible amounts of armor that have been itemized.
Maybe Kwangdong are just lulling them into a false sense of security.
Oh, yeah.
They're just waiting. They're like, we'll get them at 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's where FredaBrion isn't. Wait, hold up.
Okay. The amount of damage that Henna also has is ridiculous, and it's not like they take damage here with the Mountain Soul, but the positioning right now from FredaBrion, I think, leaves a little bit to be desired, as Lava's being zoned out right now, but will come back in. Delight gets into that back line. The follow-up comes in from the Galio, but Delight is going to go down, and the front to back could come in here. Keen gets a huge ultimate, and now into the GA goes the Aphelios, and all of a sudden, They lulled them into a false sense of security. And Teddy is finally able to press some buttons, and a double kill will come in here for FaZe.
All according to plan. Felder saw right through it. No problem at all. Just wait till 43 minutes, be down 8k gold, and win the team fight to win the game.
Now Lava and Morgan are alive. See what they can do though. I mean, this is a full health Jinx and the teleport is coming in. They just need to try to clear the wave really, as you see them trying to go for it. Morgan is immune for now, and a taunt does come down. They have cleared the wave, but Morgan is going to pay for it, as now Lava will go down too. And this is what happens when you finally make it to the late game and finally take a team fight.
Waiting for the wave. Hannah gonna come up, but I don't think he'll be in time, Valdez.
Doesn't look like it. The wave comes in. Finally, there you go, pushes on in, and Kwangdong Freaks will force a game number 3. Boom goes the Aphelios, and boom goes the Nexus. They finally get it done. As you see, nobody is happy.
Nobody!
But they win.
None of the 10 players are going to be happy with that one, and good luck. Spaceman on the analyst carpet space. Chew on that one. As it was all just part of the elaborate plan. As that very enthusiastic Kwangdong fans never doubted them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the 45-minute power spike. That's all they needed. And, you know, right from the get-go on that fight on the Baron, I'm like, ooh, it doesn't look so Brion favored. You know, they kind of hold themselves in there, and then Delight went way too deep. Basically got blown up. The follow-up was very slow. Even though the Galio could get in there, nobody else could. And it was straight into Meganar. So why? Not the way it was meant to be for Brion.
Unfortunately, neither team going to be able to get ice cream yet. As, unsurprisingly, Teddy's damage in games like this going to be monstrous.
Look at the gold graph. It just falls off a cliff. It's a mountain.
Well, it doesn't even matter. Even the Nexus gold wasn't enough to get them back in... I think they lost the game being... I don't know, when they made their... When they won the fight, when they made the push, they were like 8k gold down? Maybe 7?
It says, who's going to stop Teddy? Well, I mean, they did for about 45 minutes, but they weren't able to do it for 46 minutes. And that's all it took. Guys, we're going to have a break and then go to the analyst carpet space.
라인이랑 같이 가자. 위에 거부터 이거 그랩 한번 해야 돼.
왼쪽에 트런드 보면 되라.
갈려 돈이 없다. 갈려 돈이 없다.
트런드 보면 돼. 트런드 보면 돼.
네. 야, 이거 삼바. 야, 그냥
가자.
나 탱.
야, 그랩대.
야, 통화 몸대. 끝내.
약간
끝났어, 천천히. 잘했다.
아, 뭐가 이렇게 힘드냐.
아이고.
앞에 한 죽일까? 끌어볼래? 하이.
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone. You're a disappointment. They were never your friends. Why do you even try? Why would anyone be friends with you? You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. Congratulations to Fred and Breon for their Tuesday. Oh, hang on a second. They didn't actually manage to win. I missed the last 4 seconds of the game, and therefore, it is a Kwandong victory here. Of course, all jokes aside, starting off in the draft, Fred Brion decided not to pick Gnar first.
Yeah, they did not pick Gnar first. They wanted to go for the Aphelios pick with Jinx open. Was criticized by the casters. I think this is not a big problem. I think the play we saw from Umpty in the early parts of the game was a big issue. Despite having a massive lead, which they were given by that level 1 fight where Guangdong invaded, they just walked back into a brush. They then threw 2 subsequent key fights and gave Guangdong a massive advantage. And I thought the biggest part of this draft for me, and the only part really worth discussing, is that they took the Draven ban away and banned Zeri instead, so we actually got to watch an interesting game of League of Legends.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the good things, the good adaptations for the Guangdong draft. Let's get into our first highlight here, as this was how the Fred Brion composition is supposed to work. The beautiful alignment of the Rakan and the Galio.
Galio Rakan together here, despite Keen's best efforts to stem the bleeding here, they end up getting an ace at this point in the game. Guangdong Freaks really dragging their feet as to whether they were going to try to force a fight here or retreat, but they put themselves in a choke point. Then they Nautilus ulted the Gwen, and it was very easy then to just follow up and collapse in. We saw that was the big turning point where Fred Brion had complete control of the game again.
Yeah, and they managed to get their first Drake of the game there. They were then able to stack up 3 of them afterwards. They had Mountain Soul as the game finished. Definitely a huge power point for them. We didn't get to see an Elder, which is very surprising in a near 50-minute game. But still, it was a bit mind-boggling because Guangdong Freaks did manage to find a lot of avenues back into the game after that disastrous level 1, and then that fight that we just watched happen. And then Fred Brion, they get all that control back. Let's have a look at our second highlight here, because this is what they did with it. Initially, and Valdez pointed this out, and it was a beautiful, beautiful part of the game with Umpty proccing that Mega Gnar.
Yeah, so he starts the Mega Gnar off here, and then they group around. Now, Morgan's always ready here on the flank if Guangdong Freaks decide to try to wrap around the right side to get a little bit more Drake Prio here. So look at where Morgan is this entire time, just waiting. And Umpty finally sees his opportunity to look for the flash kick. After the Gnar expires, he's instantly pushed into a Galio taunt. And then notice Gwen just chases towards the other side of the fight, while Henrik is just able to pick off Keen, who was just thrown to the wolves. And there's no collapse here for Guangdong because there's a Gwen in their way. They cannot actually break through, so it was a really beautiful play from them that then solidified their control over Baron and those late game objectives. And if you had just walked away at this point, you were like, all right, I'm gonna go get a soda, it's gonna be a long break. You turn the TV off there, you're like, there's no way Fred Brion loses this.
Yeah, I was in that camp, 100%. But then this happened. Let's have a look at this Baron fight where it all went wrong. Fred Brion.
Fred Brion, really poor coordination around this one because the light is going in, Lava wants to follow up, but unfortunately stopwatches, or Izonia's rather, at a really awkward timing here, doesn't have a follow-up taunt or anything like that, and they just kind of dove in to die after taking the Baron. Now, the last time they took the Baron, they were in a much better position to actually make a play like this happen afterwards, and they didn't. They could have won the game there on the previous Baron. This time, I think they realized, like, oh man, we definitely could have actually just won the game last time. But then Delight goes in too early. Lava's fall was very awkward. It's a very disjointed turn there. And then Teddy pops off.
Yeah, and as that's all happening, I believe the backline was all just stunned as well, so couldn't actually get follow-up damage. The Runan's Hurricane pickup from Henna got about 0 value this game because he was never able to really reliably get any auto attacks. It didn't quite work, and we did then witness the Fountain Laser. So I think it is now time to give Teddy his just rewards, as I think it is time to bring up the POG in a moment. We are getting...
It's a long game, so you never know how many highlights the Korean casters are going to be getting into, but I hear the sound.
There it is.
There it is.
Well deserved here for Teddy. I wonder whether it is going to be 13 out of 13. I think Hoyt deserves a couple of votes, especially for how he played out some of the team fights. However, he wasn't at a Baron fight that he could have probably been at with some messed up back timings, but this was beautiful from Hoyt. He actually completely denies Delight in this particular moment, and that gets them a double kill.
It's so great to see Nautilus getting value anti-dive, but another honorable mention, I suppose, is LM had a pretty good early game. He was always ahead of the curve and really shut Umpty down at every turn. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get any votes because this game was just really not about him, and once they lost control, it was really just this one team fight here where Teddy gets excited and pops off. That is why he's going to get a majority of the votes here. Well, let's see.
Yeah, 9 out of 13, a couple of them going over to Keen, and a couple of them going over to Fate. So, not going to have any Hoyt votes. A little bit unfortunate there, but I think Teddy far and away deserved it. He farmed every single minion on the map and became that fountain laser that we all know and love him for. But, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a third game. So let's get into it here as we go back to the casters.
Thank you, Carpet Spaceman, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, we do have a third game. Teddy was given an opportunity to press his buttons, but certainly after that game, we could all see the emotions on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. We didn't really get to see the Fred Brion side, but guarantee they weren't super happy either. Nobody was really satisfied with their performance in Game 2. What is going to change here in Game 3 other than Fred Brion starting on blue side?
After that game, drafts are imaginary. Nothing matters, and all that matters is how you team fight. So whichever team picks up the best team fighting comp is the team that I'm going to have faith in. Expect the size to be the same as they were last time. My main adaptation that I want to see for Bro is not prioritizing the Aphelios here. I think that even though I understand the idea behind giving Henna comfort, I think Henna has been one of the weakest points of Fred Brion, and I would much rather give Morgan a pick that he feels very confident on, or try and get yourself another priority pick that can get a little bit more done. Because as was pointed out repeatedly, like, I think Henna just has not been a very consistent AD carry, and using one of the most powerful things in the current meta, which is a B1 pick, on an Aphelios that then proceeds to not really have a big impact in the game, especially in a late game like that, is rather unfortunate. Also, Keen is still underperforming, so as Fred Brion, I think you jump on that train and just make sure that you pick away that Gnar.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Chronicler. I'm not sure if they will actually do it, is the question. Fred Brion, they could try to ban something else here, maybe like Callista now, and then leave a Yuumi open, maybe look for a different angle. But no, this is going to be the Yuumi ban once again. And here is Poppy once again. I have the paper in front of me with all the bans and picks that I wrote down.
It's going to go down the list, run it back.
So next is Callista.
Waiting and all. Oh, there we go. What next, fellas? Tell us.
Zeri.
Okay, good man. Don't want to see that in our video game. You know what the best part about 12-13 has been, Valdez?
What's that?
Oh, you should know, of all people.
No Corki.
Yeah. I just saw the smile on your face when you realized that, and as pointed out, they're not going to swap it up. Instead, picking this one up again. Kwangdong, I assume, going to just pick Gnar and Talia here. I don't think the draft was the problem for Kwangdong at all. We talked about it a lot during the game as well. It was more the execution of it. So if they want to go into a different direction just to make sure that their players maybe feel a little bit more comfort and a little bit more confidence, then I would not be opposed to that. But the power picks, Gnar, Talia, go into any comp. Very hard to counter reliably. Would be kind of a no-brainer here.
Yeah, Gnar, Talia is next, and then next we have Gwen Galio.
I could see them go Galio Wukong this time around. Or Gwen Wukong. I think that Wukong ban from Kwangdong actually had a really big impact.
There it is.
Yeah, Wukong Galio seems like a big one. I like that combination the most out of the available ones here. The champion itself is also in a pretty good spot. Will be the Wukong Gwen instead, so instead of giving Morgan the pick again. Last time around, he was shut down early on, but still, I think had decent team fighting. It wasn't a problem in that game. Was able to keep down Teddy for a considerable amount of time. I don't know if that's going to remain the case here as... Yep. Just run it back.
Yeah, I feel like that was the most obvious pick, even though I've been memeing a very similar draft. I think if you change it up for Teddy, which is one of the biggest reasons why you even were able to come back in that game, would be very questionable. So they're not going to do that. Let's see if they ban Galio here. They have banned Ahri before.
Wukong's backline access is so much better than Lee's. Lee is very reliant on hitting a Q, and then there is at least a grace period where you can know he's going to Q, and then mid-animation, mid-flight, I can maybe flash or I can do something. As Renana and Kench should be the banter again for Fred Brian. I don't think you want to give over Kench and Jinx. Combination that is just a little bit too consistent and hard to shut down. But if you go, yeah, I think it's bro, you now just go Galio Wukong and you just throw everything you have at Teddy. Because if the last game showed us anything, it's that if Teddy dies, this team is not able to carry the weight.
Yeah, I like that idea. I don't think that Lava playing Galio is the issue at all. I think you could just go for that. Let's see what the changeup will be here. They picked Trundle in game 2. It was a pillar bot. They played Vi in game 1, which was decent at, you know, just essentially zoning, but
it was okay.
I mean,
wasn't very convincing.
Sure.
No, I would have much
preferred. See Volibear.
I would have, especially with the Gnar lock-in, I would have much preferred a pick that can protect the Jinx. I think there were plenty of opportunities available. You can go for some damage deterrence. You can go for something that provides a little bit more CC and peel. I actually like the Trundle more. The one thing this does buy you is more aggressive mid-game opportunities with this Taliyah and with this Gnar. But provided how game number 1 went, I think Kwangdong Freaks trying to make something work here. Void going for his Nautilus again is a no-brainer pick that he definitely is the most comfortable one. But as a whole, Kwangdong has drafted effectively the same composition, and the composition didn't really work for them in game 2. If I'm being complete, they won, and I'm aware of this.
Yeah.
But if
they had Teddy on Jinx.
Yeah, but if this is my core issue. If Teddy is your win condition, then draft around him. How many games of Teddy like 1v9ing do we need to see before this team is like, okay, you know, we'll pick something supportive. We'll put a little bit more priority on the Kench, as opposed to picks that I think are good, but
even like I love the Taliyah, but even like picking Tom Kench after the Gnar, I wouldn't have even minded, you know? Just to make sure that you get a really solid, amazing 2v2 for Teddy. Instead, that has not been the play for the Kwangdong Freaks, and I feel that Fred and Brian have only gotten stronger. You know, there was only one change on either side. It's the junglers, and other than that, it's all remains the same. So, Fred and Brian won for 44 out of 45 minutes in that game.
We're getting to animations now. That's where we're heading with the meta.
Should.
Wow.
Somebody's just gonna bring a monitor, start playing like a video in the background. It's the pizza delivery man, Teddy. This is of course referring to the Fountain Laser Teddy. I struggle to remember if he was actually playing pizza delivery Sivir in that game. Maybe Atlas could.
Atlas would know.
Could harken back. Could recall. It was actually Achilles who was casting that game. But I don't have him on the phone right now. He is on vacation. Either way, guys, we do have a very similar comp on both sides. Only the junglers have changed. Let's jump onto the Rift for Game 3. So here we are, onto the Rift again for game number 3. Kwangdong given another lease on life. So maybe Fate won't feel as good about that as the Taunt is going to miss. Fate does have to use his Ghost.
I think you'll take it. It's unfortunate, but losing your Ghost doesn't feel nearly as bad as your Flash. And you know what the best part about these drafts as well is that we don't have to significantly change any analysis that we've done. This is the equivalent of your teacher giving you homework and then they forget and then they just give you the same homework for the next day.
Yeah. Or it's like you're taking a test and you found the test from last year and it's like the exact same.
But they've changed the names.
Yes.
So that it doesn't immediately show up.
Very true.
You're a big test taker.
Huh?
You're good at tests.
Oh yeah.
I was pretty I'm more of an essay guy.
Yeah. I am not a big writer myself. I do not like essays. Definitely more of a test taker. Multiple choice.
That's the Velda's comfort zone.
Yeah. It was just much easier than having to actually express yourself.
Can you imagine?
Imagine that.
What's your job again, Mr. Vel?
Video games.
It is video games.
And staying indoors.
Playing the yet-to-be-released Riot MMO.
Yeah. Still waiting on that. Probably need about 4 or 5 more years for that, but
you'll be ready.
Still waiting. I will be very ready. And yeah, I mean, this bottom lane exactly the same. The big difference in this game, of course, compared to game 2 is that we did not have the level 1 shenanigans. So there's no 2-kill Gwen. There's no 1-kill Jinx that has a free gifted Lee Sin into 2-0. So that could make a big difference in this one.
Well, you say that, but none of those actually ended up mattering for the game at all. Like
Jinx
none of
was
those.
fed.
Yeah, well, Teddy got a kill, but he didn't actually win the game until he had been sitting on 6 items for like 10 minutes.
Maybe if he was less fed earlier on,
it would have been better.
Fred at Brion would have extended further and been more confident, and they would have won the game before
But
this
then
even
Morgan
happens.
also had 2 kills, so maybe that evens it out.
Yeah, he might have lost the lane even harder. Although maybe he wouldn't have played as aggressive
And
if he wasn't
wouldn't have
ahead
gone
2
again.
kills.
We need a time machine. That's what we need.
I don't know if that's good for the world.
Us getting a time machine so we can check to see.
Yeah, I don't
what
think time
happens
machines
in our,
in general.
in our video games.
Like, I didn't watch the one reference that everybody in the world knows with the Marvel movie with the dude that with the possibilities and stuff.
It's a great description, Veldas. Very happy you're here with me.
It's like the one time traveling reference that everybody understands, except me and Wolf maybe. But I do know that based on other pop culture, it is generally not a good result when you have time travel available to you.
Well, based on some of our Chrono Break experience, I might agree with you. As
yeah.
Overall, very low action here. Expecting to see a lot more of that as we hit the level 6s, as that's when a lot of these picks really get enabled. Ooh, love this early dive, but the cover is there from Kwangdong.
Yeah.
So they should be able to regain control here.
4v4 in the bottom side. We went from tri-lane to quad lane as in comes Lava. He's ghosting in, looking for that taunt, forces the flash out of point as Delight just flashes in and dashes over the rocks, nearly gets himself killed as now Umpty might just be the sacrifice here. That is going to be first blood, and guess who picks it up?
It's Teddy! Second time in a row that he gets free kills in the early game. And last time it made him scale into 45 minutes so much quicker, Veldas. The idea behind that play from Fred Brian is fine, but the moment that every player on Kwangdong is there, trying to flip it is very, very risky because of Talia. It is actually Talia that counteracts 3 of the 4 champions that you have in that skirmish. And Faye just puts down his E. You pointed it out, like Delight got caught in it. I think Lava got caught in it. Umpty is not nearly as strong, and even more so than some of the elements of Kwangdong. Like, this bro comp excels when you hit level 6. That's when you get a lot of your power ultimates.
Twice.
Yep. Yeah, both Lava and Delight just get stuck.
He grand entrances on the rocks, and then he, I don't know the name of the ability, but the one where you dash to your ally.
Battle Dance.
Battle Dance.
Yep.
Back over the rocks.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, this is the power of Talia. This is just why they are picking Talia. They expect another aggressive kind of dash engage composition from Fred Brion, and you know, like I said in the draft, I wouldn't have minded more priority on the bottom side, but you get to see the value of the Talia. No secret here on what this pick can do.
Now, with Lava level 6, I'll be looking for another play as overall, the early gold swing for Kwangdong is nice, but it's not going to be enough. Let's not forget that they had a sizable gold lead for a better part of 10 minutes in the previous game as well. You know, we're not able to actually execute on that. As overall, expect a low action gameplay, especially now from Fred Brian. I've seen this before. We've seen this happen before with Fred Brian specifically, where they go for a really big early game play, try to make the most of it. And this is very reminiscent of what happened in Game 2 as well, where Umti went for the dive, but Fade was there. And this time, Umti and Lava go for the dive, and Fade and Elim are there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't end up quite working out.
Isn't it funny how when you play very similar drafts 3 games in a row, things just begin to get predictable?
It is funny, Veldes.
It's really funny.
How that works. It's almost like a teacher reusing the same test answers.
Yeah, wow. What a great analogy.
Yeah,
I wonder who came up with that one.
Well, I was. I thought you.
Actually, you're the guy who talked about the homework. I'm the one who talked about the tests.
I don't remember it that way. But you live your truth. No, I'm joking. Obviously, Veldes, that was you. I would never take credit for something I said. In this ever-returning cyclical loop that we're stuck in.
Yes.
As we're just playing the same game again.
Time is a flat circle.
You've seen True Detective?
I have, yes.
Nice.
It's a great show. Yeah.
No, it is.
One of my favorites.
Where's the line for Veldes? Like, when is something pop culture enough to watch and when is it not deemed?
I mean, quality TV shows aren't really...
I've
like, does Breaking Bad count as
I've tried
culture?
To make you watch great TV shows.
They're all animes.
They're not all anime. I mean, a lot of them are, but they're not all animes, Veldes.
I think maybe like 99.5% of them are animes.
Well, I think there's a surplus of anime, but it's definitely not the only thing.
True. Maybe.
Well,
not sure
thinking
about
back,
that. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I
love them. Veldes.
Yeah.
I just want you to be happy.
True. A lot of TV shows have, originality, different concepts, different actors. Not the exact same timeline with the same story just repeated over and over again.
I think we're getting
like some franchises. So I will watch those and not some franchises. And we're talking about... I don't even know. He stays hidden. He's still hidden. And they go straight into Rakan Galio. But everybody is bought except Gnar, who does have teleport, but is not able to stop this from happening. And the dive is unsuccessful. It is stopped.
Herald for Drake. Where have I seen that before?
Oh, I hope they take the Drake.
They should.
They just want to follow up dive.
I think they see if someone face checks and then they just take him down, but not really a need. I think you just take the certain objective here, as I think it was a Hextech Drake last time around as well.
It was, and it was in about 10 minutes into the game.
Ocean second.
Oh, what? Not my timeline. Hashtag.
Unbelievable. Different multiverse. Or I guess different universe in the multiverse, if you want to be pedantic, which is everyone on the
Needles coming on in. Will Morgan make the same mistake that Keen did is the question. The answer is no, because Umpty is right there to get the alley-oop. And guess what he has? A Rift Arrow. So this could be a pretty significant lead in the top side for Fred Brion.
And Keen's troubles just continue, dying with his summoners up, gonna give up first turret blood, or at the very least 4 plates here in the early game. And the Lord reigns supreme again. Doesn't need 2 kills. This time around doesn't get ganked early. And it is a very, very low health bar on this turret. Great timing for Umpty as well. Showing up there just in the nick of time to take down the almost Mega Gnar. Gnar. And Keen just walking up to a Gwen that is still in Shroud.
Every needle hits.
Yeah, as well.
Every single one.
And he has flash as well. And then if you flash the final couple of needles, if you're able to stay away from Umpty for a little bit longer, you get Mega, then maybe you live, maybe you trade a kill, maybe you get something.
Yeah. I think it's a certain type of frustration that makes you, you could say like, okay, maybe you didn't see the Wukong coming in and he got surprised by that one. But as you mentioned, I think it's this level of frustration where it's like, no, I'm not gonna lose my flash like this just in a regular trade. Like, I'm better than this, you know, I'm supposed to be able to take these trades and handle them. And so you just kind of don't. I'm not sure if that's universal. I've definitely done that in the past in solo queue.
We're all human.
Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue because a lot of those Rift Herald plates were traded over to Morgan. So now that lead in the top side is going to be even greater. Divine Sunder finished for Umti. Means that now he's going to be a significant threat if these fights do happen. As Umti will be backed off of clearing a ward, actually.
And I'm very nice hiding in the Dragon Pit. Unfortunately, they're all walking over multiple wards. As Umti.
Yeah, Hoyt just going to be totally locked up here, but Umti takes a bunch of damage. In goes Delight, tries to get into that backline onto Teddy, but Teddy is still alive. And they hand another kill over to him. That's 2 now for Teddy on the Jinx, as Henna in the pit will be forced to flash away. Traded for that Weaver's Wall, and Kwangdong Freaks able to turn it very nicely.
And a hard engaging on a Nautilus is something that has backfired many a time in the past, and is going to be the case here as well. When we see the replay, we'll see the amount of damage. And I like the idea of the setup here, but this is just a 4v4. Immediate proc of the Glacial Augment means that Void takes reduced damage. Very nice sidestep there as well. And because he stays alive for this long, Teddy is just freely autoing. Again, we see the value that this Talia has, the lockdown of the Void this early on, very, very impactful. And, well, now the gold lead's gone over to Kwangdong again, and I can't wait to see how Frederick is going to grab it back.
Yeah, that is the question. Some of these skirmishes, at least Kwangdong have looked a bit better on, even if they're not even truly on their terms. You know, it's Fred Brion kind of going in at the wrong time, and then Kwangdong able to turn it. And so, I mean, that's the way their drafts kind of work either way, because you are playing into Jinx, Talia, Vi with your dive comp.
Yeah, you're going. And whether it's working or not, there's not really a way out, unless you're specifically Gwen, who was not anywhere near the shenanigans that happened towards the bot side of the map. And crucially, Teddy's getting accelerated. And last time it was one bad team fight that Kwangdong took that really got them in a rough position. And it happened at the third Drake. They're definitely getting this Drake that's coming up. So as long as they can avoid making the same mistakes that they have in the past, they might be able to. And we all know how hard that is, Valdez. I say as someone who definitely hasn't rage queued past my self-imposed free game loss limit in League of Legends.
What was that loss streak you had? Was it 10? Oh, yeah, interesting.
And about 5 of those were definitely not my fault, and about 5 of those were very much me. Kind of running it down on champions I didn't like.
That's generally the way it goes for me as well.
Yeah.
Umti is looking to go back to the hand that has fed him before.
Round 2. Yeah,
this is
they're
Mininar.
Going to get this turret, for sure.
Yeah, Morgan just going to chop it down with those very big slicing scissors. As now Keen is just trying to buy as much time as possible, but he is nearly almost definitely dead. He is going to flash, and Meganar now, so actually buying an incredible amount of time. Can try to run through the jungle here, but Lava is nearby. And he's even going to Ghost, just to make sure that nothing gets away from them. Who do they give the kill to? It will be Lava, as Teddy gets a free turn.
You'll take it. If you're Kwangdong, Drake in the turret, no problem. And this time around, Infernal Drake. A Drake that is the complete opposite of what we had last time around, confirming that we are indeed on a different timeline.
Nice.
Where Kwangdong Freaks, if they are able to pick up an early Infernal Soul, remember in the previous game where Teddy was fed and then he did autos and it didn't really do anything? Not going to be a problem this time around if they are able to stack a couple of those Drakes. 2-item spike now hit for Teddy, and you give up a kill, you give up a Rift Herald, which is unfortunate, but definitely not the end of the world, as your main win condition for Kwangdong has been accelerated.
Yes, get Teddy fed, and he has a completed call, 2 items, 2 kills, a bounty. I think he'll be totally fine to begin to carry from here. Lava's going for the same build. He will build into the Zhonya's and then Shadow Flame most likely. I I assume he should do it even more so in this game because there is no Mountain Soul. Would make a bit more sense. And we did have a similar lull, though. Even though we are kind of on different timelines, it feels somewhat similar.
Yeah, there's definitely still a chance that we see the exact same ebb and flow that we saw in the previous game. Because this feels very reminiscent of game number 2. Now, game number 2 took a pretty unnerving turn with a last-minute plot twist that M. Night Shyamalan was proud of.
Yeah.
But overall, we see that this time around, I think Fred and Brian are going to look for a similar turn. It was Rakan and Lava that last time around were able to really put a lot of pressure. The one thing that's important to note, though, is that this time around, Kwangdong Freaks are going to be playing an Infernal Rift, which reduces the amount of choke points on the map, which in theory is unfortunate for Keen, but good for Kwangdong's team, because they were clearly very, very frightened if we look at how the game was played out. And for Fred and Brian, I still think you're very strong. Ooh,
well, that's a lot of damage into that front line, which was Teddy. He is burning down, but he is totally fine. Got a really nice chunk onto that mid turret.
Yeah.
But he will have to back here, so Fred and Brian will have a moment to push with this Rift Herald, which is going to be actually pretty nice here. Nice knock-up comes in from Fate as the damage not quite enough, though. Will be shielded up by the Battle Dance. And here comes the rest of Fred and Brian into that back line. Morgan very much immune, but will he be immune for long enough is the question. The answer is no, as the Vi ends up being the biggest bait of all. Henna picks up a turret, but 2 of them go down.
And you'll take that trade. That's Kwangdong Freaks. Losing the turret is unfortunate, but you're going to get an immediate counter turret here. It would have been nice if Teddy would have been able to snipe that kill with his ultimate. Not going to be the case, but still a very favorable gold advantage here that is picked up by Kwangdong Freaks. Great trade, and now as a result, game is looking, and all the jokes we've made about how similar the 2 games were, are slowly going out of the window. I think Kwangdong have really composed themselves after what was a very lackluster couple of showings in both Game 1 and in Game 2. And looking to really take control this time around as Henna gets taken extraordinarily low. They crucially have already used the Moonlight Vigil here. And as a result, and with this turret still being alive for a considerable amount of time, this is pretty disjointed. Henna and Umti and the Light can't actually join this fight. And as a result, it is a couple of pickups. And Kwangdong Freaks, as mentioned, get 2 kills and pick themselves up a return turret immediately as well.
Yeah, it's pretty massive for Kwangdong now, widening the gap, and they should have a Monka Yumi.
You knew.
Yumi S coming through. And yeah, I mean, Kwangdong, with that play, they take down the mid turret. It's going to give them some extra vision control around this dragon, and these dragons are going to matter huge amounts. They're not just going to give them away as they did in game number 1. Teddy, incredibly strong now, going to grab that extra crit cloak. As you see that Fred and Brian, you know, they still have ways to press their buttons and get on in, especially with the addition of the Wukong.
Yeah.
And a fed Gwen. But it's not going to be that easy.
No, a little early on the mid push here, so Lava will be able to join. Also, of course, has his ultimate available. So Kwangdong, even if you go for a skirmish here, you be careful.
Okay. Gravita Moonlight Vigil hits Ellen, and he is a 005 Vi. So he's totally fine with that. Umti down to about a half of his health bar. And Fred and Brian, it looks like they are just ready to go. They want to fight, regardless. As the wall does come down, do they have the damage to take down this Drake in time? It's looking pretty likely. Down go the stones, and there is the smite. And Dragon Soul points with Infernal Soul on the Rift will be given over to Kwangdong.
And that is with a fed Talia and a fed Jinx as well. So overall, Fred and Brian is looking a lot more rough. They still have a great team fight ultimates available as... Oh, Umti.
Okay, they actually want to turn onto Morgan here. Yeah, he might actually die now. Yep, the needles come out, and you know, the Vi pick itself is decent. The play,
that is one of the funniest sequences of play I have seen in a long time.
Yeah.
Get me a replay of that.
Well, we saw the one in game 1, so I think we already did him dirty enough.
Throw some curb your enthusiasm on that under that,
Yeah.
and you got a banger as he like goes.
Oh, we're doing Baron.
As well, yeah, I know the jungler's down, but everyone's here.
I think they want to turn off of this one, as the vision is there though. So Lava, they know exactly where he is as well. So the turn shouldn't be that great, but they're trying to kill Lava. 100-0. Stopwatch available, and now he's going to flash. Still, the chase is on, and a rocket for the alley-oop. And now we got killing spree for the Jinx.
And what about Kwangdong's Baron attempt? Surely that's going to come through now, but no, instead they choose to push really harder. You see, Fred and Brion, they made the read. They might go for Baron here, posture towards that pit, want to stick around. Instead, Kwangdong Freaks, they smell the weakness and go for a very aggressive push in
천천히
here.
내려와봐. 유치할 끌게, 유치할 끌게.
Oh, look at the ghost. Can't get him. Gwen's immune, completely ignores the Talia.
나이스.
Nice pull.
Nice. Oh, by the way, in live, Fate is dead. And there you go. We barely caught that one. Not sure how he got caught on that, but you can see that Delight with no charm available. So,
yeah.
And no Cyclone here for the Wukong.
Quickness, flash, a lot of cooldowns used, so I assume it was a trap set up where Fate was shoving in topside, and then Fred and Brion were able to sneak past Vision. Nice pick. You're on a Talia, but especially with the ultimate up, it doesn't really provide you with any opportunity on the map. And looking at the item breakpoints that we've hit here, Teddy is going to probably get a BF sword in as well, so he's going to be sitting on 3.5 items. Hannah is going to be happy if he finishes his Lord Doms, which is not a great power spike. When we get towards this inevitable soul fight, as, yeah, this one fairly obvious. Lava with the rest of the team try to set up, but especially when Umti and Delight are still in the pit, the turn isn't great. As, okay, so they were still holding on to the max.
He showed on the minion wave, and that was the end of him.
Yeah, crucially, wanted to probably throw down a ward there, try and stay alive. Or throw a ward there, get some vision, and go and shove the topside wave. But in 1 minute, I don't think Fred and Brion are going to hit any other item breakpoints. They do have some couple of really great 2 spikes. Morgan, we already saw how strong he is, especially when he adds that Blighted Jewel. He's going to shred for everyone that isn't keen. And then we have more for Umti. Lava sitting on Night Harvester and on... Okay, there we go. It is the Lord Doms. But that's not that great a spike, right? Like Lord Dominic's into a team that hasn't really itemized a lot of armor.
Yeah.
This is actually, I think, one of the occasions where Collector might have actually really been quite strong. I haven't seen it recently. A lot of Phalios is opting into a different direction, and of course the item does have its weaknesses, but as an immediate power spike, it is quite strong, and I think giving over this Infernal Soul to Kwangdong is going to be a road to ruin for Fred and Brion.
Yeah, this is, it's Teddy who's really fed already, and he's an item and a stopwatch ahead of his counterpart, Henna. And not only that, he has a red buff, and he has Supreme Vision Control. So this is not like Game 2, where you're playing on your hind feet and hoping that eventually the Jinx does an insane amount of damage, which it did. This is actually you in control. You're setting up plays. You're setting up dredge lines into Talia, seismic shoves, and stuff like this. Obviously, assault and batteries, and it's definitely ways for Kwangdong to fight on their terms.
And with the control you have now, as Kwangdong, you can set up a trap here, and then have Keen by himself take this dragon while you poke them off.
Yeah, just have Teddy kill the entire enemy team. He did take some damage, though.
Ooh. No, don't fall in that trap. Don't hard engage on Gwen. No, no. No, don't do that again.
Just give them the Baron and take Infernal Soul.
I think you can go and kill them here. I think they have the time.
Yeah, maybe you can do both. Stop the Baron, move down, take mid-prio, threaten Infernal Soul again. Fred and Brion are like, oh, we're threatening taking the Baron.
Yeah, Keen is TP though, so you have full vision control. You send Keen over. If they actually can't, you teleport. And then you're fine, and it looks like Fred and Brion also realizes we're not going to be able to contest for this Drake. And instead we're going to have to try and shove in a wave. Can't actually hard commit to a turret here because you don't have the vision control. And there is also an immediate rotation coming through from Kwangdong Freaks. And This is the key point of divergence. Valdez, we finally reached it. Don't need to go to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Soul picked up here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Elder coming up pretty early on in this game at about 32 minutes in. And yeah, a pretty significant lead here for Kwangdong Freaks. Infernal Soul for a Fed Jinx. But again, we saw that Fred Brion in game number 2, like, they had immense control. It seemed like there was no way they were going to lose unless they ran face first into a Jinx. So, let's see. Although on the side of Fred Brion, you have a Fed Gwen and a not-so-Fed Aphelios.
Yeah.
There are still ways to get Wombo comboed by Brill.
What I want to highlight as well is Teddy's adaptations as between the first, third, and or first, second, and third game. He's now currently sitting on both Guild Force and Cleanse, which means that actually locking him down reliably becomes so much harder for the Kwangdong Freaks composition. As we'll be looking for an angle here.
This is a pretty large flank trying to get in onto Teddy, but they get into the mist and they deny the Gwen entirely. But the front line now is getting shredded down. Teddy had to run way back. Hoyt does flash away now, though, and in the front line left alone. No further follow-up for the side of Fred Brion.
And he's dead.
The zap is going to hit Henna, and now he's going to go down, although maybe not. As Fate will have to flash away from this one. Teddy is getting pretty low. All of those wins coming out from the Galio are actually doing big damage. But eventually, it is going to be a couple of kills as Teddy has survived through the exhaust, cleanses it off. And it's only going to be the Light that does survive. Now 5-0-4 for the Jinx, 300 CS, and a Baron for the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
And that right there is why, if you're Kwangdong, just play through Teddy. Don't overcomplicate things. Protect this man and he will give you the win as the health bars get a little spookily low. But it's not going to be a horror movie here. Kwangdong Freaks take a decisive team fight, a victory, but this is also Fred Brion in a nutshell, right? Like, they're always going to be looking. Flashing over the wall, Lava flashing in, but crucially, Teddy and Fate go untouched in this fight. And even though it looks a little scary, by the end of it, like, neither of those actually end up going down.
And then you're running face first into a Aphelios, and yeah, he doesn't have that many items, but he's got enough to kill a Vi at this point. He nearly goes down. But in the end of the day, there is enough damage on the side of the Kwangdong Freaks. We get the Draven thumbs up. No Draven in this series, though. And now with the Baron, Kwangdong Freaks going to be pushing down here. Remember, again, that they have Infernal Soul. They had it in the last fight as well. And kind of Fred Brion going for that last-ditch effort, that last Hail Mary. And now it's really dire straits for them.
Very peculiar series, Valdez. Because in my heart of heart, it feels like this is a 2-1 win for Fred Brion. So why are we still playing? Why are we still playing the game? What's going on here? But Kwangdong Freaks in this final game, definitely the stronger team. It is a improved iteration of the game they played previously. This time around, they don't throw in the mid-game dragon fight. They keep Teddy safe, and if you keep him safe, he will carry you into the heavens. Currently sitting on an Infernal Soul, an incredible amount of items. And Elder spawning in 2 minutes in case Kwangdong really wants to not take any risks at all. And just wait for that one.
Yeah, you see them kind of posturing around the bottom side, but they're not fully committing to it. Now the Weaver's Wall is going to come down here, but still, decent wave clear when you've got a Galio that went full AP plus an Aphelios. So the melee minions die immediately, and Teddy says, "Oh, I'm not gonna move forward without RFC and just straight up auto this thing."
Yeah, also doesn't have stuns. So this is one of those moments where you've cornered your prey. You need to make sure that they don't turn on you.
Well, this is Gnar. I know Keen hasn't had the best series we've ever seen, but he is a Mega Gnar, and you're not really going to find much on that. But feeling desperate, tried to go for it, and Kwangdong Freaks, they might just want to end it here. They don't have to. Like you mentioned, no summoners here on the Jinx. Got to be careful about that, but they still have double cannon minion buffed up by the Barons. They're going to use the last 10 seconds here to get as much value as possible.
Yeah, I like that. And I also am completely supportive of the decision to just move back here. There's no need for you to try and force here and risk a situation where you give up your bounty on Jinx, where you give up GA, where you give up the bounty on Keen, and possibly even give up Elder, because then for the Brionne, they can move towards the pit, they can set up a trap, and then if you make one misstep, you can still lose the game. But now, you have taken down 2 inhibitors. You're going to have shoving waves, and you're just going to be able to sit at Elder, just wait, and inevitably, people are going to have to go back. People are going to have to deal with the amount of damage that is available. And it's really interesting. Teddy hasn't actually picked up an Infinity Edge yet. I think that also plays a big part as to why he hasn't gone back. Currently has to get, what, like 2k gold before he's able to pick up that item.
Yeah, it's a bit over 2k, but yeah, he's not quite there. Doesn't look like it. Even with the big Baron power play.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you want to block your own inhibitor, your super. A nice attempt from.
It's the timing.
So maybe
he's lining it up.
And here the key thing is Kwangdong is don't flip. Well, you can play it slow. You have a ton of pressure. Just make sure that you don't flip for this Elder, because it's a bounty and it's an Elder Drake. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, Morgan back here. He has teleport. Will be waiting for an entry point with his team. Fred Brion identify, okay, well, we can't give away this Elder Drake for free. So either we go down here or we lose the game. So Umpty is going to get dredge-lined and killed with the depth charge, just locking him down. And now Henna, the assault battery into that back line. The follow-up peel from the side of Fred Brion is not good enough. The damage numbers looking pretty good, even though Morgan does assassinate there with some nice needles. This is an excited Jinx with Infernal Soul. Teddy, the Fountain Laser, makes his return to the Rift. The zap is not going to land, but it looks like the game win will land here for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Somebody get this man a massage, as he took the entirety of his team on his back. And this time around, it will be enough for the entirety of the game. Kwangdong Freaks going to be able to shove in here. Wave coming in from the bot side here, and with the cooldown. Oh, actually, I get it. I get it. I think you just take the Elder now, as we both got excited, just like Teddy. But unlike Teddy, we're not playing the game, so we don't avoid any.
We're not on an LCK team, yeah.
Well, maybe you could have been Valdez if you just played a little bit more mid lane.
At the, maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah. As here, nicely done by Kwangdong. As pointed out, the one risk that you run here is going in too aggressively and trying to flip. Instead, we do see Alan going down, gets Gwent pretty hard, but the main win here for Fred and Brion is just that they keep it alive, or stay alive for as long as they do. And now, round 2. Same rules apply here, Kwangdong.
No flash cleanse for Teddy. He has GA as Keen goes in. He has to flash out of here and have his Mega Gnar popped.
Yeah, just poke with Teddy. He has Infernal Soul.
Yeah, it's really all you have to do. But, in they go. The two of them, they don't have Teddy up here on the top side, but they don't seem to need him, as it will be enough. Galio is knocked out of the heroic entrance, and down he will go to double kill here for Fate. As Keen will pick up one for himself. And now finally, the turn this time around, second time on the Elder, will be enough for Kwangdong to end the game.
Teddy says, no! Come here, Umpty!
808 is the score line here for Teddy. He goes legendary and finally is able to carry his team to a victory. The first one in 3 weeks for the Kwangdong Freaks, but they get the job done. It is a grueling grind for them to make it through Fred Brion, who showed up at least in the first half of this series.
And not only was this match important for Kwangdong, but in addition to that, had Kwangdong lost this game, that would have locked in Damwon Kia for a guaranteed playoff spot. But now, they are going to have to beat their opponents in the next series, KT, if they want to guarantee their spot. Of course, still in a great place. But we have reiterated many a time, Kwangdong is not out of the running. They are actually, in terms of game score, pretty close to the 6th, the 5th place teams, because those are all sitting on like 7, 8 wins. Now Kwangdong sitting at 5 all of a sudden. Dream of making playoffs again would be somewhat attainable. But it was definitely a journey. I got there, Valdez.
A journey through time, as we did have a pretty fun time regardless in the series. Although, like I said before, I'm not sure that either side feels too satisfied with their performance. I think that Kwangdong, they're still in it to win it as much as possible, as difficult as it may seem. For Brion, I believe with this loss, they do lose any chance of making it into playoffs. So that is unfortunate for them. They were able to do it last season, but not this time around. But looking forward to some more of their games, as they always provide some fun. Teddy, he looks pretty exhausted. I can't blame him.
Yeah, he did a lot of heavy lifting today, Valdez. And the final game that we saw there from Kwangdong is I think, the form that we expect to see of Kwangdong on average. And they've just not been able to quite match that, to quite consistently reach that level where Fate is a very good supportive mid laner. I don't think he's going to win you single-handedly a lot of games, but he's really good at playing around the map. Had a couple of impactful roams, both in this game and in the previous one. And then in addition to that, Keen also looking a lot better here. Still not at the highest of impact, but definitely a game that, looking at this this early to mid control that was found by Kwangdong, one you're going to be looking to emulate when you face off against stronger teams down the line. As for Brion, this is one you want to forget rather soon.
Yeah,
I personally say.
It's difficult to win a game 3 after you lose game 2 in the manner that they did. So at the end of the day, they gave it their best shot. It was very Brion-esque. They went down swinging, all 5 members going in with the power of friendship. But fortunately for them, Teddy just counters that a little bit too much. He's been doing it solo for a long time. He did it here in this game once again. So pretty obvious POG for me, even though I don't have a vote. But
oh, don't worry, I vote for Teddy.
I know that our analysts will get it done.
This might be a 13 out of 13 here. What was the last time we had Keen votes, or was it just the 2 Fate votes? I think it was just
Keen votes. No, it was 9 out of 13. It was 2 and 2 for mid and top.
This time around, I would be shocked if it isn't all Teddy. Just got fed and then had a perfect game of positioning on Jinx into a comp that really, really heavily punishes any form of misposition, right? There's Wukong, there's Galio, there's Rakan. Make one mistake in this against this type of comp, and you just lose the game.
Basically just go for Gwen and then go for Felios and going in. Basic stuff.
너 맞췄거든? 무조건 맞는 각이거든.
네.
무조건 맞는 각이야.
연판은 괜찮게 잘했다 얘들아.
Wait, just saying, it's okay, it's okay. Even as they get the win. They know it was not clean, but they got the win. That's all that really matters. 28,000 damage here for the Fountain Laser himself with the Infernal Soul.
No surprises. Brion, as per usual. Morgan, again, having a great showing here today, I think. But it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Outside of that, the damage graph looking very evenly shared, as one would expect of Brion.
Well, that was a grueling grind for Kwangdong Freaks as they took that one down. Long series for them, but they get the win. Let's see what the guys in the analyst desk have to say about that one.
Not a lot of good things, Valdez, unfortunately. This was a mess of a series, to be perfectly honest. Kwangdong Freaks managed to eke it out in the end with a gigantic range advantage, and I think Teddy was 1v9 all day.
I mean, with the team that Teddy has around him, the fact that he has to carry this hard and win this hard is really just unfortunate. And like, Kwangdong Freaks' lack of strong macro, I think, really shows in this series, despite the win in the end. We were so close to Brion 2-0ing this series. Yeah, let's not forget, like, we were on the brink of Kwangdong not even having a chance there. Brion's playoff chance is still alive. it was mentioned on the cast, but once again, Fred Brion is now eliminated from playoff contention here. We saw them basically draft the same style all 3 games, and in the final one here, they fell really far behind, in part to their own volitions. The same way they threw their lead in game 1 to the mid game, this time they dive hyper aggressively into the Nautilus once again, putting themselves behind.
Yeah, and they also opted into exactly the same draft this time around as well. It was only a change of junglers. Of course, LM instead of on the Trundle is now on the Vi, and instead of the Lee Sin, we get the Wukong out of Umpty. And no adjustments were made to make up for the fact that Teddy's impossible to get to. They don't take away Hoyt's champion that he's good at playing. There are a lot of options here in a lot of instances in the draft.
And some
adaptation to be made.
Some learning that didn't happen either for Fred Brion for how the dive went with Umpty on the Lee Sin, diving into the Nautilus, getting completely shut down by the Talia roam. This time diving into Nautilus, again, Hoyt's just like, I root people. I don't know. Why are you guys diving? Like, you don't have to. Your comp doesn't need to steamroll the bottom 2v2. It's not that type of comp, so...
Yeah, engaging onto a Nautilus, never really a good idea. Let's get into our first highlight here as this was the beginning of it all.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of this game really shows, again, these forced fights here for Fred Brion, and Umpty just falls down here, Jinx gets excited. Like, that's what this whole game is about. This whole set of highlights we're going to watch tonight is all about Teddy. We're going to take a deeper dive into his items here in a minute, because he was given opportunities to get a kill and get excited in each and every important moment this game, and he became a fountain laser. If we take a look at the massive advantage he gets, if after this fight, then we'll see another fight that happens right before we stop this. This is the moment we look and we're like, is Teddy gonna have a GA before Henna has his second item as his 4th item? And he almost, in fact, does. He actually is that ahead. By the time Henna buys his Lord Dominic's Regards, Teddy's like, no, I'm not building an IE, just goes straight into the GA, never really has to use it, never has to stopwatch here, is never under any threat. He played so much better than Henna all series long that we didn't even have to have we didn't get to have a conversation even about range. It was just like, oh, well, Henna's just not able to do anything here. He's so far behind. It was, like, looking at these items is kind of unbelievable, considering that otherwise anywhere else on the map, Quantum Freaks did not have a huge lead.
And this is also the first pick for Fred Brion, right? And this is the biggest gripe that I have, is that they don't get first pick now. They decide to go with this. And yes, I do understand that if they give Aphelios over, their only real answer is to go for Lethality Xayah, which doesn't really do a whole lot anyway, because of course the Jinx isn't really a Henna champion. But let's have a look at our final highlight here to demonstrate once again, I mean, Teddy's inaccessible in this game.
This is a moment, of course, that happened before those items were the way they were, but this is part of why they were, is dives like this from Fred Brion. Again,
this was the hard force.
Unnecessary to force these types of fights between turrets where Henna doesn't have ult, isn't in position to do damage, and you're tanking 2 turrets. If there's 1 turret down and you pull this dive off, you have a flank angle, yeah, maybe, but it was just, again, so forced. Teddy's like, thanks for the money, I'm 1v9ing tonight.
Yeah. And I actually thought that was a different highlight, and of course Teddy was inaccessible in that one because he was in the base. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at player of the game and give it over to Teddy for 2nd time in a row. 8-0-8, he was legendary, and there was nothing that Fred Brion could do about him in this game.
Nope. I mean, there will be quite a few highlights here where you'll see that he just is Jinx, and he gets excited, and he auto-attacks people. His positioning was very good this game. It was very conservative. He did respect the Galio, you know, he respected the Recon extremely well this time around, and because of the range he has, it's just so easy for him to play these fights out well. Great zap from here on to Henna, who, you know, does end up outplaying Elim, who's gifting him a kill here, but at the end of the day, it's still just not enough. As soon as Teddy gets excited in these fights, like, he's just too fast, he's too inaccessible. I mean, just watch him. Nobody can get near him.
And also, the rocks go down, and there's no engage into that backline.
Yeah.
Once again, 11 out of 13 here. A couple of them going over to Fate, whose Unraveled Earth positioning and things like this, absolutely fantastic. But now, it's time to have a conversation with Teddy. So let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview, joined by the solo POG of Quantum Freaks, Teddy. Congratulations. This victory ends the 4-match-long losing streak. How do you feel, Teddy? We were able to get a huge comeback victory in Game 2, and then we won Game 3 as well, so I'm so relieved. Elim said this was a crazy series. Feels like he kind of dedicated a big part of his life, and today we had a very back and forth series between two teams. How was today's match? So I think we were not able to play according to the theme and style of the draft, so we discussed during our feedback. So speaking of the feedback, what did you guys kind of talk about after losing game number 1? Mostly about positioning, because we were able to get into position faster than the opponents, but still made them to actually take the lead and fight. So we really wanted to fix that heading into Game 2 and potential Game 3. Game number 2 didn't really start that good for Kwangdong Freaks because Freddy Freon got so many kills in that invade, but you guys managed to come back. So, because they were fighting around the first Herald, I was able to get a free turret on the bottom lane, but still we were not able to snowball even further. And also in Game 2, Freddy Brion aced out Kwangdong Freaks players, and it was not an easy game for you guys for sure, but there was one big team fight that turned the table around. Can you break it down for us? Keen was marking Galio. So he was marking the enemy mid laner, and then it was 4v3 kind of situation. So as long as the opponent front line goes on to that Nautilus, I was pretty sure that we will be able to win that team fight, and then I was able to just do damage freely in the back line. And you guys were able to close out the game after kind of giving away so many objectives. I know we were really far behind in gold, but Jinx was really fed. Talia was also decent. Because we actually had both of our inhibitors down, so we were able to farm a lot in order to scale for the late game. And Teddy, you played Jinx for 3 games, and you built Kraken in Game 2, Gale Force in Game 3. I was really fed on Jinx in Game 2. I had Kraken Slayer, but I wasn't able to get the best proc out of it, so I decided to just go for Gale Force in Game 3. And we had another Aphelios Jinx matchup here in the LCK Summer, and every time it's Jinx having the edge over Aphelios, but we keep having this matchup over and over. Tell me about this matchup. It kind of comes down to how their team plays, you know. Aphelios could be better. Sometimes Jinx could be better. So speaking of the matchup, I prefer playing Aphelios because it's a lot more stylish. Jinx is a champion that her team has to do and set up for her, but Aphelios is more stylish, you know, kind of a cool style champion. And Kwangdong Freaks played on the red side for 3 games in a row today. After losing game number 1, you decided to play on the red side one more time. I'm not sure about that strategy, to be honest. So they said we're gonna play red, so I'm like, okay, I get it. And I guess that was something from the coaching staff. And Kwangdong Freaks will go up against Hana Life Esports in the next series. I hope we can win all the remaining matches. This will be the end of the interview from Teddy from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation. Great to have a chat with Teddy there. I'm a bit sad that we didn't get any information about the red side choice, as Teddy's like...
He was basically just like, I wasn't really big on it myself.
I don't think he really minded too much anyway, as now I think we can bring up the standings and have a look at what this has done. Does have some implications, actually, for our match that we have coming up. If Kwangdong Freaks had have lost this game, it would have meant that Damwon Kia had solidified playoffs. Now, if they want to lock in playoffs today, they're going to have to take down KT Rolster in
the next match.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. I was the only one who predicted KT here on the English side, but on the Korean side, about half of the analysts actually going for KT here. A very tough match to call between these two.
Yeah, and I predicted Damwon Kia over DRX last time and got burnt by that one, so it might be that you're just correct, Wolf, but we'll just have to find out. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we will have Damwon Kia taking on KT. Don't go anywhere.
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
아마 18년도쯤 제가 솔로 랭크를 하고 있었을 때일 거예요. 저도 이제 그 당시에 선수였었거든요. 솔로 랭크 같은 경우는 이제 티어가 높은 사람들끼리는 보통 이제 계속 마주치다 보니까 그 아이디가 계속 눈에 들어왔었던 것 같아요. 나는 준이라다, 나는 준이라다.
그때 아이디가 준이라다.
네, 나는 준이라다 닉네임 쓰고 있을 때. 그리고 그때 뭔가 건우가 그때 점수는 그렇게 안 높았어요. 그냥 그랜드마터 한 3,400점 계속 왔다 갔다 하고. 근데 무빙이나 아니면 좀 순간 각 같은 거 잘 보는 사람들은 딱 보이거든요. 그래서 뭔가 얘 잘하는 것 같다.
조식 선수 방송을 많이 봤었는데 그때 제 닉네임 바코드 했었는데 제 닉네임 만들어준 것 같아요.
뭐라고 하면서?
너는 그냥 준이라다라고 하면서 해가지고 그냥 나는 준이라다라고 했던 것 같아요.
준이라다가 뜻이 있는 거예요? 쳤을 때 어떤 아이였는지.
착했어요. 말을 너무 잘 들었어요. 엄마 없으면 안 되는 아이. 친구들도 많았고 성격이 많이 활발했고 나가서 노는 것도 좋아했고 축구도 좋아했고 줄넘기도 좋아했고 뭐 저는 그러니까 애한테 공부를 많이 시키진 않았어요. 그냥 네가 하고 싶은 거 해라.
쿨한 성격이시긴 해요. 제가 하고 싶은 거 있으면 믿어주시고 밀어주시는 분이에요. 아예 공부를 안 잡았긴 했어요. 고등학교 1학년 때 들어갈 때부터 제가 게임만 계속 했었어가지고 그냥 게임으로 하다 보니까 잘 됐으니까 그냥 게임 쪽으로 가야겠다 하고 갔던 것 같아요.
엄마, 내 소개를 했는데 내가 나중에 커서 프로게이머 되겠다 하니까 선생님이 니는 꿈 있는 학생이네? 이러면서 칭찬해 주신 거예요. 그래서 나는 그거 듣고는 그냥 잊어버렸죠, 당연히. 근데 딱 1년 만에 걔가 그러니까 KT에서 너 프로게이머 해볼래? 이러면서 연락 온 거예요.
그때 첫 데뷔전 상대가 누구였어요?
그때 IG 루키 선수였는데 많이 처참하게 발려가지고 기억이 잘 나긴 하는데 기억은 좀 하기 싫은 상태이긴 해요. 제가 에코하고 이제 루키 선수가 신드라 하면서 제가 그런 구도에 대해서 많이 자신감이 있다 생각하고 대회를 했었는데 막상 대회에 들어가 보니까 게임 자체가 많이 다르고 제가 막 1대1로도 박을 수 없는 상황이다 보니까 많이 경기가 힘들었던 것 같아요. 솔직히 게임에 대한 지식도 없고 게임을 아무것도 모르는 상태인데 중국어까지 못하다 보니까 할 수 있는 게 없다 생각하고 서머 전 기간 동안 중국어랑 게임 많이 해서 필요가 좀 밀렸던 것 같아요. 거있다 같은 거.
그게 뭐예요?
쌓을 수 있다. 게임에 쓰는 언어만 일단 최대한으로 진짜로 그냥 하루에 한 2-3시간씩 많이 했었던 것 같아요.
PC 게이밍에서 스프링은 사실 이렇게 경쟁력 있는 모습을 보여주지 못해서 출전 기회를 잡긴 했지만 그래서 막 왔다 갔다 했다 그래요. 주전 서브를 그러다 이제 서머부터 좀 본격적으로 잘 해서 좀 이름을 알렸고
More, but Zika, another contender.
It's going to be 3v3 after all. Zika coming back into the play, trying to finish off the shot. He manages to do it. Oh my days, Zika!
그 다음에 이제 2021년에 BLG 그때는 근데 더 큰 기대를 받고 주목을 받고 갔는데 또 스프링에서는 약간 부진했다고 해요. 그래서 스프링에서 조금 헤매다가 서머에는 완전히 팀의 에이스? 그런 느낌으로까지 이제 성장을 해서 엄청난 포텐셜과 가능성을 보여준 채로 시즌이 끝났고 팀을 플레이오프에 올려놓은 공이 굉장히 크다고 하더라고요. 그렇게 해서 이제 그 이후에 LCK로 오게 된 거죠.
강 선수가 거의 1순위 지금 현재 감독님이랑 이야기했을 때도 그 선수 이름이 가장 먼저 나왔었습니다. 확신을 할 수는 없었던 상황이었고요. 대안도 다 고려는 하고 있었지만 조금 더 간절하게 생각하긴 했죠.
일단 킹겐한테 연락이 왔거든요. 지금 제칸의 집에 놀러 가는데 자기가 도움 드릴 거
도와줘.
고마워가지고
해줘.
친분이 있다 보니까 어떻게든 조금이라도 더 좋은 말 해주면 확률이 올라가는 거잖아요. 근데 당연히 그때는 그냥 꼬시러 간 게 아니라 그냥 놀러 왔다라고 했는데 본인도 알았을 거예요, 내심.
대충 알고는 있었긴 했었어요. 그때 영화 보면서 혈액수 어떠냐면서 잘한 선수도 올 것 같고 멤버도 좋게 짜질 것 같다면서 얘기했던 것 같아요. 한국 오면 잘해서 같이 롤드 가자고 했습니다. 일단 바텀 듀오 형들이 이제 아무래도 잘하고 베테랑이다 보니까 저희 상체 셋이서 약간 배울 수 있는 부분이나 그런 부분이 좀 많지 않을까 생각하고 뒤에서 이끌어주면 저희가 앞에서 잘할 수 있을 거라는 생각을 했었던 것 같아요.
아까부터 그러니까 이거를 인지는 하고 있는데 이게 다소 억지처럼 보여도 이런 다이브가 되거든요.
그래도 반격 되나 표식은
표식이라도
그래
나왔고
근데 현원
서로 버티긴 하지만 아펠리가 안 들어요.
버티긴 하는데
안 들어졌어요.
이거 연대작용인데요?
그렇죠. 이거 유비
완전 갈아버리겠는데요.
게임이 터졌습니다.
처음에는 긴장 많이 했었었는데 또 경기 들어가서 게임하다 보니까 그렇게 떨리거나 그런 긴장은 없었던 것 같아요. 솔직히 질 거라는 생각을 안 하고 있었는데
그래서 하더라고. 근데 이거 왼쪽 표식
먼저 끊을 수 있으면
그렇죠.
먼저
한번 열었고요.
먼저
크레센도가
표식 제카 좀 잡고
그렇죠.
그다음에
도부 가요. 도부 일단 가요.
제카
네. 일단
당구는 안 죽어요. 어차피 당구는 안 죽어요. 이거 샌드박스! 이런 역전 드라마를 또 잡았습니다. 넥서스를 깨버리면서 이거 뭐 나중에 깨도 되고 GG!
막상 데뷔전 막 2대0으로 지니까 허탈감이 많이 좀 왔었던 것 같아요. 너무 아쉬워서 그냥 아무 말도 안 나왔던 것 같아요. 스스로가 좀 무진장 슬랭만 했었던 것 같아요.
제가 남들보다 나은 점은 여러 팀에 있었고 경력이 길다 보니까 여러 상황에 부딪혀 본 게 제 장점이잖아요. 근데 그냥 선수들끼리 좀 터놓고 얘기했을 때 좀 경기력이 눈에 띄게 좋아졌던 기억이 있어서 불만이 없더라도 하나씩 만들어서 얘기하라고 제가 얘기를 해서 저부터 시작해서 한 명 한 명씩 다 얘기를 했던 것 같아요.
제거 동생 누구한테 어떤 말 했어요?
저 말 안 했던 걸로 기억.
말 안 했어요?
저는 제 문제점을 제가 제일 잘 알아가지고 그냥 제 문제점을 생각했던 것 같아요.
월간포화 대박. 그렇죠. 그리고 룰러. 갑니다.
DRX!
이러다가
DRX의 파멸적 반등 5연승 가자!
승체를 찍어냅니다. DRX입니다.
기세 같은 거나 자신감적인 부분에서 많이 좋아졌던 것 같은데 메타도 약간 그때 당시 잘 맞았었고 제 게임 실력에 대한 자신감도 많이 올라왔다 생각했어요.
DRX 이득을 크게 배워 물어야 합니다. 네, 합류했고요, 킹겐. 일단 킹겐 킹겐 간다. 아니 제카의 슈퍼 그렇죠.
아질은 어떻게 보면 정통 메이지 챔피언이잖아요. 정통 메이지 챔피언으로 스킬 활용이 굉장히 뛰어났거든요. 스킬 활용 자체가 모든 장면에서. 그런 걸 보여줄 수 있는 선수면 챔피언 풀은 문제되지 않겠구나.
근데 그 아질을 잘 다뤘다는 얘기는 바꿔 말씀드리면은 이 선수가 단단해졌다는 의미이기도 해요. 원래도 싸움 잘하는 친구였지만 상처 입는 걸 원하는 선수였는데 그러면 안 되는 때도 있잖아요. 상처 입으면 안 되는 메타일 때에도. 근데 그런 쪽에서 나름대로 좀 보여준 게 있다?
사실 그거는 솔직히 말이 안 된다고 생각을 해요. 제가 봤을 때는 그런 장면이 시즌2에 나왔다? 이건 팀 합으로도 엄청나다는 걸 뜻하거든요. DRX가 진짜 이번 썸머 시즌에 일을 내겠다. 특히나 상체를 필두로.
그런 평이 있더라고요. 제카는 스프링보다 서머 때도 잘한다. 지금까지 보여주는 그 경기력은 우리가 LPL에서 보던 그 제카의 그 파괴력이 맞구나.
이게도 뭐가 뭐예요? 맞췄어요. 아니 제카 이거 많이
저런데 죽잖아요. 근데 이거 위험한데요.
아칼리가 너무 발이 풀렸어요. 이렇게 쉽습니까? 킬 먹는 게?
지금이 그냥 제일 좋은 것 같아요. 잘하고 있다 생각하고 좋은 선수들과 좋은 코치 감독님들과 더 좋은 목표를 향해서 더 잘할 수 있는 기대감이 있어가지고 더 나아질 것 같아요. 무조건 이 DRX 팀을 일단 강팀 반열에 들고 일단 월드컵 무조건 갈 수 있다는 생각을 가진 팀으로 일단은 만들고 싶어요. 최대한 잘해서.
In spring, he was just reliable, but in summer, it's like a big change. He looks like a much more confident player. And now he's kind of taking the carry role for DRX so far.
The best part to me about Zeka is that he is very diverse. So he plays TF, he plays Corki, he plays Azir, but he also plays Akali. Even as the meta is going to change, he will probably still be a really good player. Yes, so I'm really looking forward to see where he goes. I'm happy we got him in the LCK.
연습으로 채워지지 않는 그 체급 자체가 선수가 너무 좋아서 그릇이 크다. 제카 선수에 대한 평가 중에 가장 인상 깊었던 평가가 언젠가 신기에 도전할 수 있는 미드라이너라고 말을 하더라고요. 미드라이너가 항상 정해져 있잖아요. 요 몇 년간 딱 정해져 있는 그 선수들이 있는데 그 대권에 감히 도전할 수 있는 그런 선수다.
I think, yeah, GenG has been more consistent, but T1 plays the level of their opponents. They prepare really well, and I think it is going to be a very close series. It's very difficult to predict.
Yeah.
And, like, I want to lean towards T1, actually, in this series because they won last time. Like, even in the same circumstance, we're like, oh, GenG looks a little bit more consistent, but I'm like,
context
I don't know.
hasn't changed.
Yeah, the context doesn't change, and, like, T1 often has GenG's number in these really important series, as we've seen over the years.
To come on forward, Vikla just kind of, Rascal by himself as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zeus just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating. And KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi.
And I can feel that giant wallet full of cash just bonking him on the head right now as Peanut's gonna flash in. Very nice Q going to land. As down will go the Victor. Dub will be next. Ruler with the double kill.
Ways and just steals that one away, and now Bin.
Here we go. They're going to go for the full engage here. The kind of barrage comes down. They do get the orange out of them, though. And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate to flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one. And Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG.
Armor penetration can help. Oh, he's caught out though, and he's get out of there immediately. A nice little pickup there, but it's the CC that comes through from Mole. They're focusing on this fight, but JDG have now turned it back around. The Fate's call to 3 members. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They couldn't get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG.
Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold. LeBron will close it out into the 2v1 and getting hit by everything. He finds the kill.
There's 2 plates so far. Razork wants to keep the fight going. Carzzy still standing strong. Upset off to the side. Rana, tat. Reset for Razork. Licorice not feeling too great here as a Blaze Olive tries to flash away in the mid lane, but Santorin's already ready for him. Bjergsen still going in, and it's first blood to the Burger King.
This is the perfect game after that interview.
$900 is the number. Phoenix Smite auto, that's really well timed by a Blabber. Knew the numbers, that was going to be enough. Biofrost slowed up. And here comes the Turbo Cat tank, a shuffle backwards. Oh, the shockwave was beautifully timed. Jensen makes the kill happen.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are here for the second match of the night. It is Damwon Kia up against KT Rolster. And on paper, you know, these two teams only a couple of spots away, but it is much closer than the numbers do say.
Fellas, after a last game series, that was enough of a roller coaster for me. If either of these two teams could at least be a little more consistent, that would make me happy. If you didn't watch Fred Brian versus Kongner Freaks, watch it back after this series, because it's definitely, yeah. So for this match, really big implications for playoffs for both these teams. Both teams are looking extremely likely to make it into playoffs, but neither of them are guaranteed yet, and the seeding is going to be very important because you want to dodge T1 and GenG that are waiting for you at the top of the tower.
If possible, just try to get as good a seed as possible, look as strong as possible. Although, who knows which team you want to get chosen by if you make it through the first round of playoffs. Let's take a look at the round, or rather the points of the match. DK puts up a close fight against Hanwha Life Esports versus KT puts up a close fight against T1. Those are two very different things.
Yeah, and it kind of ties into what both these teams have been showing, which I guess a dumb one is inconsistency, and especially when the Aphelios is not available or when the Kench gets banned away, and inability to find a consistent style that works for them versus a KT, which really has been finding their form. A lot of that is make sure Life can play the game and do anything you can get to get him ahead. But we also see players like Cuz play a lot better than they have in the past. Vikla's early laning phase has improved a lot, and then outside of the team fight, or outside of the laning phase in the team fights, KT can scrap with the best.
Nuggery of Power versus Rascal of Iron Wall. Currently 998 kills. Rascal is about to be the third top laner in the LCK to hit 1,000 kills. Will he triumph by halting the rank 2 solo killer Nuggery? I think that Rascal has had stronger performances in seasons past, but I think that's the same of Nuggery. I think that we're currently in a meta where, you know, if you don't want to play Gnar or Gwen, you have to play some kind of tank. Now, Nuggery has looked pretty decent on the Sejuani as well, and certainly there will be some trades to be made in the top side for whoever doesn't get Gnar.
Yeah, there was also the Fiora incident, which we would rather not speak about, as that was a counterpick at Gwen that didn't quite work out as. No shockers here. Both these AD carries are good in Aphelios and Zeri. Now, Zeri should be banned, so whichever team is blue side just first picks Aphelios, and then we'll see what happens. In the past, Damwon has been one of the teams that was on the forefront of picking Ziggs into Aphelios, a pick that's very strong, and that was of course with Ghosts, so it is a bit of a switch up, but those are the type of things you're going to need to pull out on red side, because if I see one more handshake of an Aphelios, either of these two players are incredible in the pick, with a Jinx or any other pick that just doesn't really do that much, when we know there's these counters. We've been through this before, Valdez.
We definitely have, and, you know, still remains to be seen if these two teams have kind of read up on that. Taking a look at the round 2 stats here, you'll note that both these teams have been actually performing pretty well when it does come to KDA. But let's go ahead and introduce our teams. Here's Damwon Kia, and these guys, they've been strong, but definitely a different look for Damwon Kia. We weren't sure 100% what to expect with Nuggery coming back. I think everybody kind of expected it to just be on paper much stronger, but I'm not sure it's really lived up to that hype just yet.
I'd agree. The one player which has been a very consistent force is Showmaker, getting back to true Showmaker summer form. But Doglam and Kalin being up and down again, unless they get their key comfort picks, isn't as surprising as Canyon having probably one of the worst splits since, I don't know, 2019 maybe. And he's still a decent jungler, but a lot of the brilliance that we saw even in spring is currently nowhere to be found. And it's that what I think has been the key problem for Damwon Kia in a lot of their losses, most notably against the top teams. But with 2 losses to DRX as well, we see that their struggles kind of go beyond just individual players not looking too hot. And the team overall as a whole still, 7 weeks in, still finding its form.
Yeah, still trying to figure it out, whereas on the side of KT, same lineup you would expect, but they definitely have a pretty figured out form, as Aiming standing up for the national anthem or something. Yeah, he has been the main focus when it does come to this lineup. I think that they play, you know, Wolf was actually talking about this earlier, they play a lot like Live Sandbox, where it's kind of like, get your AD carry fed, play around him, see what you can do. Obviously, some differences within the compositions, within the team, but Aiming has really stepped up to the plate this season.
It's a good comparison. I'd argue that you have like a couple, as you point out, a couple of differences. But Aiming has been an exceptional AD carry this split. We haven't even seen some of the trademark Aiming moments where, yes, his hands are amazing, but he does have a tendency to play a little bit over-aggressive. And with those moments mostly being gone this split, he has been worth pouring all those resources into. Rascal has unfortunately not been able to get as much done, but it's not the meta. As, yeah, unsurprisingly, this would be the key player matchup here with Dogdom looking good in a number of ways, most notably the average gold that they were able to get. His KDA looks quite good, unsurprisingly, because in round 2 they figured out that the Valiant was a pick again, and then he got ludicrous leads. But overall, as an AD carry, I'd say Aiming is second to only Ruler and arguably shares that spot with Gumayushi, considering that he's been playing better recently.
Yeah, Prince up there as well. Just had a little bit of a stumble in the recent series, though, so not sure where to rate him. But yeah, KT Aiming has certainly been putting up the numbers. Duckdom's damage percentage has not been super high. I think that's partially because they don't rely only on their AD carry, whereas KT is certainly a team that relies heavily on their AD carry to do the majority of the damage, whereas on the side of Dalmankia, you have Showmaker to really shore up a lot of that extra damage. As hoping for the Pong for Aiming, I feel like that could absolutely come true today.
Yeah. If KT win, generally, it's aiming POG.
Yes.
We've seen some for Vikla, who, although his play doesn't always provide the most consistency, his smile does. Very infectious, giggling, no matter how much he runs it down. A trait that many challenger players share. And overall, the full expectation, in my opinion, is that these two teams should be very closely matched. Draft's going to matter a lot. Blue side is going to matter a lot, as we still haven't found teams besides, I'd say GenG, but that's just because they kind of stomp everyone anyway. That isn't T1.
Except T1.
Except T1, very important caveat.
It's the rule of T1.
We gotta always add, it's the rule of T1.
It's also the rule of GenG, strangely enough. Yeah.
It has been for a while.
Except when they did it that one time in the playoffs.
Yeah, spring 2021. I remember that.
Yes.
That was
with BDD carrying on Azir. Long time ago. As Dalmankia, they do have home this time around as Nuggery gets scared by Daney right behind him. And yes, they will select blue side. Unlike Kwangdong Freaks, I think this is the correct idea.
But they won.
I'm going to need to ask you to leave now.
Get Wolf in here. Don't let me cast with this man.
All right, let's see. Where is the prio going to be? Does Vikla get his hands on Silas? Hopefully not. And will we see Zeri for Aiming as well? I think is another big one. Dalmankia not necessarily relying on certain picks as much. Kalista going to be the first ban.
And overall team form KT, even though they have not been able to grab together as many wins, I think in playstyle they've been consistent. They've been looking to play for Aiming every single time. Rascal's put on Gwen or Gnar as blue side ban here on the Silas, which makes it very obvious that Dalmankia is looking to first pick a Gnar, which has already been one of the main B1s that we have seen. Although that Aphelios, I think, is still feeling quite nice as well. If you ban it here as Damwon, KT then does have the chance to take away that Aphelios, but then you're still left with, I think, plenty of great first picks that you can get here for yourself. Most notably, we've seen the Lucian be something that is starting to make it for drafts a little bit more often, and then Draven gets banned often as okay. Well, now you have to ban Naris KT, because normally you'd be like, maybe we can trade it for Aphelios, but that pick, not going to be a finger. But Zeri is also open.
They can trade it for Zeri. Obviously, it loses power because Zumi is banned by KT. But you think about the Gnar, the Lucian went through the ban so far, the Zeri, obviously. Nuggery has been very comfortable to pick Sejuani into the Gnar. So it seems like KT wants to remove that option entirely.
So the obvious thing here is to pick the Zeri. Alternatively, I could see Damwon being a team that lets the Zeri go through, especially because there's no Yuumi, and picks up a Sivir counter lane, which has been varying success. But as we have mentioned many times in the past, the thing that truly tips Zeri from being good into being very broken is the Yuumi. But that's not going to be the case. It's going to be the Lucian priority here picked up for Damwon Kia. And Dondam and Callan have been a little bit hit or miss on the Lucian. We've seen some great games, we've seen some lackluster games. And normally I'd be very against this, but I think the Yuumi ban makes it a little bit more palpable, as that is... I don't see it counter to Zeri Yuumi. I think just Zeri by itself, especially if we see Lulu again, which I hope we don't, is a little bit of a different scenario.
So Zeri will be picked up here in the face of the Lucian.
Yeah.
Gwen also selected, especially with the Nargon. That's been a kind of like the tier list in the top side. Either you get Nar or Gwen or something else if both are banned. Nami is obvious with the Lucian. But what else will Damwon Kia select here? Do you go to the top side and try to pick up Comfort for Nuggery? Or maybe you try to get first pick in the mid lane? Or perhaps a jungler? Wukong still available. Poppy still available.
Poppy would be a big one, I think, because you have a really strong bot side. Poppy really allows you to play through that. Then you can pick up a strong mid laner for Showmaker. Lissandra, Galio, Ryze will come to mind, and really slam down aiming. Trundle does that to a certain extent. His dueling is very, very good. Obviously, his ganking pressure not nearly going to be as reliable, and I think the Poppy here is the right call. And if Nuggery has a deep champion pool, we have actually seen the Gwen blind be punished. I do think KT picking that up is great, because last time Damwon played a Gwen, it was against Home Life, and they had a bit of difficulty with that one. But there's still counter picks like the Akali, like the Fiora, which, even though I don't think Nuggery piloted it very well, is on paper an incredibly strong counter pick, which we have seen play out as...
Ooh.
There we go. Okay, Cuz picking up the Skarner here.
Might be going for some flight together.
Yeah.
Could be happening.
I love that interaction.
The Keeper's verdict.
I hope we get to see it, everyone. If you're not aware, the reason why the Skarner has come up as a counterpick to the Poppy is if you ult the Poppy while she's trying to ult you away, you go on a wonderful journey together. And it generally doesn't end well for Poppy because she's going to your base.
Yeah.
And you're going to your base, but you
what if you flank
don't
as
mind
Poppy, and then the Skarner ults you, and then you knock each other behind Poppy's team?
Wow. That's like the next level of
that would
meta.
require Skarner to ult you, though, in that scenario.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't do that.
Throw a Silas in there. And what if we have someone impale, and then impale, and then, you know, he can go. There's
Actually,
a lot of layers.
You don't even have to get impaled. Just ult him with the flank. Get him behind your team, and everybody turns around.
Perfect.
Yeah. You don't even need to go with them. Just run away.
So we've solved the Skarner pick. Doesn't actually work. And all jokes aside, I think Skarner is hard to play into Damwon Kia. Good bubbles and waves can make it hard. Lucian is very mobile. And even though the matchup into Poppy is good, Damwon Kia do have the opportunity to respond. Really love the Galio ban, as mentioned. Ryze, Lissandra, these are the picks you think of as Damwon Kia, a pick that allows Showmaker to very aggressively impact the bot side of the map. Fiora ban, even though Nuggery individually didn't play it very well, is still a very, very tough matchup.
Yeah.
Also one that I think you want to go into.
Yeah, Lulu ban, even though it's been really not good. Just really abhorrent here in the LCK.
Oh, Azir. That's a bait. That's a bait pick if I've ever seen one. KT.
Yeah, Azir can be pretty difficult to make work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get it live. Show mode's done.
Still 2 seconds. I won't believe it until I see it locked in. Ryze is going to be the selection.
It's going to be R5'd. I'm telling you, Valdez. Between Skarner and
nah, it's going to be a Nivea support.
Skarner and Set, there's no way. Oh, so you can use the wall.
Yeah.
Smart.
Extendo beam.
Why wouldn't you just play Trundle though and have an actually good champion?
That's actually, they should play Trundle.
Trundle support, yeah.
Actually, it would get Omega boomed in this lane though. So
no, yeah, no,
probably don't.
Yeah, Lissandra, kind of a no-brainer. A really good pick here. Has a lot of silent impact. Showmakers looked very good in it. And it really hones in on the, we're a short-range comp. We're going to try to boom you as much as possible. I wouldn't mind the Kali pickup here. I think it works very well into the Gwen. It's something that into this lineup is very, very strong. And instead, you go for the Ornn. Now, the Ornn does it a lot of consistency in terms of late game, but it also doesn't have a great matchup into the Gwen specifically, although true damage was nerfed for Gwen in her sweet spot, so she won't be going for the resistances as much. I've seen that grin on live before. There are a lot of support bans already out here.
Yeah. I don't know about this. Into this lane. Tahm Kench will come out here. Seems like the Korean casters do not like this selection. Again, another melee support that can kind of get bullied by Lucian Nami, but
you will.
Obviously, as the game comes along, you're just hoping that you don't get too far behind, and then Tahm Kench offers a lot in terms of abilities to get away from Ornhorn, from the Frozen Tomb, stuff like this.
And I'm really happy that KT ended up going for the Rise. I think the Kench pick, I'm with the Korean casters. Not the biggest fan of that pick. I don't feel like it augments Zeri as well as a lot of other picks do, and it also doesn't provide you with that much outside of Devour, which of course is always going to be a good skill. But this Rise pickup instead of Azir means that they do actually have a sizable amount of CC, which we've seen Gwen comps, like especially Gwen Azir, really struggle.
Yeah.
But with the Ornn pickup, Damwon has a comp that also skills very well into the later stage of the game. So I think we might actually have an interesting one on our hands here. For Damwon, key thing, Noguri needs to be fine in the solo lane, not fall too far behind. And then in addition to that, need to get that bot side ahead. And you have the draft to make that happen.
I'm not sure who this guy is in this meme, but do you know the taste of KT? Is the question. I know what aiming brings to the table. That's what I'll say. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because in this competition, you were talking about the late game for Damwon. A lot of it relies on the damage of the Lucian. And it's funny that it's kind of come this far that the Lucian now is a guy that can actually scale into the late game. Can actually call you down. Can not just be a short-ranged kind of early to mid dominator. It actually does have some scaling elements.
Most definitely, and there also is an incredible amount of CC. So even in the late game, if they can play that well, they might be able to get into aiming. Mid game, though, going to be a little bit scary here for Damwon.
We'll see how it goes. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1.
I wonder how they decide who cheers. Do you is there a raffle? Is there an audition? Do you have to?
I don't know.
You come into a room and Caster John and Sunk are just sitting there looking at you show us what you got.
All right, what's your story? I've been a KT fan for 10 years. Not long enough.
Not long enough. And you immediately get replaced.
Although I don't think KT was actually in the league scene 10 years ago. Now that I think about it.
They were an org, and that's all that matters.
They were an org. They were certainly in StarCraft for a very long time before that. When they came in 2013 is what I think. Not 100% sure, but
when did the org originate? Would it be early, mid 2000s?
I mean the esports org or the company?
No, the esports. No, I mean no, not the company.
Back in 1858, no, I don't actually know. Where's the bot lane? Oh, there they are.
And what we see here is Cuz going again for the phase rush. A little bit more palpable than last time around. We saw him having a tough time actually getting access to targets. Now, he was playing into Sivir Yumi, which was not very fun.
Yeah.
But the nice thing about phase rush is that once you impale, you have a lot more space or a lot more ground that you can cover, dragging back your target. The downside is that actually getting on top of your target does become a little bit harder. But really, the only target that's very hard to get on is Dokdom. As Canyon trying to go for an invade here, but
yeah, I mean Skarner can be bullied in general, but okay, it's going to be Cuz getting the majority, and he hits level 3, so Canyon is not able to do too much. Cuz kind of laughing in his face, pushing up to make sure he doesn't go into that burst.
It was kind of interesting because Cuz had already cleared his bot side, right? So he was level 3, so Canyon was down a level and was relying on actually hitting like actually getting that full camp.
Yeah.
And didn't do so. So a little bit of early game troubles there for a dominant jungler, who now is clearing his own blue buff and will be late to scuttle as a result. For Cuz doesn't even matter because he's Skarner. He just wants a full clear.
And I mean, he's coming in. And speaking of which, Aiming nearly dies in the bottom side at level 2. He's going to be chugging those pots, but I don't think it's enough to stick around here. He'll probably just get flashed on, especially without heal. He did go for cleanse, so yeah, gonna miss this entire wave.
Yeah, you're playing into Lissandra, so I don't have a lot of choices, but it feels real bad, to be completely honest, as now that's a play at 340. And
got him.
Good zone. A little bit of scaredy crap. And this is something we haven't seen in a long time, Veldis, which is a Lucian Nami lane actually bullying.
Yeah. It's what you like to see. I mean, this is why the Tahm Kench and the set, you know, the set actually has some, I mean, minimal all-in potential just by himself, right? Because you can take Hex Flash, you can go for level 1 Flash, you can try to get cheeky, but it is still Nami Lucian, so you probably don't want to do that anyway. But with the Tahm Kench, you're basically saying, yeah, I'm going to throw out some licks, and that ward didn't get into the brush to make things even worse. Yeah, you're throwing out licks, and you're standing there and trying to soak damage.
Doesn't really do a whole lot, unfortunately. And as we see, early game here, as expected, outside the bot side, shouldn't really have too much action. Nuguri going for an early tier, which is good. I think his only job is literally just to sit in lane and make sure that his turret doesn't go down. Like, don't get shoved in too hard, don't drop too many plates, because the majority of the action is expected to take place in the bottom half of the map, where, yep.
And their trade back potential is pretty much nil. The lick hits, the heal comes in from Nami, and I mean, I suppose at least the lane is pushing into them. Otherwise, they would be lacking an ability to CS.
Yeah, with Kench especially, we've seen him be a little bit more prevalent, specifically because his all-in actually is quite good. But into Lucian Nami, like, you never realistically should hit your knock-up. And then if you go for an, try to go for an all-in, you're not going to win. So it takes away a lot of the pressure that Kench has in some lanes, while simultaneously you're Zeri, so like that champion outside of, again, the level 6 with Yuumi, where we've seen some shenanigans happen, doesn't provide that much.
Going on in again, Aiming is just getting electrocuted down here by the Nami and by the burst from the Lucian. And, I mean, what are you going to do? You also have Skarner. So, Skarner's here. He wants to full clear. He doesn't want to hang around the bottom side. It's not like he picks Trundle, which, by the way, was available, to come down, throw down a pillar, support a little bit, maybe push out the lane, do something outside of just full clearing. And so they're just going to be in pain for now, and that means that they're down 25 CS already.
As, yeah, Summoner's Force there from Vikla. He has to use his flash, does have Spellbook, of course, but this is exactly a nightmare scenario, right? Because now Showmaker and Canyon can just roam bot, and you gotta drop the wave, you gotta drop the turret, and Dom and Kia at times have really struggled with finding the right game plan, finding what works for their team, but this is textbook, right from draft, get prio in bot, bully them, and if you have any opportunity, send your jungler, send your mid laner down, and if they don't respect, they die, and if they do respect, then you get another plate, and you shove another wave into the turret.
Yep, another wave lost here by Aiming, who is, by the way, level 4. To Dom and Kellen, who are level 5, will hit level 6 first. You can throw out a culling just to harass. And even if you hit, you know, 90% Tahm Kench, it's still relevant. It's still relevant damage. And, you know, finally Cuz is going to be, you know, picking up his second buff. He's going to be hitting level 6, so perhaps there will be some amount of pressure relief down on the bottom side. Maybe Vikla can go for some roams or something like that. But otherwise, just still in pain, and every other lane is basically just going even. So it's not like for KT you're feeling good about this early part of the game, of course. As the game comes along, you do have Ryze, Zeri, and Gwen with Skarner, pick potential, and some protection from the hard engage from Dom and Kia. So there's always a trade-off. Let's see if they can get there.
Yeah, main downside is that overall, I think that the KT comp just feels a little awkward because we have the Kensha really looking towards a playstyle that is aiming to have a Zeri go 1v9. But then you look at some other of the elements, there's a lot of pick-oriented picks, right? You have the Ryze and the Skarner. And then with the amount of magic damage that is available for KT, the value of MR itemization on Dommon's end becomes so huge because Zeri has a lot of magic damage built into her kit. There's a Skarner, and then there is Ryze and Gwen. So early MR itemization, as we see Nuggery go for here, holds a lot of value. And I think even in small skirmishes, unless you get a great Impale and just 100-0 someone, you have a hard time fighting fights. This would be an opportunity, but I don't know if you have enough damage.
It's Poppy. He is going to go for the Impale away from Vikla. So, and Showmaker comes on over, just zones for him. Again, it's Poppy. So, yeah, not really going to amount to too much.
And one of the prerequisites for the Dominant comp to work was Nuggery not falling behind. Well, he hasn't really done anything. But in this case, that's great. That's perfect. That's all you need to do.
All good.
Just do nothing. Just be on. Build a nice early, totally blanking. Force of nature. There you go. And be fine.
Just play a little bit of Stardew Valley. You know, water your crops. I don't know. Fight some monsters, and that's about it. You don't have to fight the enemy here. As Canyon is starting on this one, he's going to knock Cuz into the wall. And yes, Poppy is Poppy, but after all, that is a lot of damage. Knocks away the Skarner, but now Rascal's getting on in there. He gets pretty deep, but is immune. Hits Vikla on the backside of that one. Canyon still trying to get in on this and land a smite, but they might just have to give it over. Showmaker, though, is going to pick it up. And now they pick up first blood onto Rascal, and it is a disaster for the side of KT. Also, Zeri died, by the way. That was only a matter of time, as Dom and Kellen have been doing a fantastic job of just shutting down this entire bottom side of the map.
And we've seen Domwon flounder when they don't find a mid-game lead. But when you get leads like this, generally, they don't give them away. As all over the map, it is a complete disaster for KT. And we're going to take another look at that, I assume, top side skirmish first, and then take a look at the bot side. No, we're going to look at that first, and
this is what happens.
Yeah, and then the culling. So live contank, con devour.
Even if the Nami got hit, it's like, yeah, cool story, bro.
Doesn't matter.
What are you going to do now? Zeri can't follow up on that.
Doesn't matter. And what we see here is Canyon getting low. Really nice smite here, crucially, and Flash to stay alive. Then Nuggery, this early on, is already taking... Again, he has really, really good defensive itemization at this point in time.
Yeah.
So he's just threatening Rascal by himself. And then even if they don't get the Herald, like this is already the end of the play, because Showmaker flashes in, gets his first Frozen Thrall, and from that point on, you just don't win the trade at all. But the fact that Showmaker gets the Herald as well, so you're already sitting on a 3k gold lead, and you have a Herald that you can maybe, I don't know, throw down for your Lucian, who's already 1.1k gold ahead and is a 2-turret plate, or 2-plate turret. Excuse me, I'm just kind of baffled by what I just witnessed.
A loss for words.
Yeah, that's bad, because that's my job. But,
well, there's no Predator here, so talked about...
It's a Lissandra with her own ult. I feel like Kuz should never be able to really do a lot here.
No Flash, though.
True.
Yeah, aiming's dead. Oh, barely going to live. Nice. Okay. Oh, the W nearly got him as, okay, there's 3 people bot. Duck Dom maybe a little bit too far this time, as finally he will get punished in. That Impale happened right at the end, just to make sure and secure the kill. As life may be traded on here, the bubble is going to hit, and this Catfish is 100% dead. So really nice trade back, and now you got the push in the bottom side, maybe even more, as Vikla is going to be killed underneath the turret, and down it will go, plates and all.
And It's early on in the game. There is a Zeri, so never say never. But that is definitely feeling like the kind of killing blow that ideally wouldn't occur 12.5 minutes into your game. As at least on the cross map, Rascal's able to pick himself up a number of plates. But that really pales in comparison to what we see happen. Crucially, Doggo doesn't find the kill and gets punished as the rest of the team collapses with a nice Realm Warp, I assume. But then the teleports coming through are a really big problem, as we see that the Drake's being taken, so Dogdom going...
level difference.
Yeah, I think Dogdom going for this all-in is definitely optimistic when they have a good idea that the Dragon's being taken. But in the extended play, it doesn't matter. 2 teleports come through. Damwon Kia will not let KT get away with this one. And Kellen, nice flash for the setup. And then Vikla valiantly tries to defend turret, but it's fool's errand. Gets completely blown up.
And it started with life.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They didn't even use Herald.
They didn't even use it.
Herald!
They're going to get all the plates in the top side, too. So, 5 plates top, 5 plates bot, no plates mid. But it's still 10 plates, and it's still 2 turrets already. So, the Infernal Soul is, or the Infernal Drake is a thing for KT, but it's in this game, it's not going to matter, guys. Unfortunately, if you're looking at angles, that's probably not the angle you're looking at this point in time. Second charge comes in, and the rotation is coming in. Did you say squad?
The Goon Squad, yeah. We're on their way.
Hashtag squad. By the way, Tidal Wave is really good into Skarner and Rise. Not Gwen so much, but that's okay. As Poppy is doing a really good job of just zoning everybody away. Canyon super tanky, and Duckdom getting hit by a lot of needles is the only reason that more people don't die. Cuz comes back in and says, well, I hope that Showmaker isn't here, but he was. As now, Aiming has got a pretty good angle. Vikla kiting it out. Showmaker wants to zone for his team, but Aiming is going to zap it down. Gets almost 100 to 0'd by one Lucian combo, but then Vikla is able to follow up as this game has really delved to a deeper level, chronically.
No, it's a higher level, Velmus. I'm loving the... No, it's not the cleanest gameplay we've seen.
It's fine. It's fun.
It's definitely fun, though, as Damwon Kia could have opted out of the skirmish about 3 times, but they didn't. And
why opt out when you can fight?
Yeah,
when
well,
you can smork.
They're still up 5k gold. I don't think they're going to be very worried, but giving over kills to Zeri is always a bit risky. And the moment you get out here, you can just leave, right? Like maybe you sack Canyon. It's not the end of the world. But instead, go for the play here, which actually works out very nicely. Initially, as Canyon is able to stay alive for a little bit longer, and then everything goes well until Aiming arrives, after which it is immediate disaster. Also note Showmaker going very aggressive here, I think attempting to kill Rascal so that he gets the Frozen Thrall, and then you can kind of turn the fight, but that's not going to be the case. Doesn't actually find the kill. Kellen not hitting that bubble due to a nice dodge from Rascal with his E up. It's really hard to hit that one. And then, yeah, a couple of kills going over. Very nice. Aiming now at least in itemization, feeling a little better. But the overall state of the map is still very dire. We're going to be able to pick up, or Damwon rather is going to be able to pick up a Drake here as well. And I'm going to repeat again, we're going to see more Force of Natures. I'm not surprised if we see a Bansheesville as well, because KT's damage is so heavily focused around the magic damage. And they're also not building damage because they're playing into this much EC. So like they're all going Merc threats. We're seeing a Crown on Rise here.
Extendo Beam is magic damage, right?
Oh, also, yes. It can crit, and it scales off of AD, which...
But it's magic
that's fun,
damage.
but it is magic damage.
So it gets negated by magic resist.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, Zeri's going to do more than just Extendo Beam.
She in this game?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Extendo Beam, but that's okay. As we do have a nice little flank opportunity, we can call it. I'm not sure if they want to take that opportunity, though, as the Devour does come through. Vikla goes into a stopwatch, and Pale finally comes through, but the Frozen Thralls are already happening as the Skarner not able to do much in this one, as the Needles are doing a great job of zoning Duckdom. Rascal really only has one target for those Needles, but still a one trade here for Damwon. Take down the turret and the kill.
If Rascal has a couple more items in him, that probably kills Dogdom, and that flank works out much better. Unfortunately, not going to be quite the case here. But that, what we saw right there, is actually one of the ways where if Damwon, this I think is fine, if they go to the next turret and they really hard commit there and use too much cooldowns, then this is a way that you can get back into the game as KT. Gwen still has an incredible amount of early game power. Cuz unfortunately not having a great time. But
he tried to pull the Ornn.
Yeah. And that doesn't work. Even if it does work.
Even if it does work, it
doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah. This is a problem that Seth, for example, faces as well, where if the Bellows Breath is up, you can't really slam the Ornn in, but then if you do get it, the reward is great, because you're slamming an Ornn into his own team, and you get all that extra damage, but now you're Skarner, and you're just dragging Ornn into your front line where he wants to be at.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel great, and for Damwon Kia, you want to stack Drakes, you want to keep taking down these turrets, and as soon as Baron spawns, just make sure KT fights you, because you can lose the game if you go too deep on a dive, but you should never lose a 5v5 with the lead that you've got here for yourself.
Yeah, and they have so many ways to start fights too, specifically the Ornn and the Lissandra.
Yep.
Couple of great players piloting those champions as well, so if they want to fight, they can do it, or they can force summoners. They can fight on their terms, especially from ahead. It's not like Cuz has got Predator and he can run really fast at someone and force them to flash away at this point.
Even then,
I don't know if you want to.
I'm seeing Poppy, Ornn, Lissandra, and Nami.
Yeah.
As Skarner, and it doesn't.
Hey, and Lucian.
It doesn't sound. Yeah, he has a dash as well. It doesn't sound like a good time, Elvis. Yeah. It sounds like a bad time.
Yeah. I'm not really sure. You know, a lot of the early game as well was basically just KT getting boomed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we see.
Like, where do you? I'm not sure if they could have really changed the way that they played the early game.
No, this is
because Skarner couldn't just camp.
So this is, and I think we can both here see some of the weaknesses for Damwon.
That is a Zeri, and a Locket will be used to keep him alive.
Yeah, that's tanking up our life. But what we're seeing here is we can both highlight some of the weaker points for Damwon. Never mind.
Okay, they're going to pull the Poppy. And this time around, there's not a lot of support from Damwon Kia, so Nuggery is just going to have to back out of this one. The Realm Warp coming in, they really want to make this one happen. The crown is going to be procced. And once again, the tidal wave will get some value.
So thank you for that example, Canyon. Together with that overextension on top side, Damwon Kia, while they've built an immense lead for themselves, and I still see them closing out this game, also showcase that even when they find leads like this, they are not the team that they used to be that would then never give anything up ever.
Yeah.
We're seeing them being a little bit over-eager on the top side skirmish, trying to push a little bit too hard. And I think fighting is almost always good as long as you have even numbers, which they didn't really in that top side play. Now here, Canyon gets caught in a jungle where they have very little control. But on the flip side, for KT, they have had so many wins off of the back of Zeri Yuumi and a couple of great Aphelios games, that it's easy to forget that if Aining does get taken down, this KT, I don't think they really have anything going on. You know, it's a problem that Liv Sandbox is facing as well, where if Prince goes down, like, who's going to carry? And if I see this, I'm like, well, Roscoe, if you give him 2 more items and a lot of time. Maybe Vikla, who has looked kind of neutral this game. I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he's going for kind of the tanky AP version of the Rise, which I guess, you know, against all of this hard engage from the side of Damwon Kia can find value, but I've personally liked kind of like the full AP Gwen, the full AP Rise. I think those have been great additions, but either way, I think it's fine. And he's been good for target acquisition. Like, I think it was a really great bait mate in the bottom side there, where Rascal just looked like I'm just going to take an innocent trade on my Gwen, and then actually it was Cuz was right behind him, and then Vic was following up. So you can look for more plays like that. Could be okay. Maybe try to buy time for your Zeri. Instead, it's just going to be a Skarner not having a great time as he does get devoured up here. The Ornhorn does come in, and now lots of lockdown here from the Rise, and there's the Impale. Nuggery's all alone, and look at the rest of the team. They can't get in here, and they can't get past the tanky Rise.
Actually, very well done. And you see Damwon also was a little bit hesitant from the get-go to go for that play. And Well, if you drag Ornn into him and the enemy team can walk up, then you're in trouble. But Vikla doing a really good job of zoning there, and most notably now is that Kia needs to make sure that they get the Drake. I think if you start stacking Mountain Drakes with this composition into KT, it truly becomes not really playable anymore. But KT is definitely fighting back. And let's not forget that the scaling on paper is still very good for KT. This is not a guaranteed one game for Damwon. And also, as we learned last play, there is no such thing as guaranteed game. Sorry, Atlas's hair. And yeah, Damwon Kia actually not going back in with that utilize, like actually using his ults probably is what caused the trouble there. If they just disengage, then there will not be enough range. There won't be a gap between Nuguri and his team.
Yeah.
And then as a result, they will be fine. Or everyone needs to commit to the re-engage, which with how far ahead they are, probably would have worked. Like if Cuz uses his Impale on on the Ornn, then if you can get past Vikla, if you can blow him up, then the rest of the team should not be a big problem.
Yeah, I think just they got to make plays as a 5-man unit. It doesn't work if there's 4 of them going in and one of them is not in, you know. It's got to be everybody's in, the tidal waves on top, you've got the Ornn Horn, etc., etc. So Nuguri's being chased down this lane.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah.
And Life is coming on over, so is Cuz, and aiming. He tries to charge his way past. There's the lick. As now the Ornn Horn comes in, will be denied, and they will try to feed this over to Rascal, which is okay. Trying to get onto that side of flame, and that was actually his 1000th kill. So a good feat at that, as that Keeper's Verdict does not hit anything. Congratulations to Rascal, by the way. A huge feat, 1,000 kills. And this is, of the current players, he has made top 12. But third top lane.
This is a good moment to think back to Rascal in Spring, where he was, oh, it's a trap.
It's a trap. And okay, I mean, Poppy's on the other side of this trap. He's pretty tanky at this point. Aiming goes over the wall. Here's Showmaker trying to make a play, and Aiming is not here to help zone for Cuz, who was left out to dry. A very much broken up fight, as now Canyon gonna get Aiming into the wall, but that cleanse comes in, and then Tom Kent disappears. No more Devour for anybody, and this broken fight is gonna go heavily in favor of Damwon Kia. They take down 4 of them, and now they will take down the Baron.
And Damwon Kia says, when life gives you lemons, in this case Nuguri gets taken down, let's make lemonade out of it. And in this case the lemonade is a Baron and a number of kills. Really nice turnaround there, where the initial play from KT I think is great, and if Kellen doesn't immediately flash, Showmaker has flash.
What are you, what?
Yeah, I don't know.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Why'd you do that?
I don't
Showmaker
know.
with the embarrassed grin. It happens. But unfortunately what also happens is Rascal gets another kill.
Yeah, I wanna say that this game is over because of the lead that Damwon have, but they keep making these plays that make me a little worried. So yeah, they pick up Nuguri here, and so it's 5 versus 4, but they're relatively low. 4-man Goon Squad with Vikla being, or 3-man with Vikla being the bouncer here, in theory works out nicely. But then they get split up, and then Showmaker, while Showmaker goes over the wall, so does Aiming, and then as a result, the Cuz is just left by his team, gets taken down, and then this is where Damwon Kia can really utilize their gold lead, where it's like 1 by 1 by 1, there's no opportunity to outplay this, you just get 100 to 0. And this would have been a perfect play if not for Showmaker, then dying in it.
It's
just
not, I mean, he shouldn't have even approached him.
Oh no.
You know?
No, he shouldn't have.
Should not have even been there.
No. As I do not enjoy the Shadow Flame into the amount of MR that's being itemized on the enemy team, but I do enjoy Rascal getting fed and picking up a death cap. Oh, Showmaker.
But again, kind of highlighting what Cuz has to deal with. It's like, oh, I almost, no, I didn't get, no. Oh, I got an Ornn this time, guys.
I'm liking this. Look at this, KT.
This
actually
is nice.
putting someone in side lane.
Whoa.
In my LCK?
I know. What happened to 5v5 gentlemen's agreement fights? Where did those go? Thing is, Damwon Kia have an immense amount of dive, and, well, it's not really working, actually. Somebody has to go back and stop this. So right now, KT are getting an even trade of inhibitor turrets.
And for Damwon Kia,
Okay.
I do think they spot this teleport out.
Yep, absolutely they should have, as Showmaker is trying to slow him down here. Are we just going to see Deja Vu once again? He gets absolutely ripped to shreds as fourth kill comes out for Rascal. That's a death cap now for him, no doubt.
Remember when we saw that 1000th kill and we talked about, oh man, Rascal was so good in spring, KT didn't make playoffs. Man, that was rough. Well, not only does he get a crucial kill here on Showmaker, but also this was after he solo-handedly took a turret and made sure that they got an even trade. And
got a death cap into blasting wand.
Yeah, and when that void stuff comes through, the amount of fatness on Damwon Kia isn't going to matter. And might I remind you, the last time Damwon Kia had a fat Lucian and they played into a Gwen? Because I remember.
I think I erased it from my mind.
Yeah, and I don't even know in Mountain. I don't even know in Mountain Soul Shield is going to be enough.
I mean, Damwon aren't even.
Oh no, I don't think you have to go for this. You can just shove mid and force them to respond.
They're not even really in a position. Like, Showmaker's coming in now. Can he get here on time is the question. Smite available. It will be taken by Cuz. Damwon certainly considering this as Rascal goes into that one, knocks away the Rise. Has corralled 4 of them, but at the end of the day, we're just going to be upgrading items.
Yeah. Noguri could have called the goat, but instead, or the horn for the, I want to say ram.
For the ram.
Yeah, there you go. But instead opts not to do so. And yeah, there's still a sizable gold lead for Damwon Kia. But Gwen also is a champion that.
Are you going to have to make another tweet that's just Gwen?
I'm just going to retweet it if KT end up winning here. And it's not. I'm making a lot of jokes about the champion, but Damwon Kia had a monstrous lead and then made a couple of individual and team-wide errors that allowed KT to, while not really slow down the pace of the game completely, at least stay in it, right? And those moments are now making Damwon's life very hard. While all of this has been happening, Aiming, even though he doesn't have a Zeri, still is approaching a lot more items and is going to do a sizable amount of damage as well. And the win condition...
Doesn't have a Yumi?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The win condition of an ocean or a mountain is so far away from Damwon as well. And team fighting against this fat Gwen becomes a lot scarier.
Now, Duckdown does do a lot of damage, as we did just see.
Yeah.
But you are facing all of this scaling. This is the trade-off I was talking about a bit earlier on, where I'm like, yeah, you're getting really boomed in the lanes, and the Skarner isn't achieving too much just yet. But if you can get to a spot where you've got a, yes, a fed Zeri, a fed Rise, a fed Gwen, which is eventually coming online here. They haven't fallen that far behind in terms of farm or anything like that. You do have an opportunity to actually come back in this game. And 31 minutes in, and no threat of an Elder Drake or anything crazy like that. Feels like KT do have a chance to take this one.
And what makes Damwon's comp really good is the target selection, the amount of CC that they have. But look at across the board. Like, Gwen's very hard to engage on for obvious reasons. Vikla, Don Crown.
She's immune.
She is definitely immune. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a stopwatch next as well. Then you have Aiming with Cleanse and Izeri. And then to add to all that, there's also Kench. So for Damwon Kia, you still have a good front-to-back team fight. But Dokdam's positioning needs to be very, very consistent here. And ideally, Showmaker just 100-0 someone. And yeah, as we can see, if you make a mistake...
Here we go.
Oh, Cuz.
That is a flash out of Vikla. Duckdom is nearly dying, but, I mean, he'll eventually get that health back. Through some lifesteal. Also has a Nami. So, now a heal instead of a flash here for the Rise means that a lot less playmaking potential on the Rise.
And look at this. Like, 2 huge waves are crushing into Damwon now. And they can't ignore them, cannot respond, but that's just resources that are kind of going to waste. His lead isn't getting any bigger. And you also have the sense that Damwon are just playing a little bit scared. As, yeah, someone is going to respond, it's going to be Showmaker. well, thank you, observers. I didn't know you were listening to the English cast. They're not.
They're not, but we're all on the same page here. Someone a little bit with the blinders on a bit.
It's
tough. You can't really enter a lane against the Gwen, and also the Ornn doesn't necessarily want to be side laning a Gwen anyway. He wants to be here 5v5, looking for targets. Doesn't mean that you can let your side lanes just die. So they do send someone back to handle this. And let's see how Damonkia, if they can kind of put the nail in the coffin here, because it's not looking so close at this moment in time.
I still think Dominant's comp is quite strong, and if they single someone out, like one misstep from KT, they also instantly can win the game because the highway to the base is open. But
speaking of singling someone out, because certainly has been a bit singled out
look
here.
Look at that. He identifies that, and you know what he built, Feldes?
Warmoth.
Yeah, he did.
That is so smart.
I know. I actually really like it. It also means that someone can just eat a culling, be a cuz, and not care at all. One downside for KT is that they are still behind in terms of map control, and Damonkia probably should be able to get themselves soul point here. Just need to respect the damage that can come out on objectives from this KT comp.
Duckdom just kind of ruling the middle. Note that he does have a QSS here, so even if Cuz tries to flash engage, it can be him responding in kind. So other than that, I mean, it's not like the Rise can flash in right now as we are in the midst, and we are trying to kill Rascal, but the Devourer over the wall is huge. Can they actually get him out alive is the question. The needles are coming out now as an Ornhorn in the middle is here away from the rest of the engage, as now Vikla is going to do a ton of damage. The Impale comes in. Nuguri is so tanky though. He lives through all of that, and the Impale is not good enough. Duckdom is able to frontline. It's not going to get more than just Vikla though, as the Drake is up, and they're going to run towards that.
Yeah, should be able to get a Drake here, but Cuz, there's the Warmox. Gonna get him enough health, and he might try and make a play on Baron here. Damonkia, and they have to respond quickly. So much damage available, but it is risky. Yeah, KT, that would have been a big flip. They don't want to take the risk. They're still in this game. Instead, gonna decide to just back off here and let them have it.
Yeah, not much they can do about it. No needles here for Rascal. He doesn't have teleports. No flash. But let's see, Cuz no flash himself, but he has Hex Flash.
We're flipping.
He also has the Blast Plant, so yeah, they're just going to hope that the Smite is better, I suppose. Nobody is zoning this away as over comes Cuz, and he is not zoned out for now. They try to kill him, and he smites it away! And that is what happened when you flip. You take a chance. As Rascal goes in, he's going to get devoured, and Vikla's in the back line. Pops Duckdom, down goes the Lucian, and the turn comes in as Canyon is doing actually a lot here. Nuguri is very tanky, but immediately KT will come back in this game with one simple flip.
And sometimes when you flip, you win. Sometimes you lose. And Damonkia, they take such a big risk. Vikla even gets the kill. And that might be it.
Is that game?
That might be game.
25 seconds?
Oh, no. They don't have a wave from one side, so they're not going to be able to actually finish the game here. And going to be able to save their own inhibitor, but they'll definitely get the mid inhib. And wow, this game, Valdez, dead even now.
Just like that. Cuz going to tank this one up, make it a bit faster. They know they're running out of time, but they get the mid inhib, as you mentioned. And now it's anyone's game because Damonkia, it starts off well. They get this pick, and they get so much out of the side of KT, but once again, going a little bit too far.
All the cooldowns going down. Crucially, Duckdom getting so much damage done here, and this initially looks like a wonderful fight for Damonkia. Unlike in the beginning of the game, Nuguri actually very tanky now. They get Vikla, and they get the Drake, and it's all looking peachy, but then Damon, again, understandably scared in the face of scaling that's available, and I think the plan was to keep the Baron at a specific amount of health, and then just kill Cuz. But that doesn't actually end up happening.
Zap.
Yep. Aiming does the damage. Rascal comes in as well, and then Duckdom can't actually deal at all with Rascal here.
And Vikla.
Yep. Look at that. Just cooked. And even if that didn't kill him, like aiming also flashed for the kill. And then without that, you don't have enough damage here. So if you get the Baron, You probably win this fight, you probably win the game. But you didn't, and now you've made it very hard for yourself.
And this was just hilarious.
Yeah.
Taking the Poppy with you in a different manner. Down goes Canyon. And now KT must have a new sense of elation and ability to come back in this one. You were in a good spot with a lot of that scaling, and now, I mean, Aiming's got a full build. You've got Rise on nearly a full build. Rascal himself almost on this full build.
Yep.
Yep.
Still with a lead, but lead at this point very irrelevant, even with the Ornn items. It's much more about how these two comms relate to one another, how they work. Is that...
Man, I love that ability.
Yeah, so Porky's gone, but fortunately someone took his place.
Took my hatred with it. Zap. Yep, that's Showmaker under... Yeah, that's the 80 carry as well. This is becoming an issue for Dom and Kia. They don't have an immense amount of range. Notably, they do have heavy amounts of pick potential, engage potential, obviously, so they don't necessarily need the range. But if you're behind and you're getting sieged by Extendo Beam, it does not feel good to have no range, especially when you're not comfortable to engage.
It's a bad time. As overall, 1 minute until the Drake spawns, and if you get a mountain, so that's actually going to help a lot for Dama, like a lot, because it does reduce the damage that Aiming is able to do to you reliably. It's not really going to stop Rascal, it's not really going to stop Vikla, but at the very least, maybe you're able to actually walk up to a team fight without getting completely demolished. And I just don't know if they really have the opportunity to do so. The entire bot side jungle is completely blanked out. Showmaker, crucially, doesn't have TP available now. We'll have to go and catch that bot wave. But there's still a little bit of time left available here, so he deals with that. Makes his way over as the trap.
They're getting onto Duck Dom, and they finally get it in as Wait! The Poppy knocks him away, and he will eventually, but look at the rest of the fight here. KT able to control it, and now we got a man behind enemy lines. Cuz cannot kill him. As Duck Dom is fighting against the one. Will he eventually die is really the question.
Oh, he's going to be fine. Rascal's going to find him. They know. They got to know.
Might be able to burst him?
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, Cuz.
Uh-oh.
I think you have to let him live.
Yeah, the rest of the team is doing Mountain Drake. Cuz is just trying to corral him.
He's
got Rascal with him. Yep. Hex flash over the wall.
Look at Callan. He's on his way.
He misses. And Duck Dom gets away. So, he lives, the man behind enemy lines. But KT technically do take the fight because they get the Mountain Drake. And nobody dies.
Unbelievable.
We need more Poppy versus Skarner.
So good. You know what's not good is this game. Damwon are, again, seemingly unable. Well, I mean, for Damwon.
Yeah.
For Damwon, it's a really bad time. As, yeah, without both Showmaker, who has to use... Oh, my God. Showmaker TP's in.
He's like, oh, Lucian.
Well, hold up.
Doesn't say anything else.
This was not the deal.
Yeah. It's because Duck Dom had to pop the QSS early on something, it looked like. So.
But what happened there is Showmaker TP'd into the fight, and then Rascal threw needles into him, and he was at 20% health. Yep. That's
yeah.
I think KT, at this point, even though in terms of map control...
it's just the sheer amount of damage that they have.
It's
ridiculous now.
If anyone makes a single mistake, they also die, right? Because Duck Dom has enough burst, Showmaker has a full damage build, so it kind of goes both ways, but it feels like for KT it's a lot easier because you can just fish for zaps, you can fish for needles, and outside of culling, like Dom's damage in terms of range is not really a thing.
At least the crown is entirely useless. The amount of Lucian W's that have procced that have been above 10, let me just say. And it's not only that. He still does a lot of damage, you know, outside of the crown. It's okay.
You get one thing to hate on Valdez, and in your case it's 0 W.
It's 2.
Is it 2?
Yeah.
So previously it was Corky and Stopwatch. But you only get one.
Oh, I like Stopwatch. It's just very good.
That's a cop-out, Valdez.
No?
That's a cop-out. A little bit.
Stopwatch is good. It's just that everybody should buy one.
Okay. I'll take it.
It's available to everybody, so, you know, at the end of the day.
It's better than Zeri W.
Yeah. Only Zeri can W like Zeri W's. Like she extends the beam.
Oh, this is a tense game. Imagine playing this one. Imagine having to play possibly 2 more games after this first game. Where you know a single misstep and your team loses the game. And
yeah.
It's your fault.
The beginning of this game, I was like, oh, might just be a quick 2-0. Nope, not anymore. This is incredibly close. Look at the damage on this Baron. Dom1 just ignoring it. You are way too late.
Yeah, it's gone.
Way too late. Centerbeam comes out and zones Canyon away as well. I don't think he was going to flash in for that one. Not quite the preparation.
Oh, I was about to say, are they like going to run towards that wave and try to just shove?
This is too middling for Dom1. It's like, are you going to challenge at Baron or are you going to push? Like, what are they doing? They're not even really getting vision. I mean,
I was just going to set up a trap, I'd imagine. Yeah, wait for someone to walk in. But you got to respond, so there's not really an opportunity here. Probably means that they're going to lose the mountain so as well. And that might be, as anticlimactic as it is, the nail in the coffin for Dom1. If they do lose the mount, actually he has Elder Flip, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why I meant.
We have at least 15 more minutes in this one. Maybe.
Second Elder.
Hopefully.
Third Elder, fourth Baron.
It's very close. It's in a lot of these fights where both teams are kind of posturing, it does feel like DuckDom versus the rest of KT.
So who was smart enough to go Gather and Storm in this game? I didn't actually pay attention to
not BDD, he always goes Scorch. He's also not in this game, but that's irrelevant.
He is a Scorch enjoyer.
He is a Scorcher.
Maybe Fickler?
Okay, Cullen comes out. You got Orenhorn as well, looking for flashes, looking for anything. Tidal Wave comes through. They get the flash out of life.
Okay, yeah, free ultimate's gone. Not a whole lot to show for it as here they come.
No Tidal Wave, Bubble comes out, Cuz not able to flash in, but they do secure another inhibitor just like that. The damage kind of insane. DuckDom looking for Vikla. Does he have the damage? Vikla so low, the knockup is huge! From Nuggery, he's able to frontline for DuckDom. That's 2 kills now as Canyon is trying to secure some more targets, but Rascal and Aiming remain at full health.
Oh, that should be the soul though. With Dom1 Kia, they might also try to just push through. They're making their way over. Damage is high.
AT? They say, okay, let's go 3v5. They're going for the dragon. The Impale is not there as the knockup is on to Rascal, and it goes the way of Dom1 Kia. Down will go Cuz. Rascal and Aiming remain as they will threaten bot lane.
Yeah, they're going to push. They have Baron buff still for 40 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Aiming is going to go back. They're going to leave Rascal here with the TP to push. Nope. Okay.
Maybe.
Hesitating.
Nuggery does not win that 1v1.
I think if the two of them, I don't think it would have been fast enough to get through Nuggery and 2 Nexus turrets. And so Dom1 Kia, they're going to try to go for a bit more.
Viklas about to go up.
Oh, Aiming's doing a good job of stopping this as well. Extendo Beam comes through. Canyon with the nuke. Here's the teleport coming in, and now Nuggery can't quite get everybody in as here come the minions. Teleport coming in now from the side of Showmaker and will stop. But we got a fight in live on the other side of the map. Not going to be able to take down Aiming as Extendo Beam zones him away, and Aiming's over the wall. You cannot get away from the Zeri. And KT, they're going to push in and take down the Nexus. Nuggery cannot stand up to this. KT Roaster take a 46-minute game after they lose a huge team fight. It does not matter.
Unbelievable! Get me free of those, Valdez! This game in everything. Baron throws, flips. Remember the Baron flip? Remember that? That was like 30 years ago.
The summer of KT. That's what the fans want, and they're gonna get it here in game 1.
Wow. I need a breather after that one. And in the end, it was actually the individual scaling that made the difference. It was Zeri outscaling that Lucian. It was Gwen being unmatchable in terms of sides. And even though I think the team fighting power we still saw from Damwon Kia, when they got that soul, we saw a moment's hesitation. Maybe the call was just to run it down mid with all 5 members. Then again, the Baron buff, so powerful in these late game scenarios. And oh, for Damwon Kia, that one's got a sting. You had a, what was it, 8k gold lead. It's not the first time that has happened this year.
Not quite enough to make it through what they had. Duckdom did a casual 55,000 damage.
Oh, he worked hard for it.
Yeah.
Fellas, we have reached this point again, and I know that I'm sure Aiming might get POG, but I have learned one lesson from this, and it's ban Gwen. That champion is not okay, because if you look at the amount of defensive itemization that Damwon had, and those needles didn't mean a thing.
What defensive itemization?
Didn't
what
mean
MR?
a thing.
Yeah. What are you going to do against that? And Aiming trudging through this game to eventually have a relatively big impact. They made it through. KT able to take game number 1 and in incredible fashion at that. But guys, we are going to take a quick break and go to the analyst carpet space. We'll be back.
라이트 들어가 볼래요? 저 텔 있는데. 야, 봐줄게. 텔 찍어봐, 텔 찍어봐. 우리 끊을래, 그냥 끊으러 가. 끝내볼게.
라이즈 공써라, 라이즈 공써 미니언을. 미니언.
끝나.
못 끝나.
쳐봐. 이거.
집 갖다 대줄게, 나 집 갖다 대줄게. 집 갖다 대주면 끝날 것 같아.
나 먹기 따라마.
나 살기만 해도 좋아.
내가 이겨.
좋다. 미니언
제거 하나만 끝까지 갈 수 있냐?
루시안 10m.
다 쳐봐. 나 뽀삐 끊을게.
좋아. 천천히 해도 끝나.
나 파이브 더. 우리 이겨. 2대 이겨.
2대 이기면 끝나.
다 쳤어. 끝났어. 끝내.
나이스. 끝내 빨리.
I think, GenG has been more consistent, but T1 plays the level of their opponents. They prepare really well, and I think it is going to be a very close series. It's very difficult to predict.
Yeah.
And like, I want to lean towards T1 actually in this series because they won last time. Like, even in the same circumstance, we're like, oh, GenG looks a little bit more consistent, but I'm like,
context
I don't know.
hasn't changed.
Yeah, the context doesn't change, and like, T1 often has GenG's number in these really important series, as we've seen over the years.
To come on forward, Vikla just kind of, Rascal by himself as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zayas just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating, and KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi.
And I can feel that giant wallet full of cash just bonking him on the head right now as Peanut's gonna flash in. Very nice Q going to land. As down will go the Victor. Dove will be next. Ruler with the double kill.
Ways and just steals that one away, and now Vin
go. They're going to go for the full engage here. The cannon barrage comes down. They do get the orange out of them, though. And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate, the flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one. And Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG.
Armor penetration can help. Oh, he's caught out though, and he's get out of there immediately. A nice little pickup there, but it's the CC that comes through from Mole. They're focusing on this fight, but JDG have now turned it back around. The Fate's call to 3 members. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They couldn't get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG.
Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold. LeBron will close it out into the 2v1 and getting hit by everything. He finds the kill.
There's 2 plates so far. Razork wants to keep the fight going. Carzzy still standing strong. Upset off to the side. Rana, tad. Reset for Razork. Licorice not feeling too great here as Blaze Olive tries to flash away in the mid lane, but Santorin's already ready for him. Bjergsen still going in, and it's first blood to the Burger King.
This is the perfect game after that interview.
$900 is the number. Phoenix smite auto, that's really well timed by a Blabber. Knew the numbers, that was going to be enough. Biofrost slowed up, and here comes the Turbo Cat tank, a shuffle backwards. Oh, the shockwave was beautifully timed. Jensen makes the kill happen.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and that was a barn burner of a game.
It was an insane game. There were moments where you and I were on the edges of our seat, and the crazy part about it is, we go back to the draft, it looked like it was going to be an insanely one-sided game that was going to end before 25 minutes. Damwon Kia, in my opinion, had the far superior draft. They had the Lucian Nami lane into the Zeri, and the biggest problem I had with KT's draft, which became a big strength for them later on, was, of course, the Scorpion in the jungle. Early game, Scar doesn't have any power against this Poppy, and we knew that with either a Tahm Kench or the set, didn't really matter which one Life played, they were just going to constantly be zoned out of farm. They were dove repeatedly. 30 CS in the very early game was the amount of lead that Duckdom had in the lane alone. But Damwon Kia were getting advantages with this Poppy pick all around the map. It just seemed doomed from the outset, and I knew KT's draft was going to struggle during that time in the game. But they caught the aggression of Damwon Kia almost like catching a dodgeball. And they were like, you're out. Every time somebody goes a little bit too far, Skarner impales them, pulls them back in, and KT fought tooth and nail to get back into this game.
They absolutely did. I 100% agree with you. I think the Tahm Kench alongside the Skarner choice meant that the bottom lane was just sacrificed to the gods. Like, that was just not going to work out. And we're going to jump to our first replay here, where we're going to have a few examples of that, starting, of course, with the beginning fight here and where things start to go wrong for KT.
This is another moment where you could just see, like, okay, Canyon has 6, you can knock Skarner out here. There's so much power in the early skirmishes here for Damwon Kia as well around ultimates that, unfortunately, with just Realm Warp, that's really all you have as KT. You don't have a team fight here. You know, you don't have a fair fight. This is a ton of money going over to Dom1 Kia. They're already winning bottom side. Notice what's happening in bottom at the same time. As while this happens, Aiming gets solo killed. Yeah, Gale Force power spike hits. Dom is just able to take him out here. Oh, this is actually a different replay. I thought the one that we had. But anyway, there was a solo kill that happened. This is a completely different scenario where there is a chase and Dom overextends. So small bit of gold coming back from KT, but it doesn't matter because they get completely wiped out here. Turret goes down, they lane swap, go top. So 10 plates go over to Dom1 Kia in this early game. And it was just an insane lead. They used the Poppy pick so incredibly well.
Yeah, they definitely did. And yeah, Dom overextended there, but while there was that fight around Herald, Dom gets that solo kill like you were talking about that confused us just a bit bamboozled, but we were honestly bamboozled by this entire game. It was just craziness because Dom1 Kia then made a couple of slip-ups. They went for a Baron, didn't have any vision behind the pit, didn't even take away the blast cone. That's the first thing that you do, Wolf.
There was no control, so we'll jump into the Baron fight and break it down here because there's no real control to stop Cuz from getting in here, and he's a very speedy Scorpion, right? And he's back here, he steals the Baron away with the Extendo Beam, and then the ultimate here, coming through from Ornn, not so great. The flank angle is amazing for Vikla, just gets on top of the AD carry, takes him out. Dom can't do damage in this fight, and look at how they just completely put all of their focus everywhere but the tank. Valkyrie is the last one to die with a full health bar because the target selection here was incredible for KT roll, so they punished that risky 50-50 on the Baron very well. It was not just a steal, we lost a team fight, it was a steal into a clean team fight.
It was, and I want to shout out Life because he got demolished in the laning phase, as he should, right? They're against Lucian Nami, they get horrendously outranged in that lane. Zeri offers very little in the very early portion, and you can't do those aggressive Tahm Kench things. But in that last teamfight, kept the Gwen alive so that she could spend some time in the belly of the Tahm Kench, comes out with a huge shield, and just rolls over the top of Dom1 Kia. Really worked out in the teamfights, and I think that we're justified in saying that it was too much of a risk to take. However, it paid off for KT. And let's have a look at the ending clips here because, yeah, we're talking about KT making it to a late game and coming back, but honestly, in the end, it was just chaos.
And it was basically a chess game that KT was playing. So they lose this fight on the Drake, but the Rascal decides he's going to split push, right? So he goes down, he's like, all right, I have Baron buff still. I can actually get into this base. Mid inhibitor is already down, so that wave is kind of naturally going to slow Dom1 Kia's mid avenue to end this game. They have these death timers coming through. Zeri's respawning, so you're like, okay, if I can just buy enough time here, I should be able to stop them from backing. And then they realize they have a checkmate angle here because with the wave clear that Aiming has here and his ability to actually fight Dom at range using the inhibitor's shell for extendo beams, he just ends up trading out extremely well here. And this is the moment when it's over because Dom1 Kia can neither back to save their base nor can they win the subsequent fight fast enough. It would take a very long time to win it because they don't have Nuguri. They don't have any engage. So even though it's a 4v2 up here, it really isn't because Aiming just does so much damage. He takes out Kellen, then ends up winning a 1v1 against Dom. Meanwhile, in the base, Realm Warp puts minions on top of the turrets while this Rascal push just continues. And there's not enough damage to either win the mid fight or defend the base. And KT made all of the right macro decisions in this one moment to win this game after a lost fight on the Drake.
Yeah, and the only real massive winning point for KT was the top side of the map. I think that it's the game that he gets 1,000 kills, and it's also one of the greatest top lane carry performances that we've seen in quite some time. I mean, probably since the last time we saw Zeus play, but Rascal played extraordinarily well in this game, and let's go give him his POG and celebrate his 1,000th win. We didn't actually know that. That wasn't a spoiler. Very lucky that it didn't go to somebody else, but he was absolutely amazing in this game.
Yeah, I think that he was also really empowered, like you mentioned, by Life, who devoured him several times in this game to give him some extra shields. Plays like this, like, yeah, Showmaker shouldn't have been here. He was heavily criticized on the cast, but this is just Rascal finding angles. The fact that he was in mid threatening this while they had no control of the map,
and
they
this
were down
happening
players.
Immediately afterwards?
Yeah, immediately afterwards, he chases and finds Showmaker here again with an aggressive teleport. Just plays like this from Rascal. He played so big brain this game, always where he needed to be. This fight, during the smite steal, he's ready to trap Dom1 Kia. He's looking for more than just a 50-50. He's like, I don't care if Dom1 get this, we still win this fight because I'm set up for this. I'm deep, I'm in the back line, I'm getting on top of Dom. Rumwort comes through as well. Duckdom is basically, he's SOL, and then guess who's there for the Devour? You know, I mean, this is just a great team fight from KT.
Watching life in that moment as well was fantastic. 13 out of 13. Surprising that this is the first of the day, but not surprising that it happens in this game. Huge congratulations to Rascal, and I think that everyone feels the same way. Let's just get into game number 2. I want to see more of this.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers, for that. And yes, we just want more games. We got one, but thankfully we have best of 3s in this region. And yes, Rascal picks up the 13 out of 13. He also picked up his 1,000th kill so far. 3rd of all tops in the LCK, as you can see right there.
When you're good enough
Also
to convince people to not vote for the 8-2 Zeri, to convince them to not vote for the boom boom damage, that's when you know that you had an incredible game. And yeah, the 13 out of 13, incredibly deserved for Rascal. I think Aiming had a very good Zeri game, but the game was not about him. Like, yes, he cleaned up kills, but there's plenty of 80 carries that could have done that in his position, but it was the Gwen.
Extended his beams.
Yeah, well, at this point, as Dom1, just ban Gwen. The champion is your downfall every single. This is like the second game in this week where you've just been Gwen's way too hard. Very clearly that any of the possible answers just don't really work for Dom1 Kia, and I feel like her true damage was nerfed. Clearly doesn't really matter based on
maybe it was just accidentally buffed.
Yeah, with the hotfix.
Only for the LCK.
That they tried to throw out. But Dom1 Kia ran into that willingly, and I, for one, am very happy to see Rascal have a game like he did for the entirety of spring, where he was trying so hard, Valdez. Trying so hard to make playoffs.
Yeah. It was actually incredible that Rascal didn't make playoffs in spring. The way he was playing.
By far. Yeah. It was insane.
He was definitely the best individual player that did not make
exactly.
playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah. So Kalista was the first ban the first time around. Will it be Silas? Into Aphelios bans once again.
And if you're a Dom1 Kia fan after that one, I think Dom1 Kia, barring some individual misplays, Canyon looks a lot better. The macro still not where it once was, and it probably will not be in any time, in any timeline near you. Maybe in the future, in the distant future, but for right now, I think Dom1 Kia just needs to focus on making sure that if you get an early game lead, which they have been very good at even this split, you actually close it out. Because that part has been a big difficulty for them. And I wouldn't mind seeing a Gwen ban here at all. Otherwise, pick it up yourself early on. Because the pick just seems to be like kryptonite. And for KT fans, yeah, there it is. For KT fans, you're feeling great. I think Vikla showed again that in team fights, he actually is very consistent. His backline access was great. He had a couple of key ultimates.
Yeah.
Aiming is aiming, like he did what he did all split. Which I think, that's...
Yeah.
We know that he can do that. And then Cuz actually had some really nice Skarner ults as well.
I don't think you have to mix up this bottom lane. You know.
I agree.
You saw that KT didn't really have an answer for it in game 1, so might as well just go for the same thing. Aphelios is available now because it is not banned this time. Gwen was banned in its stead. So, could be the pickup here. Let's try to go for Aphelios and maybe, I don't know, like a Renata or something that can actually handle the lane. I would be a way if you actually do want to play around aiming and you do want to...
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no. No. Oh, well, hey, you know what this is good, Valdez? This means we're going to 3 games. Amazing.
You know, you might just be right.
Oh, yeah, look at that win rate. Yeah.
And Life has been the guy that's played a lot of it because Yumi gets banned, and then he's like, well, I want to play something that supports the Aphelios, so I'll play Lulu. So he has eaten the brunt of those losses. Trundle comes out here.
Blind Trundle. Here from Canyon. Definitely something that is, in theory, counterable. We have seen Cuz hover Carthus before. But I will not get excited until we get deeper into the draft. And into Aphelios, Lulu actually think it is quite strong due to neither of those two champions having a dash available, so the pillar gets a lot of early value. And it also disincentivizes a Poppy pickup from KT, so you don't need to use a ban on that. And if Kaz does end up going towards that, then you're still feeling pretty comfortable with the matchup, as Blind Ahri will be able to spend some bans to make that pick feel a little bit safer here. And we have seen, most notably by Chovy, that Ahri can look completely broken.
Yeah, the games where Ahri looks really strong are...
It's Chovy.
It's Chovy, and it was like Zeka was doing it a bit.
A little bit of Faker at the beginning of the split.
Yeah, Faker. But it still does have that 33% win rate, which is kind of interesting. I think it was really popular, and a lot of people picked it up, and they were like, oh, I can just look for charms, and that's fine, right? No, you have to be really proactive on this pick and actually make plays. And not everybody can do that and hit all of the skill shots and make it worthwhile.
I would like a LeBlanc ban here from KT.
How about Lissandra?
Okay, like that a lot as well. Make a lot more sense, actually, now that I think about it, because Lissandra into LeBlanc was, or into Ahri rather, was a key pick that we saw both at MSI in the early spring or in the early summer meta rather. And now for Damwon Kia, opportunity to maybe ban away another top laner. You know, we've already hit a bunch of them. Might as well go all the way. Alternatively, still going to get banned away to Poppy, and I think that the Trundle pick has shown that if you know the matchup well, you can actually really punish the Poppy.
Cuz is already laughing.
It's gonna be Fiddlesticks.
Fiddlesticks angle?
Well, I wouldn't mind it.
It works really well with Ornn and Ahri.
There's short range comp from Damwon.
It is a lot of magic damage, but I mean, you have Aphelios at least, which is a bit of a hyper carry to shore up any of that. You can't just stack MR and then get shredded by Aphelios.
Don't go Karthus. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
As Noguri has opted into the good old Sejuani before. Looks very comfortable in the pick. And I think overall, especially if you lock that in, you have a very similar draft as you did last time around. You have a power pick for Canyon early on that he can make plays on. You have a bot lane that is going to play very aggressive, a mid laner that enables that, and then you have a good front line. And I don't think the comp was the problem from Damwon last time around. They got out macroed in the late game, and they got Gwen in the mid game. And now, final pick needs to come through.
What's it gonna be? Watch him play like Lee Sin.
Very likely. Yeah, Lee Ahri is a classic. Viego Ahri is similar.
This is too standard. Where's my Fiddlesticks?
It's okay. He just needs one more buff, fellas. That's when we'll see him.
Think so?
No. I've learned.
Okay. Well, Viego comes out here and can be a fantastic 2v2 partner for Ahri, of course. You don't necessarily get too annoyed by the Trundle either.
Yeah, I quite like the composition from Damwon here. It feels very similar to game number 1, where you have a bigger damage threat this time around, but still ability to influence the bot side of the map. I think the bot lane matchup should be not as dominant, but still quite good. Aphelios Lulu, of course, does have a little bit more power, but should still get bullied. And a lot more pressure going to be on Canyon and on Showmaker this time around. And then you have Noguri on what I think has been his best-looking pick by a large mile, but he's playing into Ornn, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
Matchup is irrelevant.
I actually like both comps.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure who I would give the advantage to at this moment in time. I do think that KT have their own very nicely crafted comp as well. Just great 2v2. You have really nice front-to-back. Target acquisition with Ahri and Ornn is really easy. And Aphelios for aiming. I mean, as long... I would assume that the lane does not go as poorly this time as game number 1. And so that's always a bonus. The Lulu obviously is kind of that wild card where we really have just seen it get totally boomed multiple times. But I don't know. I don't want to make a full decision on that just yet. I think it can offer a lot more help in the lane at least.
Agreed. We have seen Lulu be very successful in the Lucian as well. Can actually punish the dash in if you're quick on the polymorph. And yeah, I think KT's comp still skills very well. Very exciting. Hoping for a game 3, Valdez.
Now let's hop onto the rift for game 2. Fans are out in force tonight. We have a full crowd. Packed stadium here at Lal Park. You could also come down to Lal Park if you make it to Korea, if you have the time.
And if you get the tickets.
You can get the tickets. If you can get the tickets, then you could potentially get a card of one of the players.
I was waiting for you, though. I was waiting for you to get to the important part.
That is the important part. You can get a trading card of one of the players with the ticket.
I really want to trade card.
Yeah.
I want my
we don't have any trading cards yet.
I want my Croco card.
Well, I just want my DRX Caria. It doesn't exist, but hopefully they make it.
Early adopter Veldas.
But, yeah, maybe one day we'll just have to get tickets.
When? We have a carpet space. We work every day, Veldas.
I don't know, you know?
It's not a thing.
Maybe someday.
Maybe one day.
I'm very curious about this bottom. How is this going to go? How will the Lulu Aphelios favor, how will they fare, rather, into this duo? Because the Tom Kent was not cutting it.
No, Tom Kent's really not providing a whole lot. And, okay.
Let's Ignite. The range advantage with the Calibrum coming through for level 1 Aphelios. Little bit of poke.
Yeah. And you do see, I think, as expected, that this is a completely different dynamic. I still believe that Kalin and Dokkan should have the prio in this lane. Like, their spikes are a lot higher, as you can see, aiming and live respecting. At level 6, they have an incredible amount of power as well. As, I don't know about that trade. But the key thing here is that life and aiming should not get run over the way they did in game number 1. And that should make it a lot harder for Damwon to get leads as big as they did in that one.
Aiming currently 6-0 on the Aphelios. So there was a reason they were banning that away. As you can see, the current bot duo head-to-head between these two duos is 3-1. Life did play the Aphelios Lulu, which, can say something, but certainly the Lulu itself has not been faring too well.
So Canyon walking a little bit into the jungle of his opponent, trying to maybe spot Kaz. Does win the early 1v1, of course, due to Chomp.
It comes through. That is a huge amount of burst damage already on that bottom side, but they're sustaining. You can see that at least aiming gets to farm this time. Certainly a big difference compared to game 1. And it means that Kuz does not have to focus on the bottom side, doesn't have to focus on farming either, because now he's coming up to the top. Will land that stun, but it is Sejuani with Frost Armor. As the knockup comes in, though, they're looking for this one as First Blood, maybe, yes, it will come through, and Rascal is going to survive. And now Kuz on the Viego will start off strong.
Oh, and as Nogri, if you can sidestep the stun, or if you don't get hit by the knockup, then you survive. But if both of those hit, you are unfortunately dead. And as a result, early kill going over to Kuz. Teleport advantage here for the KT top laner, although he does immediately use it as well to make sure that his wave state doesn't get messed up. And a return gank for Kuz, now looking feisty. And post 6, you have a little bit of kill threat when you do get ganked. Pre 6, unfortunately, not going to be the case. And Kuz finding a very nice amount of early action here that he's been finding, I think, very consistently this split. It's actually been really cool to see a player that was most often criticized for not finding any early impact look more for these proactive plays.
Yeah, and speaking of early impact, ganking the Sejuani that does not have flash is fantastic. Rascal's right there for the follow-up. That's just about all you can ask of your jungler. Unfortunately, on the other side, we talked a little bit about the blind Trundle. Has not been able to get, I don't think they're going to be looking for dives too early down on this bottom side. And I'm just worried, I don't want to see Canyon on another jungler who's just kind of farming slowly on the Trundle and then eventually just becomes a pillar bot. Obviously, you can use your ultimate on the Ornn and take away some of those resistances, provide counter play to the Ornn and his ability to ultimate with your pillar and stuff like that, but You know, I can see where some of that value does come in, but to pick it that early in blinds, we're going to need to see something out of this Trundle.
Expecting to see a play as soon as 6 is hit for Showmaker, and we see Dogdom and Callan get a little bit more power as well. As, yeah, Cuz spotted on the ward there, put in the brush. Because that's when the lack of sums available right now and no wild growth ideally is where you strike. So it's Vikla's task to make sure that Showmaker kind of stays in his lane, just as it is Cuz to make sure that they keep track of Canyon so that they don't get completely off guard. Because again, both flashes are available now, but a good pillar in a dive situation basically forces a flash, and that means any repeat plays, or Dogdom just gill forcing in and hitting an ultimate is enough to murder you, which we've seen many a time. As Aiming is just going to be able to clear up this wave without too much of a problem.
Yep, it's got a lot of chakrams coming out here, just clearing it all out, not missing much. Ooh, got that last one, nice.
Yeah, and barely behind.
Mid lane has been a farm fest. Showmaker has played quite a lot of games of Rise, 25 in his career at the LCK only. So 72% win rate so far. Top lane, we did see the one gank, but outside of that, the junglers have just been farming. Cuz still farming faster on the Viego, even though he did go for the gank.
Yeah, Trundle's clear is okay on single target camps, multi-target camps. It's really not great. Not really going to be able to get too much out of that. As you pointed out, though, will always be a threat late game just because he has a Ornn to steal resistances from. Ornn literally gets extra resistances as well from his passive. So
and you can pillar when he tries to Ornn-horn you.
Also, yeah, we've seen that actually be used with very great efficiency in many a game. The split in the LCK, both Trundle and Ornn. Pretty high on the priority list. And early objectives are going to have to go over to Damwon Kia, because if this is a very low impact game, I still think Damwon have good mid game, but going into the late game without any lead is not going to feel amazing. As Cuz looking again as hello Rascal.
Is he playing Scion?
I mean,
he's not.
They spot him. There's a ward there.
No, I don't think they did. He came over the wall with the blast plant, and now we've got Cuz on the bottom side too. You're not going to expect the 5-man bot dive, right?
Oh boy. Well, they know some people are coming.
Yeah, Canyon's here, but it seems a bit late. The Ornn-horn is used, and they're like, wait, what the hell? As Dogdom tries to get out here, that is another free kill for Cuz. Rascal tanks up a bit much, has to use the summoner heal, but that's fine. You've got an Aphelios in the bottom side who is chipping away at this turret. You just picked up 2 kills, and KT with the early game plays.
And now you desperately try to cross-map here as Damwon Kia, but what you're getting is, it's okay. You get a wave shoved in the mid, not really something you're going to be super excited about, and you get 2 plates on Nuggery, which again,
like,
yeah, it's okay. If they get the Herald as well, though, and they're able to actually get gold back into Dogdom, I still think that the trade is going to favor KT, but at least Damwon will be able to stay matched. And kills went over to Cuz and Vikla. Now we have seen Viego's really snowball leads like this very, very hard, but into the Damwon comp, I do think that it's very difficult with the amount of CC that they have available.
Still really nice early game plays here from KT. They don't go for the Drake just yet. Actually, Cuz is going to start that up right now.
I haven't seen a 5-man bot play since Teleport was changed.
It turns out you can just walk down there. Who could have thunk it? You know, your top lane where you're trading tank versus tank. You know, if it's like a Gnar or a Gwen or, you know, somebody who's going to be chipping away at those turrets really quickly, or you don't want them to get a lot of gold, I understand, you know, you want to stay up there, you want to hold on to your lane, but when you're up against Sejuani,
who cares?
It's like, yeah, sure, you know, I'll get behind 2 waves, but whatever. And I suppose, yeah, the teleport was not available for the Sejuani either, so Nuggery could not even try to teleport in or anything like that.
Yeah, Showmaker also trying to make his way over. And if this is a 4-man play, might be able to turn it as Damwon Kia. Showmaker was heading down, Kenyon was in the area, but it was not. Oh my god! They have Rambo. Are you kidding me?
What is happening? Are we seeing the meta develop before our eyes? Wait, just everybody pile to the bottom lane. And yeah, they're gonna kill only life here. That is an incredible amount of damage. But it does not matter. So they only get life, and now I suppose you trade back the turret plates over to Ornn. This does mean that Aiming might have to just give this turret up, though, as never mind, the teleport comes in. Rascal has it, and Aiming will have his farm.
Oh.
And it might not end there. There's a lot of low health bars, and that is another kill here for Cuz. He goes 3-0, ults away, and Rascal goes in. He is on an assassination mission. It is not going to work, but Vikla is going to be able to do it, and everybody else is getting wiped up in the bottom lane here. Will he land the charm is the question, as they've got some time. Vikla just going to get the flash here out of Showmaker, but KT, they come back and clap back in the bottom lane.
And when the teleport comes down, Damwon Kia, they thought they could maybe get a first turret bot, have the Herald still available. Instead, Aiming is here with Crescendum. And what initially looks like a wonderful counterplay to what we saw happen previously is they get life, which is nice, but then, yeah, that is a unreasonable amount of damage from an early game of Valley Assault, unfortunately for Damwon Kia. And then, not only does Vikla make his way over, but that TP from Rascal wave just a second too late. And as a result, you have a Canyon with no mana, a beautiful bubble there coming through from Cuz, and then once Vikla arrives, you know this is a disaster.
This game is so much action. Is this
It
my
doesn't
LCK?
stop.
Oh my god. Well, we do have the Rift Herald in the top lane, so that will be first turret blood given over to, not Gnomeshim, Damwon Kia. I don't know, this game is really...
Dr. McKellen were there. I get it.
That makes sense, that makes sense. But yeah, that's going to be actually some nice trade backs for Damwon Kia.
Because at the end of that, the gold lead is there for KT, and it's a very sizable one. It's a nice gold lead, but wow, that's a lot of crown value. Unironically this time, I feel like I can't say that often.
Everfrost is really good against crown, and it is Ahri.
But it was actually good.
No, I mean in this case, yeah. Otherwise, you're at risk of getting comboed down to a dangerous level.
Yeah. But based on the previous game, whoever is ahead in the early game loses. So I can't wait.
Nice sample size
I can't wait to see how Damwon Kia is going to turn this one around, because I see a Fed Aphelios, and I see an Ornn and
a Fed Viego.
Yeah.
4-0.
Oh yeah.
And he doesn't even he's not even forced to side lane like we hate doing in the LCK. He can just fight with his team.
Oh, yeah.
He actually gets buffed up by fighting with his team.
He has to fight. That's the dream.
Imagine that.
How about another 5-game party at ball?
We've
had one.
I love it.
We've had two. What about the third one, Valdez?
You've got these really long-range ultimates. Nuggery's like, well, I guess if nobody's going to play in the top lane, I'll just play in the top lane, as now everybody's getting on top of Cuz here, tries to Heartbreaker away. He's getting really low. Vikla is looking for an assassination, does not find it. And
now it's a disaster.
Yeah.
That's not a great trade at all.
I think the shutdown went to Duckdom as well.
Oh, they don't get the plate? And Nuggery gets an inner?
And we're teleporting mid. We're trying to kill Vikla here now. I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, Nuggery here.
Okay, I call not worth. Not worth. Not worth at all, Valdez.
What was that Ornn?
I don't know. Maybe they thought they would be afraid. Well, I expected Damwon Kia to need a little bit more time to turn it around.
When is the last LCK game we've seen this many towers down at 14 minutes?
I don't know.
I
have no idea.
Already 4 turrets.
Yeah.
At 14 minutes. We've definitely seen 3 turrets at 14 minutes in some crazy games, but yeah, Cuz kind of overstepping.
And with that Realm Warp, there's also not really, even if Vikla sticks around, you just both get blown up. And more action, I say, as KT just backs off.
Aiming's just top, yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm just farming, guys. Don't worry about me. 2-0-3, hee-hee.
And is this just going to be is this going to be Aiming in exactly the same position that we had Doctum in last time, where it's just like, well, good luck, Aiming. Have fun. All you.
Yeah. I mean, Viego still has items, but
Yeah.
He's not really, he's not quite the same kind of hard carry.
No, I also think that playmaking for Cuz is very difficult because he's relying on fighting for a longer amount of time. You're playing in Sejuani, also Sunfire Cape here from Nuggery, Showmaker with a lot of CC, Lucian, which makes it very hard to reliably get on as ult for ult.
Yeah, I mean, that's an Ahri. You're not really going to get an Ahri. It's not going to happen. Duckdom this time going to overstep his bounds, and Kellen as well is going to pay the price for it. And you know what? I mean, mistakes happen, and I kind of understand. With the pace of this game going, I'm sure these players are not used to this outside of scrims. As now we're teleporting mid, we're going for this mid turret. Should come through. There's still a bit of a lane, or wave rather. And yes, they will take down this mid tier 1.
Is it really going to be the quick 2-0 nothing to see here from KT?
What did I tell you?
Is that what we're looking at?
Me and Chronicler were walking back from the bathroom, taking a little break. You know,
I
was like,
win it, but
you know what? I think it's just going to be the KT 2-0, nothing to see here. It's going to go like 40 minutes again. It's going to be insane. And they're going to be great games, but KT's going to take it. I'm feeling it. KT are fighting better. As now more teleports, trying to get on top of Showmaker here. He gets the Rune Prison down. Nuggery's teleport, to be honest, doesn't do much. Run! Yeah, I mean, he's just zoning. He's allowing Showmaker to get out and paying it for it with his life. And I said that right as life got the kill. That was very strange. They were desperately trying to give that over to aiming.
But you didn't have to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he traded his life and his teleport. And Showmaker flashed. KT, I don't know. I think they're just playing the better League of Legends tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking at this from Duckdom and Kellen.
Oh, he almost missed it. He also missed the cannon.
Yeah, but you're also dashing in as Lucian with no control of mid at all. And it really does feel to me, and it's understandable after the previous game, like this is Damwon playing with a little bit of tilt because dashing that aggressively when you don't really need to and you don't have the necessary control really backfires. And yeah, Showmaker gets taken down low, but if Nuggery just backs off here as well, like I think they can just Realm Warp out. Rascal and Cuz were clearly planning to at least initially peace out as well,
it's just Ahri. Like, what is Trundle going to do against Ahri?
Oh god, oh the collapse.
Oh boy. This is pretty large. We should have, yep, the crown is down. Rascal flush the wall. He's coming in. He is committed. Vikla gets out with this sliver of health, a huge 2-man knockup, and this is a huge fight for KT once again. Another kill goes over to aiming and a dodge there on the zoning Glacial Prison. KT running away with this one now.
They really are. And for Damwon Kia, it is just looking like every time that they look for a play, KT's flashing walls, they're multi-man teleporting, there's 5 people bot parties.
They did it first.
Play the game.
Yeah. KT did it first. Rascal roamed bot, and then Damwon Kia tried to pull off, you know, bot dive number 2 Electric Boogaloo, but it did not happen.
Sequel was not as well received as the original Valdez.
Exactly. And again, it's like, okay, let's go super deep against an Ahri, but why?
This flash from Rascal.
Giga Chad, okay?
Gets me every time.
Give me that Giga Chad spam, okay? Like, this is... And then he hits the 2-man knockup, like... Oh, man came to party tonight.
This is a double,
what a series.
This is a double Rascal POG if KT win this, because... My god, man just casually walks down to bot, takes a blast cone, 5-man parties it bot.
It's really powerful too. I mean, it can totally change the way.
Oh, but he's 450 gold behind though.
That's what you call a leader making a sacrifice for the team. It's the leader making the sacrifice.
Yeah, and for Damwon Kia, if you couldn't win with the lead you had in the previous game, then winning this one is going to be a...
I don't know. It's pretty difficult. I mean, there's just too many ways to proc the crown as well, so it's not like he... I know it sounds like I'm really hating on this item, but to be honest, like, right now he's only got a crown, right? So it's going to take him a while to really get online. So for the next couple of Drake fights even. I'm not really sure if they're going to be in a spot. Even their Lucian this time is not fed, right? The lane went even until Rascal came down, and then it went against the Lucian. And now aiming is a lot more fed than the Lucian, especially after the mistake in the mid lane. So it's not like you have those outs or any kind of lead at all from Damwon, and KT are in total control of this.
They really are. And as long as KT don't go for a unasked for Baron flip, which, you know, I said,
don't count your chickens before they hatch.
In previous game as well. As yeah, this Herald is not getting charged off, unfortunately. As a nice job from KT.
Do you think at this point it might have been better to just let it expire? Like, if you were going to drop it there and you knew 100% it was just going to get killed?
Know. Oh.
What?
Yeah. Okay, so what happened was there was a teleport channel from Nuguri, and as a response, Aiming tried to TP out, but then there was also the Realm Warp, and he wasn't quite
Vikla, you mean? Yeah.
Vikla, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, he, yeah, looked a little bit funky, but, you know.
Didn't have ult, so
yeah,
die there, unfortunately.
This time, Vikla not going to be a side lane presence. And maybe now we finally get a moment of reprieve to just kind of take stock. No, we must watch the replay.
It's pretty quick. Quick enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, he tries to ult, but Sejuani and Ryze pretty good together in terms of their synergy.
Yeah, Vikla being that far up into a comp with as much threat. But in the end, it's not even that bad a trade. You give up a teleport, and you get a kill, but you don't really get that much out of it. I think Showmaker picks up another little bit of gold, but in terms of like a raw carrying potential for Damwon Kia, it's really tough. Like, comps like these work extremely well in their head, but when they're behind, yeah. And, I mean, this is all or nothing for Damwon.
Yeah, and you talked about Baron flips. This isn't necessarily...
it's a little bit. But
It's pretty early, is what we could say. But I think they're kind of looking for the turn. Vikla has a lot of power here. Canyon gets pretty low. And so Damwon Kia, yep, they're just going to start it up again. Excellently handled so far by KT, but Damwon are not giving up just yet. Here comes Canyon. Really nice pillar, but now the turn comes in. Subjugate is huge, and the tidal wave denies the Ornhorn. We have a 1v1 on the side here as well, as Vikla just trying to avoid Nuguri without using Spirit Rush. And so the trick is up. There's no Baron that gets taken by either side.
And KT fans, I'm sure, were a little worried there. This team has a reputation of a roller coaster, which thus far they've pretty much been able to avoid. It's been very up and down, but mostly for Damwon Kia. KT, to me, feels like they are playing very confident. And plays like that, I think, are fine. If Damwon make a big mistake or they don't respond fast enough, you get a Baron, you basically win the game. And with how to play that out, they're fine, you know? Don't flip it if you don't need to. Play it on the back foot. And if they had gotten a big ultimate from Rascal, if that wave from Callan wasn't on point, then we might have seen a disaster in the making, as Kaz and Rascal are just saying hello in the enemy jungle. And if they pick up the Drake in a minute, that also means that they will be looking at a Hextech soul point, and that is a soul that is going to make the crown even worse. Elvis, I'm just going to point it out before you do.
True. And yeah, I mean, look at this vision control. There's really not much that Damwon have. They were trying desperately to get mid control and vision control there with the double control ward, and even that didn't work because KT just pushed in. And now they're setting up this bait over the wall. Damwon have to be so careful moving into this one, especially with all of the target acquisition that they have. Charm just go wide.
Canyon using the movement speed he gets from his W, making sure it doesn't get hit by any charms or any other skill shots. Feeling it out there.
Yeah, pillar down for the moment. Could try to go for an Ornhorn now if you really wanted to. Doesn't look like KT want to force a fight just yet. They want to control this river first.
Well, it's still close. Be mindful here. It's not impossible for Dom, but they need to get on top of Amy.
This is such a tense moment.
Yeah, make or break for Domon. If KT win this, I'm pretty sure that they have the game on lockdown.
They're trying to push into this one. They don't have a lot of vision. The charm over the wall, but it's on to Sejuani. Tidal Wave is going to zone, and so will the Ornhorn. As now, getting on top of this Drake, Aiming is going to start this one up. He's got a massive shield. Vika looking for it again. Pops the crown at least. As this dragon is getting low, they're trying to zone them away. That's a good smite by Cuz, and no Realm Warp comes in. They're trying to turn. Cuz gets low, and he goes down already. The Viego is out of the fight. KT now trying to back out of this one, but it's 5v4.
Oh, Domon.
Looking for a bit more.
They're going to try to trap them here, but the health bars are low on both sides.
Okay, Shirelia's could be a saving grace. Vikla flashing in. They get the burst damage, Aiming now front to back, but Rascal in the stopwatch. The health bars are so low. Duckdown flashes in, and Nami, of all people, Kellen picks up the kill. But it's only the one extra kill on top of the Viego. Couple of kills here for Dom when they take a 100 gold lead. But now it's Soul Point for KT.
Soul Point for KT, but Dom at least keep themselves in the fight here by picking up 2 huge shutdowns. And, oh, the series is delivering, Valdez.
It's insane.
As Vikla going forward here, there previously forces the flash from Kalin, but they don't actually take anyone down. Canyon with a beautiful subjugate stays alive for so long. And then, unfortunately, here for KT, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Nogger is the only one that can actually walk up to the team, and then the amount of stopwatching and flashing that's going on there is ludicrous. Canyon staying alive somehow. And then Aiming, who's relatively full health, gets hit by a beautiful bubble. And Dogdom wastes no opportunity, flashes forward. It's still the electrocute that ends up getting the kill.
Yeah.
And wow. Well, the gold's that even. I think KT still is in a favorable position here in this game, but Domon is not going to let them have it for free.
Absolutely. I mean, this is anyone's game. Take a look at that gold difference graph. KT were in control for a bit here, but it has not been the story for the last, let's say, 6 or so minutes. The Stamon are trying to mount a comeback in this game. Double Hextech Drake. Still going to be pretty good just in terms of raw stats. As Showmaker is alone, he's got a crown, he buys a lot of time, but the rest of his team can't get over to him. He's only going to lose. Oh, over the wall goes Vikla into the back line of everybody. A 4-man knockup with the Ornhorn, but that was way too overzealous from our Ahri player. Just gets his Ornn killed. And Damwon Kia, stone cold, just able to kite it back and take the kill.
Very important there is that Aiming only hits onto the front line, and Canyon, I was not expecting him to be a factor in this game at all. Yeah, life has to flash. I do think he gets away. But the amount of tanking that he's doing with the combination of Anathema's Chain and his ultimate on these on the Ornn, it's insane. Like, he doesn't die, and oh, it's a trap!
Yeah, who's trapping who? The charm comes in. Canyon is tanky, but not tanky enough this time. And Cuz successfully able to set that up with some nice vision play in his own shroud.
So overall it's a 1-for-1. Gold's that even. Didn't matter at all.
And it was just so crazy how it happened. Like, these 2 kills.
Amazing.
These 2 teams are just so evenly matched.
So, as unironically the crown value continues, we see Showmaker stay alive for a really long time here. And then Vikla goes in, and look at this ultimate. It only hits Noggery and Canyon. Dogdom and Showmaker are completely fine. And if you can get these front to back, so even if it's an Ornn, if you walk into a calling, you're not going to have a good time as Canyon, I assume, a trap. Feels safe because he has Dogdom as well. Not going to flash or anything. Wants to save that summoner for the inevitable fight for the soul. Because one mistake from Damwon Kia, one mess up, and they're going to get taken down. Aiming now, Infinity Edge. Done. Vikla not quite going to have, or at least right now, I don't know how much gold he's sitting on. And, oh, no, that's not going to be enough. I think it was like 300 gold.
Ooh, get the Krugs. If he's on 300, yeah,
no. It was not enough, so not going to hit death cap. And then on the other side for DK, Dogdom, very fed. Showmaker, getting towards the Blighted Jewel, and Canyon clearly doesn't need items to be relevant. Don't ask me how. And KT can, of course, also say, wait a minute. You get a second Drake. Watch me care as I run towards Baron, and my my Fetaphelios eats it for breakfast. Crescendum available as well.
Mid control is going to be so important for this one because of what you just said. You try to turn on this, and for now, it looks like Dom1 have the control, but they are trying to hold on to it. The pillar is good. The Ornn is tanky, is able to flash away as...
Again?
Yeah, I mean, that's not the guy. You want to reset your auto-aim onto someone else, because the Trundle, that's not it. He doesn't care about your damage.
Yeah, as KT, I think you can give this one up. They do still have a lot of ultimates available, a lot of team fighting power. There's no subjugate, no culling, but you don't need to take the risk. You don't need to fight here. KT looks like they might.
They want to fight. Charm comes in, stun. The Sejuani tankiness is huge. Both sides have insane amounts of damage to try to burst this down. But nobody is going to take the chance just yet. In go KT, they have taken control of the pit.
Full advantage for them.
It would mean Soul if they get this Hextech Drake. As it's getting low, the Ornn is in the pillar. Oh, he's not going to get it. The Tidal Wave knocks him up, but the Drake comes in, and the Soul is available for KT, but Rascal is on the run. Nuguri looking for that Glacial Prison. He's got like 2 seconds on it, and he just gets the cooldown back, but not on time. But they will go to this Baron, looking good for them to take it.
Hextech gates are available though. KT gonna run over, and if Dom1 Kia don't win the game within the duration, I think, yeah, they get it. They have enough damage, even with the Hextech gates. The question is, they get out. I don't know.
Looks like they will get it, because on the run, his smites have been stellar this series, but he's not gonna be there on time. So yes, Baron, Realm Warp, it's all good there for Dom1 Kia, but now KT have a Hextech Soul with a Fed Aphelios, a Fed Viego, and they well-farmed Ahri.
So Dom1, either you win the game now with this Baron buff, still a lot of pushing power for you, and the wave clear from KT is good, but if you are able to get into a 1v1 situation, you might still have a lot of pressure as...
Trying to get that flash out of aiming, but at the end of the day, it's just items.
Yep, not enough. Not going to hit. Dogdom crucially not quite in range. And going to be fine here. Or you flip at Elder, an LCK classic that we haven't seen in a little bit. And it is one of those games, Velda.
Yeah.
It really is.
I'm down for it,
to
be honest. I think it would favor KT even just in the small fact that I think that the smites have been better for Cuz.
Agreed.
So if we are going to flip it, you want to have your jungler with, he's feeling good about his smites. Cuz having a good day.
You have Baron buff and you can't push.
It's a scary sight, seeing the enemy Aphelios just stands tall in the middle of the lane with a massive Bloodthirster shield, the Lulu shield, everything. Sorelia's right there, Gale Force. There's so many ways for him to get out.
And I want to reiterate that Dom1 has prioritized the Lucian twice today. And in the first game, it was very strong. Didn't quite end up getting the result, but I don't feel like it was just a Lucian. Of course, the pick does lose late game impact, but not in of itself the reason. In fact, I think they were in a position to win the game because of that pick.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, in this game, we see them give up what is Dogdom's best pick by far, the Aphelios. Also great pick for aiming, and pick the Lucian instead. So if Dom1 Kia see this as yet another try, and like trying to find what works for them, trying to find their style, it's understandable, but it's a huge gambit that they take. And watching the games, I'm like, maybe just give Dogdom Aphelios. Guy's so good, but I get that it feels tricky, but you need to win. You want to lock in those playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the Lucian was not able to shut down the Aphelios in the lane. Not this time around. That's a good charm coming in, but oh man, Vikla gonna have to go into that one. The tidal wave is good again, but the front to back here looking strong for the side of KT to get another charm as Cuz looks for the shutdown, and he will be able to hand that over to Vikla as now a desperate Realm Warp. They flash into that, does the Nami, as the Spirit Rush pressure was felt and everybody was on the run. And that was just a kill.
Oh, yeah, it's just a kill. No big, no stress. No pressure at all. Dom1 Kia, yeah, this Baron buff. They got it as a consolation prize, and that's truly what it feels like. A consolation prize, 600-700 gold that they were able to get for themselves. As the setup here initially is quite nice, but with a Lulu, it is very hard to just 100-0 a target. CC chain not quite perfect, and as a result, Vikla is able to both get wild growth and utilize. And then Vikla, man, these charms have been really big in this fight. Gets engaged on, and then sets up the counterplay. Kellen recognizing, okay, well this Ahri I'm respecting. I'm not messing around. I ain't dying here. And will get taken down as it's still close, but in the key moments, Coin comes up KT every single time, Valdez. But it's going to be another flip. There's no way the game is decided before that. It's just, that's what
the
the
way it had to
series
be.
is.
You're going back to that old VHS tape, your favorite movie. The tape is, you know, it's growing old, it's a bit worn out, but you just love it. You got to keep watching the
It's
Elder
comfortable.
Flip. Yeah, you know what's going to happen.
You know how it ends.
Another charm. And Nuggery trying to frontline into charms is not very enjoyable for him. He does not have Warmogs, by the way, as well, so every time he gets chunked, it actually does kind of stick, although he is quite tanky.
Fighting for positioning here, KT. And positioning is so important with the Drake coming up. Can set up a complete vision setup here. Take control and make it very hard for Damonkia, especially with the amount of hard engage that is available. Vikla has ultimate, Rascal has ultimate. Cuz very fed in stealth, Elixir of Iron in the pocket. And it's going to be a miracle for Damonkia if they're actually able to get themselves the objective here. Teleports, tempo coming through from Nuggery here. Oh, everyone on KT backing right now. Yes, you'll get fresh backs. But it does mean you're going to lose control.
And look at this. Spirit Rush.
Gonna have to ult.
Yeah, will be forced. It's not. Oh. Oh! Everfrost comes in. That's a big chunk on a Duck Dom. But yeah, I mean, they gave up position on this Elder.
15 seconds. They do have the teleport available. They have the faith that they can still win this fight regardless. No ultimate used. Here besides Vikla's ultimate.
Miller doesn't do much. Okay, just gonna remove that. As now the Elder has spawned. Welcome everybody to the Elder Flip.
Who cares about sideways?
Zoom in, Joe Strong.
Don't give me the pan
I
out.
don't care about that.
I want to look at the fight.
Here we go. The damage is in. Actually, the spray damage on the backside of that Infernum, not bad for aiming. See what kind of guns he opts into. He has red, but he's using it right now on the Drake.
Vikla, spot it. There's a ward here.
Oh, and he's going to get burst down a huge amount, but Kenyon gets a little bit too close to the sun. Rascal has to get out of here as the ult is pretty good on the backside by aiming. And the Elder resets. The charm is not in. Duck Dom is looking for the execute. Vikla will live. Are you serious?
Yes, CP though. Can he make it back in time? 50-50.
The damage is coming in. Cuz is nearby. They're trying to get on top of Showmaker, but no, it's Kenyon who gets it. Kenyon will get the smite this time.
The knock-up.
Rascal tries to get the front line, but the Elder Drake is so huge. As down goes the Yord, and 7,600 for Aphelios, but it does not matter.
Free games? Is it happening?
They just, okay, they're gonna TP back. 5 members of Dalwon will be trying to come on in near the pillar. Not able to stop them just yet, but it's still so scary. Aiming as a full health bar. And Dalwon, they're not gonna push just yet. They still have Elder here for about 2 minutes. And there's a Baron on the map.
What about second Elder Flip? Valdez? We're not going home anytime soon. I hope. I don't know. Maybe KT still just win this because their comp is terrifying.
Well, Elder Baron, that is Exodia. And it's happening at 39 minutes. Actually, it takes them a little bit longer to kill this than I thought it would. No Rise, certainly going to have an effect on that. But they do take it down. It's not going to perfectly line up. And let's take another look at the fight here.
Crucially, it's the vision control that Damonkia was able to secure that makes the difference here. Because of that, Vikla already taking so low. And again, we see the front lining from Nuggery and Canyon has been exceptional in this game. Dugdom gets taken a little bit low, but doesn't actually take that much damage from the Aphelios ultimate. And as a result, if he gets this kill, it's not even close. Unbelievable that Vikla lives there really, really on the edge. And in the end of it, it is just a 50-50. Cuz is in the area. Almost, I think it was like, what, 951? Incredible amount of health there. And now with Baron buff and Elder, but not for that long a time. 40
seconds might be enough though, as aiming! He's getting low. There's a wild growth to try to save him. But the turrets are going down.
The wave alive.
Moonlight Vigil still available. Still ways to get on in here. Vikla trying to make a play. He gets the charm, but he's getting so low. Moonlight Vigil comes in. And Dalmakia, 20 seconds on Elder buff, but they will not commit.
They can't. They gotta back out. You can't risk it here. And what's even worse is because they went for the mid push, they didn't actually get anything out of this. They already had that inhib. We'll have the Baron buff for another 1 minute 40, so should be able to at the very least pick up the inner on the bot side of the map if they do decide to push that direction. But these are grueling games.
Elder Flip 2, Electric Boogaloo, that's what we need.
No, this ain't no Electric Boogaloo. This is Terminator 2. This is Aliens. This is a great movie.
Hey man,
that's
Electric
coming up
Boogaloo
in 3
was
minutes.
a good movie. It's one of those sequels that was actually pretty good.
I have no idea.
Nobody in this chat has ever seen Breakin'. It's okay.
No, I only know
it's
it
an old
from
movie.
the meme. As, yeah, crucially, thanks to Lulu, thanks to Heal, thanks to Kill Force, Amy stays alive, and then the ultimate that's about to come through here, avert your eyes, as it is a peak 200 years gameplay. Yeah. As a result,
It's like the
he
sound
has
that
to back up.
Crumble makes. That's what you make when you see that. Okay, here's this push you were talking about. Inner turret's down. Still 45 seconds.
Aiming, no ultimate yet, but I don't know if Domo knows that.
Okay, Rascal tanks up a lot of ultimates here. Bubble as well. Wild Growth is used to make a very thick Ornn. And now only 30 seconds.
Oh, I think Nuggery's buying Warmogs. He's clued in. I'm loving
He heard me.
He knows.
He's eating so much poke. I mean, with the Aphelios Theari, it's really quite difficult.
I don't know who's going to win this game. This is incredible. Just having the best of time with my buddy Valdez.
Duckdom actually has more gold than Aiming does at this point in time.
Has a year as well.
It's not what I would have expected.
Canyon got a 4 mil somehow.
Void Staff completed for Kellen.
Oh. Showmaker just got his death cap. Just finished that as well. From, was sitting on just a ridiculously large quad.
Yeah.
Oh, Nuggery's going okay. I actually love that. The only one doing damage at this point that's really relevant is Aiming. So the value of Anathema's chain for both these frontliners is huge. I say, assuming that they actually put it on Aiming. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's on Vikla, because they do have a lot of armor.
Mm-hmm. Well, Elder Flip 2.
It's gonna happen. Yeah.
1 minute, 15 seconds. I think
Not
the game should be decided on this.
It will. Neither team is going to make a move before that. But, crucially, this time Damonkia do have the control of the enemy jungle. Yeah, it's Elixir time. I think Damon, very nicely, this is a back that's about 30 seconds, 20 seconds earlier than the one that was set up by KT. So they should still have plenty of time to actually make it back and contest without having to too aggressively walk into a lack of vision. But doesn't mean KT right now is going to be able to take control of the river.
Yeah.
There is still a lot of Damwon vision available.
Just like Damwon were able to take control for the first Elder fight, actually KT are taking control of the vision here on the second one.
Oh, they got spotted there. Canyon Soul.
Let's see if it matters. Damwon Kia trying to push on in here. That's some nice poke. But Canyon is super insanely fed Trundle. This is just insane. We could have, okay, that's the prison coming in. Onto Rascal, tons of poke onto Canyon though.
The soul!
Yeah, it's really slowing things down here. Duckdom trying to front line. Oh, Vikla, jeez! Gonna give me a heart attack. Trying to jump forward while he gets poked down. Over the wall he goes, but again it's a Sejuani.
You can't Elder for Nexus this one. That's a problem. There's no wave.
You can Elder for Baron. If it comes down to that.
There we go.
Okay, that is the knockup going into the wind. Rascal hits nothing, and he has to flash.
Showmaker has to flash as well.
Okay, Duckdom trying to frontline here. He gets so low, hit by the Moonlight Vigil. And now KT might be able to rush this down. They have insane amounts of damage.
Double teleport available for Damwon. Nuggery and Showmaker can make it back.
Oh, but on vision, here's Canyon. And he has to flash away. That is crucial. He cannot flash in for a smite steal.
That grouped up.
He has to run in. He might be able to. Nuggery trying to frontline here. The Realm Warp trying to give vision. And it does for just a moment. The Hextech Soul still available for KT.
Into the flip.
Here they go. Vikla over the wall. He gets stuck down and nearly kills him, but the smite, it goes the way of Cuz yet again. And they have the front line aiming, flashes in. I think KT have done it. Everybody on the side of Dalmonkia is on the run. It's looking good. Kellen's gonna go down. The glitter lance of everything in this series will secure a kill onto the Rise. Duckdom, he is the only one left. I don't think it will matter.
I don't think he can hold on his own. We're 45 minutes in. There's one minion.
That should be it.
Protect the general.
Protect George.
George the general minion.
Bring it home, George. He's coming in. We got turrets.
George is down.
Going down. Duckdom has a GA. It's not going to matter. Yeah, he has to flash away from that Gale Force.
Doesn't matter.
And yeah, they don't even care. They do not need George. George is down, and
you
so
didn't
should
die in
DK.
vain.
Joe will go down, and aiming nearly dies, but it does not matter. They don't need minions because the death timers are just too low, and Vikla's gonna secure a kill on the GA anyway. Huge cheers come out of KT. As a 2-0, nothing to see here. But actually, tell everybody about the series because it was insane. Did not need to go to game 3 to see the insane amount of action we saw from minute 1 in this game 2 as well.
And that was everyone. It was Rascal playing splendidly, Cuz's smites. The fact that Vikla kept ulting in, because I know we're going to see a replay of that final fight in the highlights. I know we're going to see it on the analyst carpet space. But him forcing Duckdom to flash and cleanse there,
yeah,
I think might have made a difference. Because of that, there is no damage threat. On Dalmonkia, there is only Showmaker, and he by himself does not do enough. And understandably, Dalmonkia going to feel heartbroken, as could have been a 2-0 for them just as easily. But it's not. It's a 2-0 for KT. And what a series, Veldas. Incredible.
Is that Ari or?
I guess.
What is that? Doesn't matter. He did a dance. That's all we needed to see. And man, wow. Just insane what these guys were able to do. Cutter.
Well,
cut him down. And Cuz had, I think, 7 kills on the Viego like halfway through the game.
And I still, I'm going to spoil my POG vote. I still have to vote for Cuz because even though, like, he went to, what, 7-1, 7-2, and then they didn't get any more kills, but
yeah,
he didn't need to. All he needed to hit was that final smite, and he got it.
It went down to, like, 76 health.
Don't ruin the moment, Veldas.
Can we get a replay?
It was not.
Can we get a replay of the last fight? Because we're probably going to see it regardless in the highlight reel.
I'm not sleeping early tonight, Veldas. I am so full of adrenaline.
I feel like I just drank 3 cups of coffee.
And 5 Red Bulls!
And I only drank 2 today, okay? Obviously, extremely happy are the KT fans because this is such a statement.
So cool.
All of the analysts were split on this prediction as well. It was exactly even 4-4.
Yeah.
And then KT get a 2-0. Obviously, the games were really close, but man, they were the better team tonight.
They were. I think that what we learn here is that Dalmonkia, experimenting with this Lucian Prio, a pick that a lot of other teams in the LCK have kind of dropped on the list, isn't working out for them. Twice in a row, they kind of rely on this pick, and twice in a row, it doesn't quite work out. Of course, there's also the rest of the draft to talk about. And Dalmonkia, there are glimpses where you still see the team fighting prowess that this team has. And this makes our race for playoffs so interesting as well. This means that I think Dalmonkia is now on 9-5.
Imagine
they're not stuck yet. Like, they're not qualified, guaranteed yet.
Imagine if this was like the first round of playoffs and like KT, or no, like they're on opposite sides of the bracket.
Yeah.
Who do you choose as the first seed? You like watch this series and I don't know who I want to know.
Unbelievable.
I guess someone. Just keep mid alive is what they're saying.
George. George.
George the melee minion. They couldn't find Duck Dom. They're like, yeah, he's alive.
Life's already.
George is alive.
We got him. We keep him safe.
They did for a little bit, but
This is where George eventually went down.
yeah, where he
Died a
perished.
valiant death.
Yeah, he perished, but not in vain.
Couldn't have done it without George Valdez.
I mean, without him, actually, I don't know if they could have tanked all 3 turrets. Although it was 46 minutes into the game, so perhaps they could have. Rascal is already clapping, and then they're like, oh wait, save aiming. End it. Pure elation from the guys on KT. Very understandable. Take a look at this roller coaster, KT fans and all fans out there. That's what you've come to know and love. And I mean, KT, absolutely, they get my stamp of approval. Definitely the better team in this series. They take the 2-0, and that just makes it so interesting for the bottom side of playoffs.
I can't wait. I can't wait because between DRX, KT, Liv Sandbox, and Damwon Kia, on any given day, you can tell me, oh, this team will 2-0. And I'm like, yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
But like, it's so fun.
Who's gonna best those 4 teams? I don't know. Who's gonna be the best out of those 4? Who knows?
Flip
Guys,
a coin.
We have analyst Carpet Space. I'm very curious to see what they had to think about that series. Let's hand it over to them now.
Thank you very much, Brent Valdez, for that one. We thought a whole lot of things, but the main thing that we thought was that was probably the best series that we've had all season.
I think that series will probably outdo whatever happens between GenG and T1 on Saturday. This could have been the match of the week. It was a split prediction, you know, across the board. I was the only one on the English side who thought KT would do it. Did I think it was going to look like this? Absolutely not. Let's talk about the draft very briefly here. I thought really good adaptations here from KT with the Aphelios coming through instead of the Zeri. Liked it a lot. It means you have more stable laning phase. You're not going to get totally dunked on by the Trundle in this case. Wasn't as big of a fan of the Ahri pick until the early game hit, and we saw Cuz absolutely dominate Canyon, was way more active on the map, and Vikla just came out of his shell this game. He really did. He looked so confident. Cuz looks like after that game 1, he's playing the most confident game of League of Legends he's played all season.
Yeah.
This KT is not the KT we've watched for the first few weeks of regular season. It's an evolution and a growing, changing, improving KT roster.
Yeah, exactly. And our Telecom War that we had on Wednesday went down to the wire. It was a very close series. I think that KT played amazingly there as well. And now coming off a 2-0 over Damwon Kia, denying them their playoffs berth, right? Because of the fact that we had such a crazy first series, we now have Damwon Kia not actually locked. So Kwangdong won, and therefore Damwon Kia had to win this in order to get into playoffs. So as they were saying, I mean, it's not even a sure thing that they make it to playoffs. It's very likely that it is going to happen, but it was very, very important. And I think we need to start getting into our highlights here because KT came into this match with a plan. And you can see it. It's starting here. And this was On picked into Subjugate, and this is Rascal saying, I'll show you why, as we dive 5-man into the bottom lane.
5-man dive setup here that Rascal played a long con for. Now, Nuguri is just going to get plates topside here, but the value he gets in the lane and the edge that he gets in terms of his early game is not as significant as the dive that KT pulls off. Now, this is the dive defense when Damwon Kia reset and come back for this massive Infernum ultimate here, even at just level 7 coming through from aiming. Damwon Kia agreed for plates here. Cuz comes over, and Cuz just nails it. Rascal sets him up. He comes in here, steals Nami away, gets a bubble on Duckdom. What? Yeah, that happened into Rascal's knockup. What the hell? But it doesn't stop there. They actually continue to chase. They basically wipe Damwon Kia here in the early game. So 2 incredible fights going KT's way here. They had such a tempo advantage this game. It was exactly the opposite of game 1.
No, it was just nutty. I absolutely loved watching both of these teams this series. I need to make sure that we hammer that one home because this was a 2-0 for KT, but Damwon Kia could have won both of these games. Straight up. And it wasn't throws, it was outplays. It was KT just thinking that little bit further and then executing beautifully on their plan as well. Let's get into our next highlight here because we do have a few to get through. This Drake fight was just a beautiful dance, and this was the secure of the Dragon, but it didn't go that well for KT.
Yeah, it did not. KT lose the fight and kite back here, but then this just becomes like, the reason we grabbed this highlight, just to be honest with you guys, is just to show you guys how great of a series of League of Legends this was, truly. Like, watch all the mechanics here. This moment, KT have all flashes. It looks like, oh, okay, they're all just gonna waste their flashes here to get out, but no, they turn, try to look for picks here, and oh man, look at the stun here, landing onto aiming. Duckdom executes him there with the flash forward. Just a beautiful game of mechanics from both teams. Like you just said, KT had to earn this series. If you're a Dom1 fan, you're like, wow, we got Nuggery. I can't believe this season is just going down the drain. What a terrible series from my favorite team. Then you weren't paying attention. Dom1 played their hearts out. It was a great series for them too.
Yeah, there were some moments where obviously misplays happened. It happened on both sides of the rift, but the pressure you could feel, like, I feel for what Valdez and Chronicler were saying on the desk, because I could imagine, like, our hearts were beating out of our chests watching that game. Being the players in that game and having to execute at this level is pretty ridiculous. And we are going to go to that gut-wrenching moment at the end as we fight for this Elder Drake.
He had so many crazy moments at the end of this game which looked like he might actually throw things away, but this play to actually get Duckdom to flash cleanse away removes a lot of the damage, as was mentioned on the desk, and of course Cuz just barely, with a lot of help of his teammates, gets that smite around 400 health, becomes a very angry Nuggery shell, and then comes forward here, helps set up a second kill. This is the game-winning moment.
Yeah.
But it was down to the wire, you know. Damwon Kia previously had taken the Elder away, then got the Baron, and then they greeded to end, where there was enough wave clear for the defense. Because I think if Dom1 played a lot slower, they probably do bring us to a game 3, but they got greedy. They failed to hold that Elder advantage and lose the final fight.
They did, so let's get into our player of the game. I think it is going to be the Viego from the jungle. It will. Cuz picks it up, 8, 3, and 7. This was their last pick on red side. My eyebrows raised instantly. I was like, well, this isn't a surprising pick. He's been nerfed repeatedly. You know, this is an old pick. Like, why are we going back to this? And then Cuz is like, in the first gank, he's like, I will show you why.
And Cuz has been such a hot and cold player. This is his first POG of the season, but when he is looking good and when he is being aggressive and he's setting the tempo, even on his picks like Rek'Sai, I always go back to this pick because it feels like quintessential Cuz, right? It's a pick that you have to go in early nonstop. The volley bear, you have to go in early nonstop. Viego, not so much, works well with the Ahri. He did it, man. He pulled it off. He gave him such an early lead. It's somewhat of a split vote here, but I think well-deserved from KT.
Yep, everyone except Life picking one up there. I think the majority going over to Cuz makes the most sense to me if you remember back to the early game, but the fact that Vikla, a player who is so incredibly young, playing in games like this is probably the highest intensity series that he's ever been in, right? And man, just an amazing performance. So now we have Rascal and Cuz alongside, and we have Jisun, thankfully, for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview, joined by Rascal Cuz from KT Roaster. First off, congratulations, Rascal, on getting your 1000th kill in the LCK. And this is your flower from your older sister to celebrate your milestone of your professional career. And you also won a unanimous POG. How do you feel? Yeah, my family came here. I'm so glad that I was able to get to a victory, get POG, and get 1000 kills of the LCK. I'm so happy. And Cuz, you took down Damwon Kia after a very long while. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm happy to beat Damwon Kia, and also I'm happy that I got my first POG of the split. Looking forward to seeing more of Cuz POG in the summer split. Rascal, in game number 1, you were popping off on Gwen, and Gwen is the pick that brought the 1000th kill of the LCK to you. Well, I mean, how was game number 1? Because you had to, sometimes Gnar was a great counter into Gwen, So this time around, you guys banned Noir. I was playing against Lucia Nami of Damwon Kia bottom duo. Our bottom duo was pretty confident with their current form, so I was able to trust them and do my own play. Because your Skarner was the key champion that actually kind of denied that Lucian on the side of Damwon Kia. I'm curious about your thought, or Katie's thought, on Skarner right now. I didn't actually practice Skarner a lot, but whenever I get to play that, we had some decent outcome. So we were able to give it a go because it's good into Bobby in terms of 1v1, and also it's just good in general. In game number 1, KT Roaster was actually pretty behind of Damwon Kia, which means Rascal, you had to make plays with that late game Gwen power. I was also pretty confident in Gwen. Aiming as well, he's really good at Zeri. So the moment I got 1 or 2 kills on the top side, I was like, yeah, we're gonna win this. And with that Baron still in game number 1, KT turned the entire game around. So let's take a look at this replay. Please walk us through this highlight. First off, we were pretty much behind, so we had to steal that Baron. So I went over the wall and I got so lucky to just steal that, and then we aced out the opponent, so it was even better. What about you, Rascal? I mean, I just felt like we're gonna do it because the way we juggled the aggro of the opponents was so good. And Rascal, your damage to turret of the entire KT roster was 67%. Did you see that coming? Well, I mean, I've never heard of that before, so I don't know how I should comment about this. It's like you did 2/3 of the entire turret damage of KT roster. I mean, our team did great, so I was able to do so. And cause after seeing that Skarner play, we were looking forward to seeing another one in game 2, but you decided to play Viego for game number 2. Why was that? Well, we wanted to snowball early on, so I wanted to lock in Viego to kind of match with that playstyle. Game number 2 started off really good for KT roster, but as the time went by, it was actually getting really close. The global gold was pretty much the same, so how did you kind of decide to cope with the situation? I think I should have went in for the smite fight for the first herald, so I was so scared that the game might be just end there. But I mean about the first elder, but I was so relieved that the game was not over yet, so we're able to come back for the second elder fight. And this is the second elder fight. Were you confident to go in for that smite fight? I was so determined to go in for that smite fight. I was so ready. What about your Rascal? I was so scared that we might lose. I mean, everyone was holding their breath watching this fight around at Elder, but KT Roaster was the final victor in the end. KT Roaster, this summer, I mean, you guys look so scary. Are you guys, how are you feeling about this current momentum of KT Roaster and current form? Well, early on in the season, our teamwork, our performance was not, clicking in, but as time went by, we were able to step up, and we are now having even bigger faith in each other, and we are also playing better than before, so I think we are definitely on a great momentum right now. And KT Roaster, I think playoff shouldn't be the end goal of KT Roaster, right? So what is your mindset heading into that Freddy Freon series and also the entire Summer Split? I think the remaining matches are really important, and also we are not confirmed for playoffs. I don't think the probability is not that high, but I'm trying not to pay attention to that, I just want to focus on our performance to make it even better and stronger. And to wrap up this interview, is there any last message for the family and also the fans out here to support you? Thank you to both my family and my fans, and also I love you guys. Love you all. And Cuz, would you like to add on to that? Same. I love you, my family, and my fans. And this will be the end of the interview. A very lovely interview from Cuz Rascal, and I want to pass it back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. Absolutely adorable that Rascal's parents, his family were here, and he hit 1,000 kills and gets POG, and they 2-0 Damonkia. Couldn't be nicer for KT. Obviously, on the opposite side of the rift, things very difficult for Damonkia. But let's bring up the standings, Wolf, and go over what this has changed. For Damonkia, not a whole lot.
It has been years since we've seen KT, look this solid at the end of a season, leading into playoffs. Like, Rascal said he didn't think the chances of them making it are very high. With their lead now over DRX, even if DRX win their next series, which is a tough one, they will still be ahead in game score even if it's a 2-0. Like, they're 3 ahead of Kwangdong Freaks. Their chance to make a playoffs are higher than they've been in a very long time. I think KT is definitely going places here in the postseason.
Yeah, and if DRX beat Live Sandbox tomorrow, if they beat them 2-0, KT are 4th place.
Yeah.
That's just how this all shakes out. It's completely nutty. And all 3 of those teams will be tied with 8 wins. So it is looking pretty confirmed that is going to be our playoff spots. But look at this. Look at this day tomorrow, everyone. Isn't it just beautiful?
Yeah, I mean, I thought
in it for a moment.
I thought we just watched the greatest League of Legends of all time for the LCK this season, but I guess tomorrow says otherwise, you know?
Yeah.
It's going to be sick.
It is an absolutely amazing day. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I really do hope that I see you tomorrow, because that is going to be the day. That is going to be the big day. Hopefully it can live up to this last series. I don't even care if it does, because that one was absolutely phenomenal. But we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Good night.